All right. Good evening, ladies and germs. I've never gotten to say that, so here we are. Welcome to the February edition of Diamonds and Dice podcast, starring Bernie Strom, and I'm hanging on here as like the stagehand and all that kind of stuff. Bernie, say hi, please. Oh, look at that, man. We are like Martin Lewis, Abbott and Costello, Lennon and McCartney, and I guess that's pretty much it. Bondi and Patel. No, we're not going to go there. Okay, we're not going there. We're not dealing with it. So hopefully we get some people in here. And if not, well, that's okay. Bernie and I are going to talk here for a spell. Um that's absolutely. So there's a broadcast that I did maybe about a month ago or something, and it just happened to kind of emerge organically among the family about sort of expectations, if you will, great expectations, I like to call them, because I'm a Charles Dickens fan, so why not? Um, about so here's the central question we're going to discuss tonight, and Bernie and I, we usually, hey, there's brother Jack Dawson, yeah, he's giving us some laughter. Bernie and I usually will discuss the questions before we come on, but this one we didn't. So this is going to be fun. I'm probably going to hear some things from Bernie I didn't realize, and vice versa. But here's the salient, what we want to focus on for the next time coming up here is, and there's Jamie. He says, "Hey, they are back. We are back, Jamie. Look out. Lock up your, I don't know, lock up your goldfish or something." uh, but so the central point we want to talk to is more people are getting into kind of what if leagues, and you know what? I would argue even the season replays are what ifs, obviously. So we want to just talk about sort of what kind of experience you are looking for. But even more importantly, when talking about draft leagues and stuff like that, what, how accurate do you expect that kind of project to be? And so you'll see it here up on my screen. I just have advanced draft up from Apple PC for Windows, baseball for Windows, and it's an all-time greats league. And so I just wanted to just have that up there for something. I was thinking about putting Kate Beckinsale in a really hot baseball uniform and AI, but I didn't know if Mrs. Burney would be watching, so I decided against it. So, well, I get it, man. My girlfriend doesn't get any of this. She's like, "What?" She thinks it's cool. It's a YouTube channel, but she's like, I tried to explain to her. I said, "I simulate baseball games and talk about baseball history and other stuff." And she's like, "Oh, that's very nice." And she's really supportive of what I do. She's, like act like she understands the magic and she's loving that and everything. But this, she doesn't get it, and that's okay. All right, so let's start off. Um, so Bernie, I know you mainly do season replay projects. You mainly do season replay projects, and I know that in the past that you've talked about, that you're not looking for dead on accuracy or whatever, but you do want believability. But so I wanted to kind of continue because I remember you talking about that. Maybe let's drill down a little deeper, if you don't mind. So for you, Bernie, what as far as in a season replay project, what are you looking for in terms of players? Like how much wiggle room do you give any given baseball engine? You own more baseball games than than Shiva and Brahma combined. So how much wiggle room for accuracy do you look for in your season replay projects? Okay. Now, when you say that, go ahead. Okay, so let's go deeper. Hey, JT, welcome in. JT Dutch. Maybe we get JT Dutch on the microphone later tonight, maybe after this podcast or whatever. But either way, man, JT Dutch, one of my heroes. So, but let's dig deeper. So you're talking about you don't want it to look like the season you played in the sense. He's going to point out that you can't hear Bernie. Oh shit. Okay, hang on a second, because I can hear Bernie. Hold on. Wow. So, okay, because I don't have the screen share, because we don't want to share the sound. I'm going to unshare and reshare. So just tag in there, guys, with me. Let's see what's going on. Boom. Okay. And we're going to share. We're going to add a camera again. or at share a screen, an entire screen. And because I know that when we try to do the shared desktop video, that's when we get the awful echoes, and we don't want that. All right. So let me see. Do we listen offstage feeds? It just affects only my end. Bernie, add to scene. Okay, Bernie, say hi, please.
Hello.
All right, guys, can you hear the great Bernie now? Please.
Let me say something so we can tell if they can hear us.
Oh, cool. So we're just waiting for these guys to tell us. I think we got it fixed now, though. I do think we got it fixed. So now I got to start all
Okay,
over with
there
the
it is. I
questioning.
can hear him now.
Sweet. All right. So here we go, guys. Real quick. It's as it says in the tin. Great expectations. So again, in a broadcast that we did here a few weeks ago with La Familia, uh, it just organically started happening. Talking about what expectations in what if leagues, whether those are draft leagues or whether those are season replays. And of course, my contention is that even a season replay is a what if. So I had asked Bernie because I know before that he said that he's not looking for dead on perfect accuracy of a season replay, and this was from a Diamonds and Dice podcast a few months ago. But I wanted to kind of drill deeper on that since Bernie largely, I think we represent a nice sort of difference here. As Bernie does mostly season replays, and except for recently, I mostly do what if stuff. And the reason I have baseball for Windows up here is just because it's an all time great league and whatever, but something for you guys to look at. So Bernie, you talked about that you don't want the season to look exactly like the season that you played, but again, we'll get to the player level again. But what about? Let's even talk about teams. Like, how do you allow wiggle room in terms of standings and how much? I mean,
Oh, yeah,
so
I want it to be different, but I want it to be believable. I think I've said that before.
right, you
So,
did.
for example, if a guy is a home run hitter, I expect him to be a home run hitter. I don't expect a guy that hits 40 home runs in a season to all of a sudden hit 10.
Okay,
And I don't, if my shortstop is a good fielder, I don't expect him to lead the league in errors. But
okay,
I don't want it to duplicate the statistics. I want it to be different than the real
okay.
season. In particular, if anybody watches my stuff,
They
I
do.
certainly don't want the Red Sox stuff to be the same, or I'd get disappointed all over again. I'm trying to change history by
Right.
by correcting all these close calls the Red Sox have had in my lifetime, where
Hmm.
they missed out by one game or one pitch or what have you. I want those things to be changed. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But
Okay.
once again, I want it to be different but believable.
Okay. So we're going to get to some comments in the chat here. JT has one. We'll get to that in a couple moments. So now let's talk about first the I mean, because you do both cards and dice, and you do digital. And I know you've said in the past that cards and dice are more like a relaxing thing for you. Chill out, roll up a game or so. But digital's where you do your projects. So, what kind of experience in terms of all these things that you've said of you want it to be believable but not accurate, but when you're assessing a new, we've been calling them engines lately as opposed to games, and that's fine. So what kind of expectations do you bring to a baseball sim engine when you're ready to begin a project, when you're deciding what season you want to do? What are you looking for from any particular engine or specific engines?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if this answers your question. And if it doesn't, ask it a different way. I want my replays to tell a story. I want a story to develop over the season.
Okay.
Some story that has never developed before. I did a 67 replay a couple of years ago with PC Replay Baseball, and Carl Yastrzemski hit 72 home runs. Now, that was a
Wow.
storyline.
Yes.
Okay. Now, by the way, I saw that 67 season with my own eyes, and he could have hit 72 home runs. It was believable.
Well, see,
Uh,
I like that too. How you just what you just said there, Bernie, about now that was a story, and that whole narrative thing. You know me well enough, my friend. You and I baseball buddies for quite a while. Um, And that to me is a huge hook. I love that. So please continue. I wanted to interject that. That was
You know,
just
I
great.
wanted to tell a story, and I wanted to tell a different story. I don't want to tell the story of Roger Maris hitting 61 home runs. He's already done that.
Right.
If I did the 61 season, I'd want Mickey Mantle to hit the 61 home runs and
Mm-hmm.
Maris to hit 54 or whatever it was that he hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I like. That's what I like. Now I don't get disappointed if it's dead on accurate,
Right.
but
Right.
I'm looking for the excitement of something different to happen. I'm
Okay.
looking to relive. I love to replay seasons that I've seen myself personally,
Okay. Okay.
because when I'm playing the season, I actually see the players in my head that I saw on TV or at Fenway Park.
Nice.
So I'm living the season along with my replay. When I play these 1940 seasons that I've been playing, or the dead ball seasons, I've never seen those players. So I have a hard time with the imagination part of it.
And you have anticipated a question I was going to ask a little bit later, uh, and I will get back to that because So I don't know if any you guys I think Bernie and I mentioned this in our very first podcast, and it just occurred to me to mention again. So Bernie is a Red Sox fan. I'm a Pirates fan, and we met in the very first we met in, the first World Series in 1903, and yet here we are. We're happy, aren't we, Bernie?
You bet.
We accept you guys won that, and if the Pirates can ever be in the World Series again, hope it's against you so we can repay 1903. Got
By
a
the
couple
way,
of oh, go
I'm
ahead.
currently replaying 2003. Uh,
2000. Everybody's doing these modern seasons. What's going
well, I'm
on?
doing it because, of course, of the they left Pedro in past 100 pitches thing in the seventh game of the
Got you.
league
Got
championship
you.
series. Anyway,
So Jake,
I replay the whole season to get to one particular inning,
to get to one particular inning. Wow.
uh, because I don't feel it's fair to just play the game over again. I think you need to start from the beginning. But anyway,
Oh
to
yeah,
make a long story
absolutely.
short, what I'm trying to bring up is that I just played June 4th, 2003. The Red Sox played a doubleheader in Pittsburgh. We scored 5 runs in the top of the ninth inning to beat you,
Yeah.
11-10, and then we beat you in game two, 23-2.
Rub it in,
Your team
partner.
must have sucked in 2003.
Okay, rub it in. We'll get you. We're going to get you. So JT says, I don't think we as seasoned replayers actually play the game to be perfectly accurate, especially when we're managing a team. He says that we're trying to improve their results compared to what happened in real life. And Bernie, I think that would resonate with you. Yeah.
Hmm.
And John says, evening from Uber. And Jamie says, I like an almost 25-year-old season is modern, but I get what he gets what I mean. Yeah, I mean, I'm like Ken Castro's replaying 2020 with the Ghost Runner. And as a longtime Apple guy, he's even added Strat into the mix. I'm wondering, like, what sort of, I don't know, like, did you guys get all beamed up and you got your prefrontal cortex is kind of just tweaked a little bit? I don't know you guys anymore, man. No,
My
it's all good.
my cutoff for modern seasons is 1970.
19, that's your cutoff? Okay.
1970 to present is modern. Anything prior to 1970 is not modern to me.
Boy, you're newfangled, man. You newfangled kids. I don't know what to do about you. I really don't. It's crazy. So JT says 2003 is about 5 or 6 years ago, right? So I so as far as like and this is going to seem like I'm veering off course, but again, nobody's going to be surprised because that's what I do. But I think it's germane to the conversation. Would you say that your go-to games, and that's why there are the go-to games, um, that those games, PC replay baseball, I know you play that one a lot. I know you play out of the park baseball a lot. Would you say those two have thus far in the digital realm at least given you that anticipated expectation from these baseball engines?
You know, I guess so. PC replay gives me the best storylines for some reason.
Oh, really? You
Yeah,
mean in the narrative that you, in other words, that narrative that comes out that you can then create? Because I know you
that's
do some
correct.
cool stuff with AI. That's cool.
Uh,
Yeah.
OOTP, I think, is a great game. I love it.
Hmm.
I play. I think it is. I think it streams extremely well. I think it's a great engine. It's probably my favorite game.
Hmm.
And and action PC baseball I just like because it's so pliable. You can
It
do anything
is.
you want.
Oh my God, it really, really is. John says I'm supposed to be kind to you because you hardly remember 1903. So, see, so I did want to follow up on that, Bernie, because I'm so chuffed about this that you are still, for those of us in the dead ball baseball jam, you're still a recent convert, and I'm so happy you are. But you spoke earlier about that you do, and I totally get that you prefer to do the seasons where you actually saw the players. But could you talk about what expectations did you have after you figured out how to sort of manage in dead ball? Um, if and let's say you were to go back again, and I know you've done 1912, but just for giggles, let's say that you were going to try it again, maybe in a different engine. What are you expecting in a replay project for players that none of us here have ever seen? What do you expect from that? Is that expectation different than
Yeah,
say
yeah, it is.
1967, 1975, 78, whatever?
For example, if I do 1967 replay, I don't have to look up anything about Carl Yastrzemski.
Hmm.
I know everything there is to know about Carl Yastrzemski.
Okay.
But when I play a dead ball season, not only do I enjoy playing the season, but I enjoy learning the players. I know who Tris Speaker is,
Yeah.
and
Right.
I know who Smokey Joe Wood is, but I don't know anything about them. I use those seasons to look up and read about the players before I sim a game. Let's say I'm going to sim a game tonight. I will look up the players in that game and read their biographies and read about things they've done. So I get a feel for the players I'm going to broadcast.
Okay. How
It's
does
more,
that
I guess it's more educational. I'm trying to change history with my more modern replays.
right,
And
right.
with the dead ball replays, I'm trying to learn history. I guess that's the difference.
How does that change the narrative though for you in terms of does does going into a dead ball replay, does that feel a little more abstract to you because again you've the only thing we've ever seen for most of the well for all the dead ball players really, unless it's after their career, and like I've seen a couple really neat interviews with Hannes Wagner. Does that abstract things a little bit for you because you can imagine, you can see Ted Williams swing the bat because you saw him. You saw Tony C. You've seen Jim Rice, all these guys, on and on and on and on. But how does that narrative translate to you? Because you never saw Smokey Joe Wood pitch, for instance.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I have seen him pitch, but not live. Let me tell you,
Right.
in the beginning, it was strange. I couldn't imagine anything that was happening on the field.
Okay.
So it was I was learning stuff, but I didn't get the same feeling in doing the broadcast
Got you.
or
Got
the
you.
replays. But what I've spent a lot of time doing, particularly the last 6 8 months, is I've been devouring every piece of video on YouTube on dead ball baseball.
Hmm.
And when I do a dead ball broadcast now, I can see the players playing. It's
Oh,
much
that's
more
cool.
enjoyable.
That's cool. That is so cool. Um, so I wanted to talk too a little bit about um and Bernie, I suppose we should tell people about the sort of in a few moments we could talk about the thing that's going to be running alongside McGreevy, but it's not McGreevy, but it's gonna be what you're going to be doing on your channel while I get McGreevy Gin on over here, and we'll get to that. But I wanted to kind of switch away now from season replays and get into sort of what ifs, and of course with Jamie here, this is great. Maybe we can get Jamie to either come on the mic, or if he just wants to type, that's cool too, since we can't seem to drag Silva over here either. But Jamie's kind of the other. crazy mind that's behind the big, beautiful baseball bash. And I've spoken so much about the project and how amazing it is. And so, you know, you've got everybody, they've got everybody in brackets there, like 8 million brackets or something like that. But they're not all from the same era. So it's not all like, this is just all the 1960s team or 70s teams or whatever. Remember, folks, this is every team in Major League Baseball from 1901 to 2024. So insane. They're down to their last, I think, 6 brackets now. Um, but I'm curious, and Jamie, if you don't mind doing a bit of typing, what kind of expectations were you and Mike, or let's just say even you, if you don't want to speak for Mike, what were you expecting in terms of accuracy, in terms of player performance in such an amazing project? And there's, of course, there's the 6 second delay. So I have this.
By the
Yeah.
way, while Jamie's typing,
Mhm.
you've probably been too busy, but I am starting the big, beautiful Red Sox bash. I am playing 1901 to 2025, all the Red Sox teams,
Wow.
and Mike was kind enough to share with me his seedings. So I have seedings 1 through 125,
Wow.
and we're going to start that project on my YouTube channel in April. Finish it in October. It'll be a 6 month project, and we will have the
Wow.
definitive Red Sox champion when we're done.
Wow. That is super cool. So these are all Red Sox teams playing just each other, right?
That's correct.
Wow. That's crazy, man. That's cool. I like that. I like that. Talk about a completely different narrative. Jamie answering, he says, I can't say for Mike. He says, but he didn't have any specific expectations other than that he had low ones. But he's been amazed at how well it's translated with the mixed era of teams. Um, that's pretty cool. I like when we get those nice surprises.
Do you know what I like about Mike's project?
What's that?
I like how enthusiastic Mike is about his project. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
He can talk for hours on the subject.
Mm,
He loves his project,
I
and I think
know.
it's brilliant because I wouldn't have been able to take on such a large project. It scares me just thinking about the number of
It
teams in the game.
it's a thing of terrifying beauty for sure. And in fact, before Mike did this, the only other guy I knew of that was trying to tackle something really large, and it was is Chris Slovic, and he did a lot of these kind of big, not to the scale of Mike Silva, but still rather monolithic too. Curious, John asks me and you, Bernie, if we've ever played out of the park random debut and what they, I love out of the park baseball, and it's funny you should ask that, John. I've never played random debut, but I've been thinking about wanting to give it a shot once 27 is out, because 27 adds, there's a lot more coming in out of the park 27, and so I've thought about how would this work, because it is a roll of the dice all the way through. So John, maybe some night here in a broadcast after 27 gets its first patches and stuff like that, we'll set one up and give it a go. I'd love to. Welcome in, Todd B. He says, how do you determine rosters? He wants to know. For example, what year belongs to Jim Rice?
Well,
So, Todd, oh, go ahead.
we're gonna do doppelgangers. So Jim Rice could be playing against himself eventually. Who knows?
Right.
But I'm not eliminating any. We're not eliminating or limiting players to one roster. They're going to be on the roster they were at. So if 1978 ends up playing 1975, they'll be very similar rosters, but they will play each other.
That is so cool. Jamie continues here. He says it's amazing. So, talking about Mike and Jamie's project, he says he's not a cross-era guy, but he's been captivated and he's followed it all for months. It's like seeing all of baseball history played out in front of you each night. So once again, Jamie, we know about the quality of Jamie's writing, and I really wish he could do the Sports Gaming Journal as his like full-time gig, because it's brilliant. Um, and again, talking about that narrative, and there you go, because it's a different baseball history being played out, but it's still this amazing, captivating baseball history. And I think, if I may be so bold, I think it shows that cross era play can be a lot of fun. Actually, I love it. So and so that's why I kind of want to segue in here now too, because we've been really focusing heavily on season replays, but now let's jump to draft leagues. So that includes creating things like, all time great teams, or creating a McGreevy, or uh, you know uh, uh, Diamond Legends League, which I think that's what you guys are calling it now. Uh, the Fields of Dreams type league, Shanks leagues, stuff like that. Because now there's you can't the only baseball history you can go by is your knowledge of the players, or if you don't know them, looking at their stats. So Bernie, you had mentioned Tris Speaker before, so we know that Tris Speaker is one of the greatest of all times. So I'm wondering, and this is for everybody, but Bernie, if you wouldn't mind, like, kind of providing a little vocalization to this. If you're going into, and you've played in, you were in Shanks, you were in at the Field of Dreams. I don't know if you're in the new one, Diamond Legends, but you were in two of the three. And so, taking preconceived notions of players that or what preconceived notions would you have of either players that you saw or players that you didn't, going into a what if project? In other words, again, a draft league, an all time great franchise league, things like that. What do you expect from those players going into a scenario like that?
Well, I don't expect from them now what I expected in the beginning. I expected them to act in these cross era in draft leagues the way they would in real life, but they
Okay,
don't.
right.
And I'm still not 100% convinced that maybe Action PC's way of normalization. But sometimes Babe Ruth, for example, doesn't act like Babe Ruth. Sometimes Babe Ruth hits 185 and strikes out 210 times in a season.
Right.
Uh,
Why had that happen that year in, I think it was the final year of Shanks, or maybe it was the first season of Fields of Dreams. And on that team, I had I don't know how it happened, man, but I had 1927 Babe Ruth, and I think it was 1929 Jimmy Fox, and they both stunk up the joint. It was Pop Lloyd that actually was doing like these kinds of amazing things. So, but I
by the way, I think it's possible that if Babe Ruth faced a team, faced every night the number one starter on a team, he
yes,
might, he's not going to hit what he hit in real life.
he's
Uh,
not, and I think that's
but I
that
don't know he's going to play as bad as I've seen them play in some of
right.
these leagues.
It's that, and you bring up a good point there too, because uh, and I've had that too, because, and I still do, even though I know that, look, don't expect, because, right, whether it's Babe Ruth, it's Barry Bonds, it's Ken Griffey Jr., Willie Mays, the greatest center fielder in baseball, or whatever. There you go, Dwayne Marsette's for you if you hear this after the fact. Um, it's funny because I still knowing go I still want those guys to do what they do, but let's face it, none of those hitters, as you say, faced the best pitching every game, year, season in, season out. So it's not going to happen, right? Imagine, you have something like a Field of Dreams leagues, you know and let's use Babe Ruth as an example. So, in any given series, depending upon how people drafted, he could be facing Greg Maddux, then the next night Tom Seaver, the next night Christy Mathewson, the next night Walter Johnson, the next night Randy Johnson, right? So he's facing the best of the best, right? Because every time you do one of these leagues, of course, you really want to focus on pitching, right? So do you find that there's any residual for you, or have you completely accepted the fact that ain't gonna happen?
Not only do I accept the fact that ain't going to happen, you see the opposite happening. You see a guy that hit 10 home runs in 1908.
Hmm.
He'll hit 45 home runs in this league.
Right, right. Depending upon where you have it normalized, absolutely. Yeah.
Uh, I'm not 100% convinced that I guess what I'm saying is that the jury's still out whether it's something I enjoy.
Okay.
Uh, I'm going to learn a lot in this cross-era Red Sox project, and maybe I'll be able to answer the questions better when that project is over.
So keeping that as a kind of thing, because that is a what if, a great what if. Um, as you're setting up something like that, Bernie, and we'll get to another point here made by Jamie. As you're setting that up and you're thinking about that, are you already starting to think about, are you going to normalize as neutral as you can? Are you looking at specific seasons that are going to be, because you're not going to be able, unless you split this up into sort of segments, and I don't know what kind of parity then you get in your project.
Well,
But
I went to ChatGPT for some help with this.
okay. And so with
Let me
that,
see if it gave me a set of rules.
okay, what
For example, I'm using OOTP, and OOTP has, and I forget the number of errors, but they have distinct errors.
okay.
And I'm using, you know how you can set up the redo the World Series.
Yes.
Well, that's the mode I'm going to use in OOTP.
Oh, okay, cool.
And if the teams fall between the errors,
Hmm.
I'm going to use that error that they
Okay.
fall between. If they
Okay.
don't fall between that error, I'm going to pick. I am going to, and let's say they come from a 100-year difference. ChatGPT suggested to use the year 1975.
Interesting.
No DH existed in 1975.
So
Uh,
right. So
okay. And relief pitchers were still pitching 2 or 3 innings. There were no Dennis Eckersleys.
right.
And they're suggesting that if you got a team from 2024 playing a team from 1907, that 1975 would be the best year to use.
That's really cool.
So that's what I'm going to. Now, it may not work, but that's what their suggestion was. But if they fall within the era in the game, I'm just going to use the era it falls. I want dead ball teams to play dead ball baseball.
Okay.
I don't want dead ball teams to try to. They can't compete with the modern teams, 2025 teams, who bring in a relief pitcher in the fifth inning and then a new relief pitcher in every inning. They don't
Right.
have the pitching staffs for that.
No, they don't, because they were, again, that conventional wisdom of the time is you're paid to pitch nine. So
So
you
I
pitch
don't
one.
want
Yeah.
2025 teams playing like it's 2025. I'm going to put them back to 1975, where they're going to use multiple inning relief pitchers.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Welcome in, Mike. Mike says, hello, podcast fans. Again, Mike, I want to say while you're here, again, it's great to see you broadcasting again. And again, I was really chuffed to see you playing full count baseball. Jamie goes back. He says, I think when you have teams that are all star level players, you get to complete fantasy if you just go by the numbers. He says, but a Ruth or Williams or Mays or Johnson or Seaver, etc., were great. They will rise to the top regardless of the player pool, whatever that top is. And it presents its own challenges.
And
I'm
I
just going
feel
to,
for Jamie. Jamie had Babe Ruth in our Field of Dreams leagues, and he stunk it up. And it really would have pissed me off if he was on my team, because
right.
I cannot believe Babe Ruth could stink up any league.
And yet, there you go. It's, so I'm looking at this. I would just bring up this Boston Red Sox. Now, again, there's no player here past 1997, and there's probably some players that maybe should be here, and maybe some that aren't. And I know that this one needs a little help, because I'm looking here at the Boston Red Sox and they only have one catcher, but we'll work on that. As I've had to restart this because of the computer crash. But that being said, um, so looking here, we've got Yastrzemski, we've got Jim Rice, we got Teddy Ballgame, we got Wade Boggs. Jimmy Collins. I mean, this thing is loaded. These are all they're all loaded rosters, all of them. And there's a lot of players on here you can see that aren't even assigned. So, as I look at these rosters and I look at these names, and we've got arguably the game's greatest hitter on this roster. Okay, we've got Carl Yastrzemski, legend. But let's Jimmy Collins, a forgotten Hall of Famer, but a great dead baller. Bobby Dura, of course. Mo Vaughn, right? George Scott. These, and then you got the players of lesser note here with Boston. People like Sammy White, for instance. Vern Stevens, who should, I believe, be in the Hall of Fame, thanks to J.T. Dutch and his dissertation. Um, Dom DiMaggio, a very, very good player. And so as I look at this, and let's say I would have them face off against the New York Yankees, because why wouldn't you? I look at them and it's like I know what it's like. I want to try to predict what these players are going to do in a league like this. And I still feel that Ted Williams is going to be Ted Williams, and Yaz will be too, because I think when you reach a certain, and again, I would wonder if there's a way, Bernie, to run a control, because I've had that experience with Babe Ruth, and you've had that experience with Babe Ruth, stinking up the joint. I mean, when
Well,
I
I
was
want you to
drafted,
know Ted Williams was in our Field of Dreams league
right,
for years, and he never really had a good season.
but you guys did that in Action PC baseball, and that's
Right.
where it's fun to kind of talk about those expectations in a baseball engine too. Let's see. So Todd B says the guy who normalized his Skeeter stuff APA games like sets. I think he said he used 1972 or 73 as his normalization year.
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm doing.
Pretty cool, right? John says from what he's seen, high strikeout pitchers do really poorly in these greats leagues. Um,
Hitters, yeah, he's correct.
he has
High strikeout batters, particularly modern high strikeout batters, really
right,
suck in these great
right.
leagues.
Now, what I've seen though with Legends, and again, I don't know if it's because he's using a game that isn't primarily like these games, right? I mean, he's kind of brute forced it eloquently, elegantly as well, right into but its prime focus isn't what Legend Sports Universe is doing, and yet it works really well. And what I'm noticing there is there's been some consistency. So Rube Waddell has been a wicked strikeout pitcher in his league. Mel Ott has been a hell of a hitter, and I'm wondering if with these engines that we're playing, whose prime focus is supposed to be baseball simulation and deep numbers and stuff like that. How is it? Does this have to do with Legends expertise? I don't know. Legends is not here, but it is interesting that we do see trends if we now take that back out. But I just wanted to mention that as an aside. Um, that you do see that, and I've even noticed that like engines, and maybe this is weird. Hey, Stick Tap, welcome in, man. He says tuned in late. He's only about 24 minutes in and enjoying the talk very much. Just wanted to say, hey, we're glad to have you in, man. We are glad to have you in. So subscribe to that channel, guys. Stick Tap Sports Network, and also Sports Time Machine, please. And get SGJ Jamie's Sports and Gaming Journal. Todd B says he felt that most of the dead ball hitters pitchers underperformed in Fields of Dreams. That was always a kind of tricky thing, wasn't it? I know
Some
was it somebody talking
performed,
about
some underperformed, but
like Pete
I think
Alexander?
Todd's correct. I think
Yeah,
for the majority of dead ball players, they underperform, but every now and then there was a player that you thought he was Superman.
super well. Yeah, that would be Jack Cheesebro. He was the bane of everybody, wasn't he? A great pitcher who did well in this in an all-time greats league. Um, my thing about the expectations is this, and so queuing off of Jamie, is that I know it's fantasy. It is fantasy, but it's also I do think so we make this judgment about disappointed and surprised. And I think that that's what makes it fun for me, because I do bring expectations to it. And I like to be surprised. And frankly, I even like to be disappointed because Christy Mathewson is never, he never pitched to Ted Williams. But what an enticing thought that would be, for Christine Mathewson on a level playing field, whatever that is, to face, right? So one of the game's greatest pitchers facing, again, arguably the great, and I say arguably because some people are going to say Ty Cobb or whatever. So let's say arguably the greatest hitter in the game, Ted Williams. No slam on Teddy Ball Game at all. Um, but I find it enticing. And so when you were talking about narrative, there's even that narrative, right? So we're both relating stories about how Babe Ruth kind of let us down, right? Well, that in itself is a narrative, and I think it's a legitimate narrative. So here's the thing, I do want to ask you. Jamie says pictures of dead ball, a lot were giving up homers at per nine at historic levels. Sports Time Machine subscribing to Stick Tap Sports Network. Way to go, Familia. So I, I guess Bernie, how do you feel about? And I know you see you're not completely sold yet, but at this point in kind of your getting into these draft type leagues and all time great leagues and what have you, what how do you what do you feel about the narratives that are created out of those types of leagues? Do they meet any expectations at all? Are they surprising you in positive ways, negative ways? I kind of get a sense because
Well, I don't really
more and
have.
more people are going this way now, which makes me happy. Just instead of buying this great baseball game and just replaying a season, it's like, but you have a whole sandbox. What are you going to do
The
with it?
beauty of the draft leagues is I have no expectations
Right. Okay.
because it never existed before.
Hmm. All
It
right, let's not say
everything is.
expectation. What about, let me, if I may interrupt. Instead of saying expectations, do you have any sense of a pre-narrative going into it?
No, not really.
Okay. Okay.
It's like it's it's almost like a brand new baseball season in real life. Everybody thinks they're going to win the World Series in spring training,
Oh yeah, and everybody's in first place on opening day. Absolutely.
and
Right.
that's how I feel. And then I watch it develop. And in the case of the teams I've been managing lately, I get excited early on in spring training because my team looks great. And by May, I start to doubt myself, and by June, I start to get depressed.
So I wanted to just touch briefly. There was something I started mentioning earlier, and any of you guys have noticed this. And again, this is largely if you're playing in anything that's a not a baseball season replay. Have any of you guys noticed? And this has to do with expectations. Now it really does, that certain players do crappy in one baseball engine and do perform accurately in another and maybe overperform in another. So case in point is Christy Mathewson. I've Christy Mathewson is one of the greatest of all times. There's absolutely no debate there. He was great. But out of the park baseball, it seems to me, in my experience, hates Christy Mathewson. And so he doesn't do well, and I don't know why. Here was a man that was, one of the five most dominant pitchers in the dead ball era. But he gets his arse kicked in out of the park baseball. Be it if I play him in PC baseball or I play him up here in baseball for Windows, he does great. And so what I'm finding is that now my expectations going into out of the park are, just to name one game, just again to stay with the Mathewson example, it's already forming that it's lowering my expectations about how Big Six is going to do in a league. Have you found that to be the case for
Well,
you or anybody?
JT Dutch just put something up here that is absolutely dead on. Unless you do hundreds, if not thousands, of sims of a season,
Right.
You really can't come up with any definitive answers to how that player is going to play in a simulation.
Oh yeah, that's
These
a
games are somewhat flawed. They're not perfect,
right.
and they're subject to short variances of being up and down.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if you run 25 simulations, that's just a drop in the bucket. Matt Christie Masterson can play terrible for those 25 simulations, but if you ran 10,000,
Right.
he's Christy Mathewson.
And here's the thing, we have these baseball simulations can do that, but I'm going to be honest with you. I want to play baseball. I don't want to sit here and run out of the park through 5 or 10,000 simulations, or even better, baseball for Windows, because
By the way,
it's faster than anything.
there's
What's that?
programs online that will do that for you.
Oh yeah, Back to Baseball is one of them, which is
Yeah,
really cool.
it'll run a sim 10,000 times for you.
Right. I just find that, just but at least on that level, and just in out of the park baseball, Christy Mathewson just doesn't do well.
I
I
got
don't
a
get it.
question for you.
Yeah, sure.
How fast is his fastball?
Christy Mathewson. Well, I mean, they never really, so measuring the speed of a fastball really was like they so concentrated on Walter Johnson. The thing about Christy Mathewson was that he had an insane arsenal of pitches, and of course, his most devastating pitch was the screwball, or the fadeaway, as he called it.
It's
So
been
I
my
have no idea.
it's been my experience,
Hmm.
limited as it is, that the faster the fastball, the harder they throw, the better they perform in these games. If you pitch to contact and you're playing in a draft league, you're going to get hit because everybody can hit in a draft league.
Oh, absolutely,
So
and that could be it because.
McGinnity is a perfect example, a 30-game winner who
Mhm.
can't win too often in action PC baseball because you can't strike out anybody.
That's all fun stuff that brings into that thing. You're right. Those expectations. JT says the estimation is that Mathewson threw high 80s to low 90s. And again, Matty was going to hurt you with the curve, but especially that fadeaway apparently was the screwball. They are people, again, that were able to see Mathewson, and then we're able to see Carl Hubble, another great screwball pitcher. They were saying that Mathewson probably was the best screwball. And of course, we don't see the screwball anymore. We know what damage that can do to your arm. Look at pictures of Carl Hubble. His hand is turned out the other way. Because you're doing that snap, you're making your arm do things that God didn't want it to do. If, and I guess in Catholic school they would tell you go blind doing that anyhow. But there you go. Anybody served time in Catholic school, you know what I mean. I did 9 years and I was paroled finally in 10th grade. Um, so okay, uh, so now just generally expectations, and let's talk about for a moment, if we could, when you're and Bernie, you and I, again, you've got way more baseball games than I do, but I have a decent stable, and there's games that I have that I can't do, that I won't do for reasons. PC replay baseball because, like Steve Tate, I can't figure out how to start a damn game in that thing. But
I
that
don't.
being,
I only believe that because you're smart enough to figure it out.
I don't know. My brain was hurting, dude. I tried it twice, and Steve Tate were talking about, and I were talking about this a couple seasons ago. It's like I couldn't figure out how to get a damn game started. And Steve's smart, he's a smart guy. And we're like, so I just watch you play it. That's better. It saves me a lot of money. Uh, but so let's change this a little bit about expectations and now talk about engines themselves. And so this can cover cards and dice and digital. When you're about to make a purchase, and I know Bernie, you don't buy every baseball game that's out there. At least I don't think you do.
I've slowed down, by the way,
You slow
because
down.
I can't keep up with them anymore. So I've sort of settled on a handful of baseball games.
So, but what's your criteria? What are you looking for beyond user interface? I mean, we know that. And hey,
Well,
there's my
I want to be able to play the game without reading the manual. That's
okay,
number one.
okay,
And some games OOTP and Action PC, if you don't play them for years, you can't figure them out. So you got to learn the games. I'm not saying you know everything about the game the second you play it.
Hmm.
It takes years, I think, to learn both those games and the intricacies of them.
And
Uh,
again, which two again, Bernie? Which two?
Action PC and Out of the Park
Well,
because
yeah. I mean, so many moving parts. Oof.
they're all everything's behind the scenes in those two games.
Sure.
PC replay baseball is fairly easy. It's a cards and dice game. They're pretty easy to figure out cards and dice games. So it's all in front of you.
Well,
Uh,
and Mark here is saying, and then we'll get to Mike's point too. Mark's, in his estimation, feels that PC Replay Baseball is the best ported cards and dice game out there, better than Strat. Um,
I
you
agree
know,
with him. With that said, I love StratMax. I've been
so do
playing
I.
a ton of that.
I was just going to say, I was going to ask Mark if he was talking about the Strat PC game or Strat Max, because Strat Max is pretty much you're not rolling the dice, but it's Strat. But the Strat PC game, Mike, you have just mega respect for me. How you seem to navigate that game so effortlessly, and it. I was on when I owned Strat PC. Man, I was on the strat boards so often, just asking questions like, why can't I do this? Or how can I do that? When my references were games like Action PC and Out of the Park Baseball, which are infinitely more complex than Strat PC. And some of the, it was like, well, you have to do this and then that, and you have to trick the game and I'm like, I don't want to have to trick a damn game. I want to set it up and play it. Right. So good on you. Good on you. So Mark says he's never played Strat Max. He says, but for me, the best ported game allows you to roll your own. I don't know what Hal and company, but you got to think because ApaGo allows you to manually roll your own dice. I don't see where StratMax is not at some point going to do that. But that being said, I played lots more APA than Strat in college. Of course, again, my favorite uh, analog baseball game was and is Status Pro Baseball, which is why I'm really stoked about the next version of Digital Diamond. But okay, so really, so for you, it's just you want to be able to play the game without reading the manual. Makes sense. What else? Do you have any other criteria as
Well,
far as expectations? I mean, like, do you do any research on the game before you buy it, or just say it's a baseball game? Back in the day when you were buying a lot, or were you just buying the baseball game?
I was just buying them because I want to do my own research. It's fun. If I bought a game and paid $30 for it and played it 10 times and said I don't like it, I just delete it or throw it away. I didn't care.
You never send it to me. Thanks, Bernie. What a pal you are.
Well, I want you to know I'm 75. If you can come out to Vegas with a truck, I'll give you most of what's sitting in my office here.
Oh my God, Bernie! Don't even tempt me because I will. I, I mean, I'm buying a new car tomorrow, so you know what? It needs broken in, so or needs breaking in. I'm sorry, guys, for the bad grammar. It needs breaking in, so I just might. Um, I just I like I ask you so many questions, Bernie, because I truly deeply not only love you as a dude, man, and not in that way, Bernie. Don't get all excited,
I got
but
you.
right. But I mean, just your and actually, I messed up. There are actually two catchers on this Boston Red Sox team. Pudge is there. I just didn't see him because of the blue stuff. Anyhow, uh, but because you've been in this crazy hobby of ours, and you've played so many games, I feel that what you have to say, I listen closely, and that's why, to be frank with you, uh, when we were thinking about we were talking about this night in the broadcast a few weeks ago, whatever. I can think I gotta run this past Bernie. What would Bernie say? What would Bernie say? What would Bernie say? So this is good stuff. Um, do you do you find have you ever found yourself where, let's say, in the games that you play, the engines that you play, I'll use the term that we're all using now, which is apparently cool and attracts the chicks, um, the engine, that have you found yourself like, wait, this isn't playing out to what I did expect? And I'm talking about a season replay now, back to that. Have you found yourself starting over and wanting to tweak things? to meet
Well,
expectations? Or
I
and
do.
then any of you guys put that out to you after Bernie answers.
I do something worse if it doesn't meet my expect. Well, I have reasons for doing my replays, and it's to change Red Sox history. Let me tell you how frustrating 1986 has been to me over my lifetime.
Okay, please do.
I have never played 1986 in any with any engine where the Red Sox were anywhere close to winning the pennant.
Oh wow, really? That was a fine Red Sox team. Wonder what's going on there.
Who knows? I mean, maybe maybe my sample is too small, and I'll try it again sometime in the next year or so.
Hmm.
But it's always disappointing. And when I get to a point in the season when I 23 games back and it's September 1st, I
Hmm.
just delete the season. I don't give a shit who wins. I do.
Quote of the night. I don't give a
You
shit.
know, it's fun. I am not an expert in these computer games or the cards and dice games, and I
Hmm.
am certainly not a baseball expert where I know all the strategy and all the things necessary to run a baseball team. What I
Sure.
am is a baseball fan.
Right.
And that's how I approach these games as a baseball fan, not as a baseball expert. I want these
Yeah.
games to be entertaining. And if they're not entertaining,
Hmm.
I'm not interested in playing them.
Well, I can get on board with that. I mean, now that being said, and I am also just a baseball fan. I know some people, oh, well, dead ball expert. I'm no expert. No, my God, no. Jeez. And there's that's why I don't play any minor league stuff, and I don't play fictional players. I have too much to learn about baseball, even in the era that I love the most. There's so much I don't know about dead ball baseball still, and but I want to be entertained as a fan. I like that feeling of the Walter Mitty thing, if you will, of being in the ballpark. So Mike says, by the way, that you played Adam in Appa and Eve was watching. I'd love to know. So this would be after they were cast out of the Garden of Eden. So I do hope that Eve was still dressed rather fetchingly. She had to be a bit of a babe. JT Dutch says, he says the Red Sox really overachieved in real life in '86 and also '78. I would say '78 they probably did. I don't know about '86. I think that was a damn good team, JT. But again, man, that's the beautiful thing about baseball. We can have these discussions. And Mike saying here that Ron Juckett, I didn't know Ron was a Red Sox guy too. God, you guys are all over the place. I'm gonna have to call the Orkin man. Nah, we love you.
Vermont is Red Sox territory.
That's okay, and that's where he is. Okay. Um, so Ken Castro, of course, the anomaly. He's in New England and he's a Phillies fan. But other Red Sox fans have played 1986 and struggled, so Bernie's not alone. Okay, well, there you go. Bernie Misery loves company. And I can say that I'm an expert on Misery being a pirate fan.
Yeah.
So,
Let me ask you a question, being as a Pirates fan.
uh-huh.
How does it feel rooting for a team that has no intention of winning anything?
Well, I think we do this year, but because we made some good off-season moves, but it sucks. It really, really sucks because contrary to popular belief, people say, oh, Pittsburgh's really about the Penguins and the Steelers. That's not correct at all. Pirate fans love the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pirate fans do not love the current ownership in the front office. We don't. And so if anybody, even with a cursory glance at the Pirates, you see that we're constant, like there's just always, okay, you suck, you're out. We've made serious mistakes like getting rid of Sid Thrift. Had Sid Thrift remained as general manager, we could have built a dynasty in the 90s and it would have kept going. But Sid Thrift was given the heat
No,
ho.
there's some good. There was in my lifetime. There's some great Pittsburgh teams,
Oh, yeah.
including one of my favorite all-time teams is the 1960 Pirates, where I actually watched Mazeroski hit that home run on
Oh
TV.
my God, I would that before my time, but I would have loved to have seen that. I mean, I've seen it, but you know what I mean. You
Yep.
saw it as it happened. Yeah, I'm proud to be a Pittsburgh Pirate fan, and Pirates fans. We are frustrated. We are really frustrated. So, case in point, in the offseason, it wasn't that Schwarber was really going to sign with us. But Schwarber wanted 5 seasons. Charrington was only offering 4. Schwarber stays in Philly. All right. We don't need two O'Neill while Cruz is on the bench anyhow, or on the field, because Cruz does what Schwarber does. Just Schwarber does it a bit better. Um, but we're frustrated because we were a storied franchise. We so the Pittsburgh Pirates at one time were really the baseball team in Pennsylvania. The Phillies were largely, I mean, throughout their long history, and I'm not knocking them. This is just facts. The Phillies were the ginger headed stepchild, if you will. Pittsburgh was right because we were in contention for decades upon decades upon decades. We had to suffer through the '80s, and older Pirate fans had to suffer through the 1950s. But we're frustrated, and yeah, it sucks because every year we think we've got this, right? We're gonna. I do, and here I'm saying it now. I think we're going to be a much better baseball team this year. We've got a hell of a rotation. We've added some bats that we've needed to.
Like I said,
It's hard.
everybody feels they can win the World
Yep,
Series in spring
yep.
training.
So, but yeah, Henry Davis, as sports as Mike says. So Mike knows about the Buccos. He's a bit of a Buccos fan because he's a big Greg Brown fan. Our one of our pirate broadcasters. He says Henry Davis is an absolute bust of a draft pick. Hasn't helped Pittsburgh either. It's tough. It's hard to be a Pirates fan, but the one thing you never do, and I've met, but if somebody says, "Oh yeah, such and such used to be my favorite baseball team, but now such and such," it's like that. Then you're not a baseball fan. You stick because you know what? If the Cubs and the White Sox and the Red Sox and now Cleveland Indians fans, right, and even Pittsburgh Pirates fans, right, you got to stick with your team, man. I don't care, feast or famine. So I am saying those things that you said, Bernie. Yep, everybody believes that. I don't believe we're going to contend this year in the fact that we're going to make postseason, but I think that we're going to be people are going to see a tougher Pirates team this year. We've got to lock down Skeens. So you talk about frustration. Every Pirate fan in this community and every Pirate fan that you meet, we are absolutely livid. Look, Bob Nutting, you can't wait until free agency to try to negotiate with Skeens. We got to lock this kid down, right? 2024, whatever 24, right? So his rookie year, he's still pitching in college for LSU, makes it to the majors or makes it to the minors, gets to the majors, pitches in the All Star game, wins the Rookie of the Year. The next year, he's the NL Cy Young Award winner, and and they're not making any move to lock this kid down now and build around him. And the Pirates, since 2015, the Pirates have not tried to build. We let McCutcheon go. McCutcheon begged to stay in Pittsburgh, and we lost McCutcheon in his prime years, right? He did great for Pittsburgh. He said, "Look, I want to stay." Nutting wouldn't pay him. Where did he go? He went to the Phillies. He went to the Yankees, whatever. Now he's back with us, but now he's going to have some sort of bench role this year. It's sad. We Josh Bell wanted to stay with us. With so many players, and with the ownership for when Pittsburgh Pirate ownership was great, and it was under general manager Joey Brown in the 1970s and stuff like that. The Pirates retained players. Now I understand that landscape has changed. I get that part, but there was still that sense of, all right, we're going to build this team. And when you look at the Pirates in the 1970s, Bernie, we had one losing season,
Oh
1973.
yeah, yeah.
That was
You were
it.
one of the best teams of the decade. You know, I have two of my favorite Pirate stories. One is they released Tim Wakefield, and then he won 200 games with the Red Sox.
Oh, another player we let go. Yeah, that was. I mean, it was like, oh my God, what are you doing here?
But my favorite Pittsburgh story is Hank Greenberg was playing in an exhibition game
Uh huh.
in New York somewhere, and he didn't have a Tiger uniform. So one of the Yankees lent him a uniform. He put on a Yankees uniform. It enraged the Detroit Tigers so much they traded him to Pittsburgh.
And we got to see the great Hank Greenberg in the twilight of his career. In fact, Connor's Corner was originally called Greenberg Gardens at Forbes Field. That's how excited Pittsburgh was happy to have Hank, even at the end. Um, so I mean, now I've brought up the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I look at this roster of all time great Pirates, and it reminds me of what a great franchise we were, and I want us to be again, and every Pirate fan does. So it's not like we're like that, and I'm not saying this just as a baseball fan. Um, we're not about, well, okay, the Pirates are something to do until the Steelers and the Penguins play. The love for the Pittsburgh Pirates is deep in the city, but and I worked over there. I'm a Pittsburgh person, and I worked there as a magician and all that kind of stuff. It's just we're frustrated, we're angry, and now it's getting to the point where we're hearing free agents saying, yeah, we'd like to play in Pittsburgh, but we still don't think they're serious. And so I think with Bob Nutting, and I've got to place this on him in my opinion so I don't get sued, because we're so litigious now, is that season after season, because he's playing what I call welfare baseball, let's sit back and let's get the revenue checks that Boston has to pay, that the Yankees have to pay, the Cubbies, the Dodgers, whatever. And we're sitting back and, yeah, we're going to sign this guy. But and so the very existence of Paul Skeens proves my point. You got you I whatever his agent be damned. All right. You know what does this kid want? And I think if you lock if you lock Skeens down, now all of these other big free agents that have thought about Pittsburgh, but they're saying, you guys aren't serious. I don't want to go there because you're just going to do the same thing. You lock down Paul Skeens, now all of a sudden people are saying, okay, the Bucks are serious. They just locked down a kid that's just absolutely like killing everybody. But until Bob Nutting does that, I don't think the Pirates see the postseason. And I'm saying that here. What we're in the first full day. What was it, yesterday or something? Whatever, the first full official. Everybody's there spring training. While I'm hopeful for the Pirates to do much better this year than last year, we're not going to be in the postseason. When
Well,
when if
I'm
when
glad
if
we're talking
no,
about Pittsburgh,
yeah,
yeah, and
you know
I know that this is a subject close to your heart, but
it is.
we're going to get back to our
Yeah,
theme here in the show in a second, because I only have a few more minutes, and then I have
right. I understand.
I've got a place I promised my wife I'd be, and you can't disappoint your wife. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and that's luckily I still have a girlfriend. We're not married yet, so I can still do the disappointment thing. Bernie, yeah. How
I've
about
been
if you do the
thinking.
closeout here? Go ahead.
Well, I've been thinking about this question. You've been
Okay.
asking me a lot of questions. I've
Yeah.
got a question for you,
Yeah.
and I think it would be great to end this episode of uh, Diamonds and Dice with the following question that I'm going
Okay.
to put to you.
All right.
If a simulation doesn't match your expectations, does that mean the sim is flawed or your expectations were?
Oh, damn. That's like a subject for a Diamonds and Dice podcast. But
Well,
I'll
that's what
answer.
it
But
is.
I'll answer your question. Um, so I'll say this, and this has a lot to do because I am somebody who will research a baseball sim before I buy it. So, um, and even though Bernie's going to go off, guys, we're going to stay on for a little longer because of my channel. I do go a bit longer. I don't have a wife to disappoint. So, quickly, what I would say, Bernie, is for the games that I've researched, if it's not coming out the way I want it, I'm going to look to myself. What did I miss? Um, if it's a game put out by a guy with the initial CD and the game is initials are BM and should have been retired a long time ago, that's not me messing up. That's that engine. It's not working. Um, that's the short answer. But I think that'd be a great topic that we could kick around for the next podcast.
I think that has a lot to do with my expectations of 1986, uh,
Okay.
because maybe my expectations are flawed that the Red Sox could actually get by Buckner's error and Stanley's wild pitch
Mm-hmm.
and win the World Series. I guess if I could get the '86 Red Sox to win the World Series, I might stop playing all sim.
Well, then I hope.
That could be my last game.
Well, I hope that then I hope that never happens because we got to have
Me
you,
too.
Bernie. I know
Well,
you got a split, my friend. Thank you.
well,
Um,
thank you, Beatles. I've enjoyed it immensely. Next
yeah,
month, what month are we in now? February. We'll do March on my channel. We'll
yep,
get together sometime in the next couple of weeks and figure out what we're going to talk about. I'd like
sounds
to
great.
thank. I'm not ending the broadcast, but I'd like to thank everybody that chimed in with their thoughts and questions and ideas because they're all very good. I'd like to thank everybody, and we'll be back on next month.
All right, Bernie. Thank you, guys. Don't forget, please subscribe to Bernie's network. It's awesome, awesome stuff. So let's go back and catch up on some more comments. Craig Scarborough, welcome in, man. I love the work you're doing with Payoff Pitch. Great stuff. I just got a an invite actually from them to have a look at the next beta. So and do some broadcasting. But you and Baseball Maelstrom, uh, just absolutely superb work with Payoff Pitch. I cannot wait for that game. I told them, I said, yeah, I'll do the beta test thing, but just know I'm buying the game. The buzz has been real. The hype's real for this game, and it looks great. So, Craig, great job, man. So, guys, it's another channel you need to subscribe to, and I'm sure you veterans already are. Let's go back to what Mark Unger has to say. He said that he says if he had to pick his favorites of all time, so we're talking about baseball games or engines, whatever you want to call them, of all time, and again, he says this is not scientific feel. This is not a scientific, more of a feel thing. Status Pro is his favorite cards and dice, with Pursue the Pennant a very tight second. Um, yeah, I'm totally on board with you. Status Pro never got to play Pursue the Pennant, but I play regularly the game, the digital game that came out of it, and that's Diamond Mine. So for him, he feels that for him, baseball Diamond Mine Baseball, best PC game, but Action PC has a huge place in his heart. You're a man of impeccable taste. What can I say? Um, so no, but you were doing some stuff with Payoff Pitch, weren't you? I thought, unless I'm thinking of something, because it's Baseball Maelstrom, but I thought you were doing. I know you're doing some cool stuff with Inside Pitch. That's a game that I love watching Robert play, and apparently I've been watching you play. But I thought you were doing something with the Payoff Pitch beta. Unless I'm like really, I don't know. Am I having a flash forward? Because I never did acid, so maybe I'm having a flash forward. But someday I will. Regardless, Craig's channel is great stuff. So, what about you guys? Any of you? I mean, just sort of any thoughts? Still love your channel, brother. So that's the deal. But I could swear I saw you were doing something with Payoff Pitch. I'm thinking of must have been some other guy watching some other guy. I don't know, but still great stuff, man. And I love what you're doing with Inside Pitch. Love what Robert's doing with it. It's not a game until and or if ever, unless they come out with some older seasons. I don't think I'm going to jump into that one um, right now. So, yeah. Um, so, any of you other guys? I mean, anything? Do you how much wiggle room do any of you give in any sort of project that you do? When do you feel that an engine is okay, this is not viable for any project, or I have to kind of cherry pick because this is strong in this way and not so much in that way? I know I say very often that one of the best features of out of the park baseball is how well, in large part, it except for that game we did last night in 1904, uh, that it plays dead ball baseball like almost perfectly, and you don't even have to touch anything for it to do so. Um, but yet, I find like in other games, I find that it's not so much. It's like I find myself having to cherry pick so that I can not have those great expectations kind of disappointed. I'm not anything in particular I can think of because I just find myself what if I have a project that's going to be in the dead ball era of the 19th century, it's out of the park baseball without question, and that's no knock on Diamond Mind or any of the games I'm showing you right here, or this game here, the advanced draft for baseball for Windows. Um, But I don't know anything else, or I think have we are we done flogging this equine, and shall we just call it a night? I don't know. I don't know. I'm most interested in the thought processes of what people think about going into whatever project that others, whether it's a season replay or more people getting into things like this, like what ifs and all time greats and stuff like that. What are you bringing to the game? What do you expect when you sit down? And I think it'd be fun to even talk sometime about, like, what criteria do you have for a game, whether it's a cards and dice game or digital game, or I guess we got to add a third category now, and that would be, games like Stratmax, and Dynasty League Baseball, which are web-based games that are largely cards and dice games, but are in a virtual environment. So I guess now we have three, because it's not really fair to call them digital games. So maybe that's something that we could talk about sometime. I think it'd be great because you folks are all, everybody here in this family, you're smart, you're all, veterans, and many of you, if not most of you, I think all got your start. Hey, cuz, welcome in, cousin Ken Castro, the heart and soul of this channel. Um, that you guys got your start in cards and dice, and you guys were playing in a time when you didn't have this plethora of baseball out there to play in either, because let's face it, the cards and dice. And Ken, by the way, huge thank you for that wonderful gift, my friend. Thank you. I did check Messenger, but I wanted to thank you over voice. You are the man. Thank you so much. I can't wait to jump into that. There's a lot to love, a lot to love. So thank you, brother. Um, but you look at the cards and dice market too, and it's crowded. It's really really crowded. There's a lot, and there's a lot of digital baseball games out there too. And again, Bernie makes a great point, and I think he's going to argue that there's no perfect game. Um, and we do keep looking. Some people like Tim, who is in here. What, Tim? I'm sorry I didn't greet you earlier. I think Bernie and I were in the middle of something, but welcome in to Clee Baseball Fan 879 Tribe Fan. Subscribe to that great channel doing cards and dice strat. Roberto Clemente, the road to 3,000 in 1972. I'll definitely let you know, cuz thank you. Golden Age of Baseball Sims going on right now, JT. Definitely. JT, if you want to come on, let me know if you feel like talking for a few. I don't know. I'll pop on put the invite up for you. Um, but I love having these sorts of chin wags, if you will, with you guys, because you bring experiences to this that I never did, because I started with digital baseball. Cars and dice wasn't until later for me, and I still, you know, much to learn about it, but I'm finding myself, even though I'm not rolling the dice, I find that I love playing Strat Max. It's so much fun, and I like being part of seeing the development of Pocket Pennant Run. Going to jump into ballpark baseball, um, thanks to these guys talking about it, looking to buy some seasons, all that stuff. And so, but I'd like to just sort of see where you guys are coming from in this, as far as if you bring expectations, and maybe you don't. Maybe you're just like, I love if you're Ken Castro, I love the 1980 season. I just want to replay my fills. I realize that they won the World Series, but I want to take them to the World Series, or the 2008 Phillies, or if you're me, I'm doing the 1971 Pirates right now, um, or what have you. So that's why I just thought about that, and we talked about this, and Ken was a big part of that conversation that night, um, about that more and more people are kind of going to these sort of what if type things, and that's what all this was about tonight. And I really thank everybody for for participating. So the lines are open, as they say, if anybody wants to come on. And yeah, there we go. And if not, we'll hang out for a few more minutes. And if not, we'll call it a night, baby. Or we'll come back with some baseball. I don't know. All right, JT, there it is, man. You shouldn't have the echo this time, because I'm not sharing any screen sounds or audio. Um, it is a great age. So I don't know. Uh, I'm just it amazes me because we're in such a niche hobby that if you're creating a baseball game, it's like, okay, what are you aiming for? So Craig says that he started Cards and Dice when full computer now have come back to Cards and Dice. So there you go, going around that full circle. I don't think I would ever, just because of the nature of the projects that I want to do, unless I was a really, really wealthy man with lots of space. Cards and Dice doesn't really allow me to do the kinds of things I like to do. JT Dutch, welcome in, man. JT, are you there, brother? Um, can you hear me? Do you have your mic muted? Let me see what's going on here because I'm not hearing the Mr. JT Dutch at all, and this is troublesome here. It's troublesome, man. Got to hear JT. JT, please. Where are you? Get no. Sort of looks like a weak signal from you over there, but I don't know. I'm not hearing you. Pop out comments. Da, 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 da. Boy, I got to keep scrolling down here. There we go. Wait to see if we hear from. You hear me, but I can't hear you, brother. This is not fun. Um, Craig says one of the things Cards and Dice will never have is the I'm not sure how good this player picture actually is because it's there in black and white. Yeah, there. So having that, I think having that is really really huge to kind of take some guesswork out. It's there. So I wanted to know. Will be an advantage that out of the park has, especially fictional. So do you guys is it I guess my question would be, even though more people are trying sort of what if leagues and draft leagues and things like that, would it be safe to say that largely season replays are still the most important things, or still the most played things, because cards and dice may not lend themselves, whether it's financial, storage, normalization, whatever, to draft leagues? Would that be fair to say? I'm trying to just get a handle on that because starting in digital baseball, you could just do it. It was just there, whether if it was Earl Weaver baseball or micro league baseball, and you were willing to sit there and type in players, you could pretty much create what you want. But with cards and dice, you've got to buy seasons by seasons by seasons. And of course, you have the bat set, which is an all time great. I know that PC Replay has their memorable matchups and stuff like that, both in cards and in digital format. So just kind of curious about that. Anybody wants to? And JT, unfortunately, yeah, I don't know why I can't hear you. Very weird, unless you're just not talking, because I do have you here on here in the green room and live stuff too. Maybe it's the bad food we have there. One of my, and while people are coming up with some thoughts about this, indeed, I just wanted to mention that there was an evening here a few years ago where it was D. Scott Howard, it was Ken Castro. So you're talking, and it just isn't going through. Can you try once again, brother? I'm going to knock you off here and see if we can get you back on again. I don't know what's going on here. Bloody thing. Ugh. Bloody thing. How about now, JT? Nada. Well, this is weird. Because we had Bernie on perfectly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, JT. This isn't fair. I've been wanting to talk to you forever, man. It's been a while. Been a while, been a while, been a while. So let me pop these comments back out here. And looks like we got so scrolling down, EVM, you actually got to fix this. So Mike says, Sports Time Machine, subscribe to that channel, please. He says problem that he finds with strats cards or with strat cards and dice with all-star games is you need to take cards of their teams and eventually have to put them back. Yeah, I guess that's why maybe a lot of guys don't shuffle up the cards. Welcome to ND Season Replay, says Tim. Yeah, I mean, he's shuffling up those cards because I've been begging cousin Castro. I'm like, cuz, after you do the Bats League, man, how about now, JT? No? Oh, almost. Try. Oh, I heard something. I heard like a, and then it went away. Guys, it'll be a treat once we get JT on here. I promise you. I promise you. Um, definitely. Let's bring these back here. Because I would beg Ken Castro. I'd be like, well, when you're done with your bats replay, put all your position, everything out, put them face down, shuffle them up, and draft them up. And I don't think he's done that yet. and but I like that you're seeing these things in cards and dice baseball too. That you know it's I don't know. It's just fun. It's fun to just imagine things that never ever could happen, except in some parallel universe where, uh, Archivon and Paul Skeens are on the same Pirates team currently. How fun would that be? So, but I don't want to be padding the airwaves here. Anything. That's why I want to try to get whoever wants to come on to come on. And I'm going to put this silly link out here again. Maybe it's the link. I don't know, man. I don't know, but doesn't make me too happy. It doesn't make me too happy. All right, so copy and close and boom. And JT still can't hear you, man. Don't know. Because again, just had Bernie on, so I'm just not sure what the hell's going on. Drive me crazy. Drives me crazy. So hope you guys are excited for the new baseball season, as we are. I don't know how you are about well, baseball classic. I
How about now?
Oh, perfect. There you are.
All right, great. Great.
Man, it's about time. JT making his entrance. Everybody, JT Dutch, one of the smartest baseball people I've ever met. One of the coolest people. How
Oh,
you
you're
been,
too
brother?
kind.
How you been, man?
I've been fine. How are you doing?
Doing well. After the past couple months I've had, I'm doing stellar in comparison. Thank you for asking.
All right,
Um,
let's see.
so you're hearing me okay?
I'm hearing you okay. I'm not hearing myself.
Ah,
So I'm trying to figure out why.
okay. Do you have YouTube muted? Because you should be able to just hear and hear. I'm hoping.
Okay. Yeah. I I just can't hear myself on the broadcast. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Well, but you are. Oh, you're not. Anybody just can you hear? Can you guys hear JT?
Yeah.
Let us know,
I think I've got
please.
everything hooked up and the settings are correct, but I'm just
Hmm.
not hearing myself.
The expectations. See, we're kind of we got to tie that in. We got to tie that in theme wise. So right now, to
Let me
everybody
see.
else, it sounds like I'm talking to myself.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Are we
Sounds
good?
good to me.
All right.
Well, I mean, everybody else can hear. I just can't,
Oh,
but
have
that's
they?
fine.
Okay, so they can hear you. Okay, good,
Yeah.
excellent, good. These guys have to hear me way too much. So, so what's Mike says? He says I can't keep all Dodgers fans down. At least we try. So, JT, what are your thoughts about anything? I'm always glad to hear
About
them.
anything,
Yeah,
like
go for it.
entertain people. You know, as far as baseball today, I don't know. We'll talk about baseball today. First off,
Sure.
I just think they need to do revenue sharing like they do in the NFL. I think they need a salary floor.
Hmm.
I don't think they need a cap. I'm not into artificially lowering player salaries
Hmm.
for for the sake of keeping the owners from themselves. Protecting the owners from themselves. But I do believe they have to share revenue. Otherwise, you're just going to see the same teams dominating baseball every year,
Sure.
as you've seen for however long. It's not so much world championships, like individual world championships. It's just that the Dodgers are in contention every year,
They are.
and the Yankees are in contention every year. There's a
Hmm.
security. Obviously, you're not going to win every year because you need luck and some other factors there.
Right.
Managing maybe. But they're going to be in the hunt every year. They're going to have a lot more chances than Pittsburgh will, or Milwaukee, or
Yeah.
Kansas City. And I don't think that's right. One of the things, but it's a little harder in baseball than it is in the NFL because the NFL runs a national TV deal that they can all the teams can divvy up evenly. But
Right.
baseball's always been more of a regional game,
Right.
and it's hard to divvy it up like evenly when it's regional. It's not really there's not really anywhere near a national TV presence for baseball as there is for football. It's almost for football it's almost exclusively national.
Quite true. And even with
So,
NBC picking up baseball, that's still gonna. In fact, even when NBC had baseball, if memory serves, they were still. It was still kind of like regional things that NBC would do. So there wasn't just that. The game of the week wasn't the same game of the week for everybody. If memory
right,
serves,
right,
and
exactly.
right.
Yeah,
So I think you're still in here. I don't know why I was trying to add you again. Let me ask you a question because you heard my frustration about the Pittsburgh Pirates.
right.
So given, let's say that a salary floor is instituted, what more can be done to deal with owners like Bob Nutting who just aren't gonna who have had chances to build dynasties and haven't done it and build
Well,
or at least teams
Nutting's
that could be
obviously
contention.
wealthy. He's
Yes,
obviously a billionaire,
yes,
but it's really not about net worth when it comes to ownership in sports. It's about revenue. And until you know, obviously the teams aren't going to divulge their books and let you know exactly how much money they're making in revenue.
right.
But I don't think the Pittsburgh Pirates make anywhere near what the Dodgers make and the Yankees make,
Oh
and that
no.
affects everything. That I mean, when the Dodgers make that much money, it not only affects how much they can pay, what kind of a payroll they have for a given year,
Hmm.
but it also makes them able to defer, like they did with Otani. Like you have to kind of prove that you make a certain amount. You're gonna project to make a certain amount of revenue down the road like that
Hmm.
for MLB to even approve a deal like that where you're deferring all this money. Because I think what Otani's making $2 million from the Dodgers a year, and
Hmm.
70 or 68 million of it is deferred
Right.
because he's making so much money in endorsements. He can afford to make 2 million a year from the Dodgers, and knowing that he's going to get the rest of endorsements, and
Right.
so he can push back the rest of his contract to be
Uh,
deferred down the road.
yeah. I'm just. It's just that as again as you heard me saying, I was explaining to Bernie, and Craig said, "Preach." JT, this thing wants to keep connecting you. So, is everybody still hearing JT? Please let me know. Because Craig Scarborough says pressure's on. Say something amazing. But anyhow, so here's the thing, man. I mean, the frustration's real with us because my thing is this, right? Okay, so JT, I get like we're not going to draw the revenue of the Yankees, the Dodgers, and nowadays, of course, the Cubs, what have you. But that small market argument doesn't work with me because Detroit is a small market team, you know, and Detroit is they're tough. They're tough. I expect the Detroit Tigers to do even better this year. I really do. Cleveland is a small market team, but
They are.
they didn't just roll over. Yeah, okay. Cleveland hasn't won the World Series since 1948, but let's not just, as you say, let's not just look at World Championships. Cleveland's been tough. Cleveland was tough in the 90s. Cleveland tough now. Um, Detroit, I think, as well. So the small more, I think, I still I got to hang some of that onus on. We've got arguably the National League's best youngest pitcher, youngest best pitcher, whatever. And I don't see any indication from the Pirate front office that they're going to try to lock this kid down. What's the deal?
I think maybe it's a case of, as I wrote in the chat, I don't think that Skeens or his agent wants him to sign a long term deal with Pittsburgh. I think I just don't think they want to do it that way. I think he's waiting until free agency
Yeah.
to to go and sign with someone else because he know. I mean, obviously, agents know the history of the what the Pirates pay
Hmm.
and what their payroll has been, and I think he wants to probably go to a big market team, and this is what you're going to continue to have if revenues aren't shared equally among the teams.
How does
Because
that?
right now, you've got some teams on easy mode
Hmm.
and some teams aren't. And the reason why Cleveland's kind of stayed in it is because their division is so bad. It's filled with small market teams, and like Detroit and gosh, I sorry,
But
I should know
but at least for their
better.
fans, even if we take that, even for their fans, right? If you're a Tiger fan or you're a Guardians fan, you got to feel pretty good going into 2026. I think you got to be feeling a lot more confident about a possible some sort of postseason berth than if you're a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. Or even the Cincinnati Reds, who, let's be honest, and I'm sorry, Reds fans, um, I like you guys personally. I don't like you during the baseball season, but that's normal. We don't like each other, but the Reds even were able to sneak into postseason last year. They didn't last long, but at least they made it. And we haven't been there since 2015. And in baseball, that's a long time. This is going to be the 11th season now that the Pirates are not going to, unless we aren't, right? But we haven't been in contention since 2015. And in 2015, we had the blackout. I mean, it even made national news. It's like it was like PNC Park, the smallest park in the majors, was filled to the rafters, and everybody wearing black, and it was electric. And it seems to me, and I can't. I know. Look, you don't know Ben Charrington, the GM. You don't know Bob Nutting, anything like that. But it would seem to me, as an owner, wouldn't you want that season after season as much as you could?
Yeah, for sure. But like I said, I mean, you're looking at a division where the Pirates are in that they're playing. They're they've got Chicago in there. Usually, Chicago's going to contend because that's a huge market.
Yeah.
St. Louis been a fairly they're always been pretty fairly solid for a smaller market, and so those are the first two spots in the playoffs. But Milwaukee's been good over that period of time too. They've had a stretch of
Oh yeah.
years where they've been good, and it's just very hard for the Pirates to sort of get in when they have a division like that.
Well, that and the fact that you've got free agents are saying we just don't believe you're serious. So
Hmm.
we've got to lock down somebody. So we signed Marcel Arsuno to a 1 year, which is good. I hope it works out for us. I'm feeling good about that. But you know what?
Hmm.
I would have offered Osuna a little bit more than one season. And it's that kind of thing
I
with
don't
the
know. He's
Pirates.
34. He's 34 last year. He's getting up there.
Well, but I'm
Um,
saying like 2 years. What about a 2 year
okay.
contract?
All right.
You know,
Yeah,
it
I don't know.
it's
That
just that you've got somebody pretty high profile, and let's face it, everybody in the country knows who Andrew McCutcheon is. It's not like he's this obscure player, and
right.
McCutcheon publicly calling out ownership. So if you're a free agent, you're talking to your agent, your business agent, and it's like, look, their star player is saying this shit's got to change.
Right.
You're not going to go sign with Pittsburgh. So
Well, and that's
Pittsburgh's its own
yeah.
worst enemy in that way,
Well,
right?
yeah, and that's why Skeen and obviously Skeen's being his teammate knows, probably knows a lot more. He's heard McCutcheon say a lot more than what he's saying publicly, right? Because he's in
Oh,
the clubhouse
absolutely.
with them, and
Right.
so he's telling his agent, or his agent is privy to information. It's like hey, that's the situation there.
Right.
That's probably why Skeens is reluctant to sign long term with them.
Yeah, it's tough.
Just
We're
to answer
hoping.
John DFW,
I was just going to get to that. Yeah, go ahead,
yeah, the
please.
long work stoppage. I mean, I think the players have to be as firm as possible. So I think there will be a work stoppage. They might lose the whole season in 2027.
That
Um, but
scares me.
I feel like the players should stand firm. They shouldn't give up any of what they've earned through negotiation. You got to understand, I'm very pro player. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you guys.
Right.
The players make the revenue. We don't go to the games to see owners. We go to
Right.
see players. The players are the ones with the irreplaceable talent, the major league ability. They make the revenue. Without the players, you have nothing. You have an empty stadium
Yep.
and the owner in the owner's box not making any money. And so I'm always going to be in favor of the players making everything that they can make.
Yep.
I don't. You can say, well, how much is too much? Well, you tell me. They make so much money. Base MLB, the so-called four major sports, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NFL. They make so much billions of dollars every year.
Mhm.
It's like that you can't pretend that's not significant. People say, well, they're getting paid a lot of money to play a little boy's game. Yes, but the game itself is making so much money. I think the players should get a good share of it, if not the lion's share of it.
No,
And
I agree with that.
the owners get the rest. I mean, because without the players, you don't have anything.
You
And
don't
again,
know.
as Craig has mentioned, it's why do the players need to look out for the owners keeping themselves policed? It's
Yeah.
like if they can't handle themselves, that's their problem. That's nothing to do with the players.
And you know, and I mean, this story is almost as old as professional baseball itself. That's why John Montgomery Ward started the Players League
Hmm.
in 1890. Um,
Yeah.
my fear about the work stoppage is this:
Hmm.
if and I was talking to a friend the other day about this. So we had a great. The 2025 World Series was great, and I have no hesitation about saying it. I think it's one of the greatest
Yes.
World Series ever played.
Yes, it was very
And
good.
so let's say with 2026, we get a damn fine World Series. Work stoppage is going to hurt
I
everybody.
know. I know.
Oh, I
But
mean, owners are going to feel the damage, and so are the players. So these
the
two,
fans are
if
going to
any,
feel more than anyone. The
oh,
fans are
we
going to
are,
lose more than anybody. So, but
yeah,
I don't believe that the owner should be like, well, we should back down because everybody's going to lose. It's like, I feel like they should stand firm on their business. And I
right,
know that I don't want MLB to fade away, which might be. I bet I feel like the players need to be paid what they're worth relative to how much money the league is making.
right.
And I
Clinton, welcome in. No, not bad timing at all. That's cool. Dave Cook was another show. We had good discussion here. Decent amount of people. Yeah, I'm not gonna, but I'm never trying to compete. But thank you for letting me know. I'll look for Dave Cook and catch that broadcast later because Dave's awesome. Craig goes on to say, he says everyone here talks about the players being greedy. A salary cap just means the owners pocket more. Amen.
absolutely right.
Yep.
It just
Totally sucks. It's
artificially
just
lowers
millionaires arguing billions, but that's just humanity. Yep.
it artificially lowers players' incomes to have a salary cap. It doesn't make anything more fair. What makes things fair is everybody shares revenue. The teams share revenue. That's what makes it fair. All right.
But
There
but
should
but
never be a salary cap.
Right. But again, then there's that perception once again. And so my thing is, I wish we could just get rid of. I wish Bob Nutting would just sell the team and go away, and we could get an owner with actual vision. Because I think he's just giving us the jerk off routine every year as a Pirate fan. And I don't mean to make this now a bitch about the Pirates,
No,
right?
no.
It's not like that. But I think the Pirates are very emblematic of everything that's kind of wrong, and the respect that the perception of Pittsburgh is like, well, Nutty's just going to keep collecting welfare checks, and
Well,
so
let me tell you
yeah,
something, Beatles, and you're not probably not going to like this. But if he sells it to somebody else, I don't think that owner's going to spend much more because I think that the revenue is limited in Pittsburgh
yeah, yeah,
because they don't share their revenue. And that's why there needs to be a salary floor so that you don't get a joker that just pockets the welfare from the league.
right.
You need to pay to a certain amount, but there shouldn't be any cap. There has to be a floor.
Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with
And
no
people
cap.
say,
It
"Well, that's not fair. Like you can't have a cap, a floor without a cap."
sure
Absolutely, you
you
can.
can. Yeah, you can.
And that's what I'm looking for. I think
Yeah, I
they
mean,
should
if you want to
pay the
talk
amount.
capitalism, if the market
Yeah,
will bear it, fine, good.
yeah. I
You
mean, we
know,
say everybody says communism is the worst thing ever. Well, I mean, this is capitalistic.
right.
You know, the game makes money and the players should get. I mean, I don't even want to split 50-50. If I had my way, it'd probably be like 65% to the players.
Hmm.
But that's
Well,
my again,
right.
I'm unashamedly pro player in this regard. I'm all
As am
about the
I.
players
As am
getting
I.
what they want.
And I mean, I like I mean that perspective. I mean, it's
Mhm.
the fact that yeah, right. It's the players that make the game, right?
Yep,
I mean,
absolutely
we're
right.
gonna go and sit. We're gonna see. Well, I don't think Chicago White Sox fans are going to be extolling the virtues of Jerry Reinsdorf, but I get your point, man, and it's
Yeah.
absolutely right. Who puts them in the seats? It's like like Pearl Jam's long fight with and Ticketmaster. They are the evil
Mhm.
empire in music. But Ticketmaster has to realize, oh shit, this is a big act, and they're
Yep.
they're doing end runs around us because nobody's gonna wants to come to see the Ticketmaster execs. But
Hmm.
I don't know that the owners have learned that lesson.
I mean, you and I, as baseball fans, we don't sit back and regale the tales of Horace Stoneham,
No,
or John
no,
T. Brush.
no,
We regale the tales of Willie Mays and Honus Wagner, and
exactly.
these are the guys that we remember. These are, again, I'm not saying that owners don't have a place in baseball. Of course they do,
Yeah.
but without the major league players, without these guys who have this special ability and work hard to refine it, I don't think people really realize how hard it is to be a major league player and how good you have to be and how
Oh,
much work you have to put in. It is truly special. And that window of time that you're a major league player is very short on average.
it
Yes,
is.
obviously the Hall of Famers have long careers, but it's a fleeting thing. You don't have it for very long.
You
And
don't. And I again I talked about this during the Super Bowl thing last week. I will always maintain that of these four major team sports, baseball is the most difficult of the sports because it's the skill set that it demands is kind of incredible.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I think they're all different skills.
Mhm.
But I won't disagree with you. Hitting a baseball, I mean, yeah, I mean, we've had testimony from Deion Sanders and
Ted
other guys.
Williams.
Bo Jackson said the same thing, and I get
Hmm.
it. And that's fine. It's just a different sport. I
What
don't like to
looks
kind of
easy,
pit
doesn't it?
baseball. It
It
does,
looks
but
easy.
sometimes basketball looks easy. Sometimes I don't know, maybe about I don't know about hockey or football, but I just think I don't like to really kind of compare baseball to other sports. But as I said in that chat that day,
Hmm.
but I won't. Yeah, obviously baseball's skill set is in hitting a ball and pitching.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's very
Well, it's,
very
it's it's almost like that. You're being asked to do the impossible thing. Okay, you got to pitch this ball in this little strike zone, but you gotta pitch it
Mhm.
where the pitcher can't hit it.
Where this giant with a club won't hit it 8 miles.
8 mile, right?
It's
Exactly,
hard.
exactly.
It's hard to do. And you better be so confident in your ability, even cocky about it, to be able to do that. You have to have confidence. Yeah, one of the things that Vince Scully always used to say that's really resonated with me. He said, "Have the humility to prepare, but have the confidence to pull it off." And that's
I
just
like
like in
that.
major league players. You prepare, you practice, you work on it, you refine your abilities, but you got to have the confidence out there to pull it off.
Yeah,
Some guys can't succeed despite all the practice and the ability because they don't have the confidence there. They talked to Glenn Braggs. You remember Glenn Braggs played with Cincinnati in the 90s?
yes,
And he had a body like a Greek god, and he had all the ability to play Major League Baseball, but he didn't have a very long career. And he said the main thing was I didn't have the confidence in my abilities
yeah.
that other guys do.
Well,
And
and I think really that speaks, and I know that I think that you were inferring that's any field of human endeavor.
sure, absolutely right.
I,
That's
I
why
know
Vince
as a
Scully
as a
said it.
performer, I better
Yeah,
and especially well,
yeah.
no, I don't want to like, but magic is very special. It's sort of like the baseball of the performing arts. It's so unique
The
because it's
dexterity that's required
what's the
is
dexterity, but it's
mhm,
even more than that, or in addition to that, it's also the only adversarial performing art. And so if the audience, right, if they sense that lack of confidence, that's sharks to a lot of blood in the water.
yep,
And I say adversarial because, yeah, comedians get hecklers, right? But for the most part, they're going to refine that. They're going to deal with hecklers, right? Actors, people are willing to suspend disbelief and believe that Al Pacino is, Michael Corleone, right? A mafia
right,
don, whatever.
right,
But they come to see me or any magician, and it's like, this guy's going to try to get one over on me. I'm going to try to catch him. My job is I've got to be 4 steps ahead every single moment. And it's adversarial, and one of us has to give. And I've got to go in with that confidence that I'm going to hurt their brains within the first 40 seconds, that they're just going to say, okay, I'm just going to suspend disbelief and enjoy it. So
right.
I get where that is in, what you were talking about there with Braggs, switching gears here, man. What's all the drama in Philadelphia? Castellanos is gone. Bryce Harper's pissed off. What's going on in Philly, man? You guys be keeping up on that? Bryce Harper all butthurt now
I
about
just
some
heard
things,
Bryce
and
Harper say he likes what the Dodgers are doing, and it's like, yeah, they spend the most money. Duh. Of course he likes it. I mean, who doesn't like getting more money? So I
right.
don't know. I mean, Guys, obviously, you guys, those of you who know me know I'm a Dodgers fan, but I'm not very impressed. I feel like the Dodgers went on easy mode. I
Mhm.
don't. I think they spend more money than everybody else. It's kind of like the Yankees at the turn of the century,
Yeah,
where they were winning 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5. They spend a hell lot more than anybody else did. What do you expect?
yeah,
It's just not a fair game, and I'm seeing back when the Dodgers won in '88, it was a little bit more fair. It was a lot more fair. I should be honest with you. It's a lot more fair back then. And the
sure.
Dodgers didn't have the highest payroll in the league by $70 million. Now they do, and it's. I'm not
So s
saying that they didn't. The players didn't earn it. They had to go out there and do it, and it was a great World Series. But I feel
Mhm.
like if the Blue Jays had won that series, it would have been a massive upset to me.
Oh, I think so. I think so too. I mean, and I guess what made that great was the fact that the Jays. I mean, everybody. It was they were the underdogs coming in, and I
Mhm.
mean, so that 18 inning game, that was like, all right, people, you're witnessing. This is what the terms that they use in football. Guts and grit and all that. You saw
Mhm.
that in that 18 inning game. The Blue
Yeah,
Jays weren't going to lay down to
that
this.
was a classic. It
Yeah.
was.
Oh my God.
It's going
As
to be
Craig
played
says.
forever.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
And as Craig says too, it's just crazy to hear someone good enough to make the majors lacking confidence. That's huge too, because let's face it, right? You're talking about, in baseball, you're starting out in the damn bus trips. They're still doing that, right? And
yeah.
I mean, that's why I love the movie Bull Durham so much. It's because it's from what I understand, was interviews with players that's a really accurate representation of the minors, and that's tough. So you make it to the show, and then all of a sudden, like, where did that all go? Because you had to have confidence to move from rookie league to get to the show, and I wonder if it's what you see up there, what you've encountered pitching that's ungodly ridiculous. Is
That's my
that it?
favorite baseball movie, Bull Durham,
It's a
just for
great
that reason,
movie. Yeah.
because of how realistic and how gritty it is,
Yeah.
and it depicted minor league baseball the way I remember it by watching and being at the ballpark.
Hmm.
It's very accurate. And Costner actually had some baseball chops. He was
Oh
pretty
yeah.
good player. Obviously, Tim Robbins didn't. He wasn't. You could tell he wasn't a pitcher, but
Right.
they made him look like it pretty close. So
They
I was
did. I'll tell
I
you
was pretty happy.
the guy who impressed the other two actors that impressed me. So first, may his memory be eternal, is Ray Liotta. He had a good swing in Field of Dreams. But Robert Redford in The Natural,
Yeah,
he looked like a ball player.
he did. He did.
Damn.
He
And
did.
Robert Redford, you're talking to, this is a may his memory be eternal.
Hmm.
What great actor. He didn't have to uh, go through all that. He could have pulled a William Bendix, but he didn't. I mean, he actually traded Costner trained, I guess, and Tom Selleck, not a great actor, but a nice guy.
Yeah,
When he's not trying to have you resell your home, I see that with older people. But I
yeah.
guess he actually played professional baseball at one time, not majors, but didn't he
Right.
play some minor leagues or something?
I don't know if he played in the minor leagues. I could look it up. For Mike, what games do I play? Well, I can look at my list. I play Diamond Mind. I don't play cards and dice anymore. Nothing against cards and dice. I grew up playing cards and dice baseball, and I love it. I just prefer PC because I don't want to keep track of the stats. I'm too lazy. I know that there's manual entry now in PC games, but I trust the computer to handle all of that. But Pursue the Pennant. Basically, I had so much fun playing that cards and dice game that years later, about 2004, I looked it up in a Google search, and I was introduced to Diamond Mine Baseball, and I started playing it, and I loved it. I love
Mm.
Stratomatic PC. I love Digital Diamond. I love Action PC. Uh, Pocket Pennant Run is good, the PC version.
It's getting there. It's going to be an
Those are the ones.
excellent game. Yeah,
Those are the ones on my toolbar right now. Those are the ones I've got installed. I've
nice.
never replayed '88 because I know I'm going to underachieve. The
Gonna
Dodgers
understand. Yeah.
the Dodgers were a Cinderella team in '88. They overachieved. They were about an
Yes.
87 win team that won 95 games or 94 games,
Yeah.
and then beat two teams that were better than they were. Beat the Mets, who I thought were the best team in baseball that year, and
Hmm.
then they beat Oakland, who probably was the second best team in baseball. And
Yeah. That Dodgers team, that was
I don't
something.
know how they did it, but it made it so much more enjoyable that they weren't favored to win and they did it.
Yeah.
The underdog was the underdog won. I don't know
Craig Scarborough
how
here
else you can
talking
say it.
earlier. He says about the difference between AAA and majors is astronomical. It is. Legends and I were talking about this one night, and he was saying that because he'd played some professional baseball, but he's didn't get that high. But he said you would think the AAA right below the majors, so these guys are right? But when you get to that level, to the major league level, and I mean, right? So we go back to that great baseball movie Durham, and I love that part on the bus when Costner's talking about what it's like in the majors.
Hmm.
The pitchers are throwing ungodly fastballs, and everything that he's saying, and I've even read interviews with guys at AAA that were up for a cup of coffee, and they said it's like it's night and day when you go to the majors.
And the thing about it is, people have to understand is even to get to AAA, you have to have a stupid amount of ability to get to AAA, let alone
Exactly.
to the majors. People
Right.
don't realize that that guy in AAA that you is hitting 240 and you're booing him and he sucks. He's hitting about 239 points higher than you'd hit. You play at
Exactly.
the same level. So, yeah, he might flame out in AAA, but vast
Yeah.
majority of us would flame out
Mm.
in
Oh,
rookie league,
absolutely. And it's funny
so
too because in these little universes that we create, and these narratives that we create, we go like, oh, this guy's a scrub. But
right.
there's not any of us in here that
Yeah.
that what, and let's not even talking about holding it, standing in the batter's box against some of the best pitchers of the game. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to do it even with just a dude that has like an ERA of like 6.
Right.
I, I'm not gonna make contact from that guy unless a god decides we're gonna cut your break. Here you go. Here's a foul tip.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
I don't think many people would even be able to catch, let alone hit a major league pitcher or a AAA pitcher.
Oh hell
I
no.
I probably wouldn't be able to catch that pitch unless it's a straight fastball. So, and even then, it might pop out of your glove. You're not ready for it. You're
Yeah,
not because you have to adjust yourself to that speed, that velocity, and
and
make
that's
that distinction, which is really hard to do.
and that's the other thing I love about baseball too, because like again, sort of paraphrasing the Ken Burns baseball documentary, but it's right. It's like it looks leisurely, but then all of a sudden, all
Yeah.
hell breaks loose. It's baseball becomes pure chaos, and it's hard to capture that in the games that we play. You have to see baseball to see that, right? It's this chaos that's played out beautifully most of the time, but it's fast, and all of a sudden it's just like you'll get in that 3 seconds or 4 seconds or whatever. There's no to me there's no sport that matches those kinds of, and I know you don't like to make those comparisons, and I
Right.
understand that, so it's just for me. But in that 4 seconds, right, when
Yeah.
everything seems to be going nuts, but it's sort of maybe okay, it's going to work out, but it's just all hell breaks loose. And I love that about baseball. It's
Mhm.
unpredictability. You don't know when hell's going to break loose, but at some point in any game it's going to. And I love that. I love that it just becomes this wickedly, blindingly fast game. So, you
Yep.
know,
Well, I remember the narration of baseball early on. It said the batter has some like a couple tenths of a second to decide whether to swing at the pitch or not.
right. One
And
thousandth
it's
of a second is what I read.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, yeah, I didn't know exactly, but I mean, I know it's a very, very small amount of time.
Right.
And I mean, and even less when you're talking about like, well, is this pitch going down the middle or is it going to go to my head?
Right.
And it's amazingly hard to do to hit, and it just illustrates just how difficult it all is.
It is. John, at first, he's saying it here, unpopular take, but the pitch clock has done wonders for on-field action. At first, I didn't like the pitch clock, but you guys know me. I'm like, so I'm like Captain Traditionalist, and you're never going to convince me about the ghost runner and limited pickoffs and getting rid of the shift. That was all bullshit. But I have to say I'm a fan of the pitch clock. I actually am like I'm cool with it now. I wasn't at first, but I'm fine with it now. I don't think and I'll tell you the guy I think in baseball would have hurt more wasn't the pitcher, but that rule also applies to batters. Could you imagine Nomar Garcia Parra playing now under these rules?
Everybody brings him up when they talk
But
about
it's
the
true, right?
Yeah, but I don't really like the pitch clock. I guess I could tolerate it more if it was 20 seconds without a runner on base and
Okay.
maybe 25 with a runner on base. I don't like that pitchers aren't allowed to hold runners on anymore.
Oh, I hate that.
I just I don't like that the bases are bigger. I'm sorry, I didn't think that baseball was broken. Personally, me personally, I like baseball. So
Yeah.
you're gonna it's a losing battle to try to convince me, hey, we need to fix baseball. We need three batter minimums and we need I don't think you need all that. I was very fine without all that stuff.
Well, that's
You know,
why one of the reasons I love 1970s baseball is, I've my argument is if you accept the fallacious premise that baseball was broken, all right, here's the way to fix it. Just go back to 1970s baseball. It had
that's
it
right.
all: speed, power, pitching, great
It'll never
defense.
go back to that though because
No.
analytics wasn't so prevalent then. So different teams were trying different ways to win games, which really made it cooler.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It was so cool that the American League and National League had different umpires, different
Yes.
rules. The umpires in the American League, the rumor was that they called higher strikes,
Mhm.
National League called lower strikes, because the American League umpires wore the balloon chest protector, and the
Yes.
National League umpires wore a chest protector inside their shirt.
And that's the little Easter egg too in
Yeah.
Earl Weaver baseball. So
Yep.
Eddie Dombrowski must have been an American League fan because that's an American League umpire in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
It's
and
yeah.
they were
It's
autonomous too, right? You had president of the American League, president of the National League, and
that's
yeah,
They were
and
different leagues, and I
yes,
thought that was cool. I
yeah.
just really enjoyed the heck out of that. They didn't play each other until the World Series. I'm not completely against interleague play, but I actually thought it was really cool that they didn't have it. That when they went to the World Series, they'd never played before that season never played each other, and I thought that was really cool. I just really enjoyed that.
Well, yeah, I don't, so you're right. Because the press likes to make, we could be seeing a preview of the World. I don't want to
Right.
see a damn
I don't
preview
wanna
of the
see a
World
damn
Series.
preview. I wanna see the World Series when the World Series happens,
Exactly. So
and,
so
yeah,
I
that's
I
just
would
my
guess
view.
you and I would agree then that also the desire to add yet another postseason spot. I'm so against that. I
I
I
feel
don't
like
want.
only division winners should go, but obviously that creates a an but you already have, like you have 3 divisions per league, right? You
Right.
already allow
And
interleague play.
divisional play means nothing anymore.
So in the end, you have 6 division winners. Why
Right.
can't you just match them up? I don't know. Obviously, that ends with 3 you end with 3 winners, and that's an uneven number. You have to
Hmm.
give somebody a bye, and people feel like if they have a layoff, they're gonna play worse if they come off a layoff.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just that's the theory. When I play my leagues, nobody but division winners gets to go to the playoffs. There are no wild cards. It doesn't work that way. So
Right. But my thing is this, right? So we were in a project. I'm doing this 1904 thing, and we're like, oh, we should do 1994 as well. And so, it was Mike Koss, great guy, comes on here, and he said, "Why don't you have a play in between the Yankees and the White Sox?" And that's been a lot of fun, to do that. But the reason I bring up, because the Rangers that year were a below 500 team, so now I have to think about my Pirates. So let's say they do add that extra, which I think they're going to. I hate to say it, but I think it's going
of
to
course they
happen,
will. Eventually
right?
they will. If not now, they'll do it down the road.
So theoretically, the Pirates get in postseason playing sub 500, and
Hmm.
again, in any given series, even it can happen. And if the
Obviously.
Pittsburgh Pirates would win the World Championship under those conditions, and they were a sub 500 team all season,
What
I
does that
I,
say
I
about baseball?
right. What's to say about baseball? And I can't.
Nothing good.
I'm not going to say it proudly as a Pirate fan, we won the World Series, because now I'm sullying the memory of the 79 Pirates, the 71, 60,
Right.
25, and '09 Pirates, right? That's bad.
Yeah.
I'm just bad.
That's the
Um,
thing in
you know,
81. I talk about 81 a lot. I think about it because the Dodgers won that World Series,
right.
but they were guaranteed a playoff spot after the first half when they'd only played about 55, 56 games,
Hmm.
57 games. And they played the second half of the season because it was basically exhibition games at that point. Even if
Right.
they won the second half, they still would have taken the second place team and put them in the playoffs. So
Right.
let's say the Dodgers lost every game in the second half. Their record would be something like 36 and and 54 or 36 and 64
Mm-hmm.
or 30. I think it's 36 and 74. They go to the World Series and they beat the Yankees. A, a World Series winning team finished 36 and 74 during the season.
Yeah,
What does
that's
that say? Obviously, the Dodgers play with integrity, but they tried a lot of youngsters that would have been in the minor leagues otherwise because they didn't need to win these games. They were exhibition games.
so. JT, do
And
you think we can ever close Pandora's box? Let's get to the heart of it, man. What do you think?
well, I mean, that was played during a strike season, so they can say that's a very unusual circumstance.
But I mean, where we are now, I mean, because I think Pandora's box is opening.
Oh, they'll never go back. They'll never
Right.
go back to just division winners. No, of course not.
I mean, I
The
miss
owners
the.
aren't going to turn down free money.
They're not
That's
going to
just
turn down
free
free
money.
money, but okay, so serious baseball fans, folks in here, I think most of us would say that you know, pardon me, I'm munching on vitamins, that we miss the days when divisional play meant something. It doesn't
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah. The 162 game season, you play all those games. That's one of the beautiful things about baseball is the length of the season, in my opinion. That's
Right,
why I do season replays almost exclusively because I love the story that develops over 162 games.
right.
And to diminish that in importance, time after time, why are you playing all these games when the third place team or maybe even the fourth place team one day gets to go in the playoffs? Like what's the point of playing all those games? You might as
Yeah,
well play 82 like the NBA does.
right,
I don't
exactly.
I don't get it. It's just the season should mean something because it's unique. It's a marathon.
So
Everybody
JT, you
talks
mean
about
you didn't get that email from the office of the baseball commissioner? We
what's that?
asked fans. We listened.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what the biggest lie
Well,
ever?
I mean, what we have to realize as hardcore fans is there's a heck of a lot more casual fans than hardcore fans. We're outnumbered,
There are, but
you
that
know.
2025 season, it was, or that the 2025 postseason. I mean, I work with some dudes that are like hardcore football fans, and they were so fired up about baseball with that postseason. I'm
Yeah,
thinking, man, I this is why I hope there's not a work stoppage in 2027 because baseball could be building momentum and attracting fans. I had people that knew shit about baseball talking about Shohei Otani and wanting to know more about the
yeah.
game.
It's
Oh my God.
unfortunate. One
Yeah.
person told me that if all games were like Game 7 of that World Series, they'd watch baseball all the time. And it's great to hear that, but the reality is there's a business part to it too. I don't think
Right.
MLB is purely a business. Baseball is a sport, of course, but the business side has to take its part in it.
It does.
And John DFW is absolutely right. 93 was the last season
Last true division
where
was
playoffs people earn their playoff spots because the part of the beauty of baseball in those days, as I look at it, is that when you made the playoffs, you were already a champion of something. You were the
right.
champion of your division.
And then
So
go back further, and you were back to
you were
when
champion of your league. Yeah.
champion of your league. There was
Hmm.
no, and I mean, so
But I
obviously,
get breaking it up when you have 12 teams or 14 teams.
yeah,
It
the
gets pretty
math,
dreary if you're in ninth
right?
place and you know you're not going anywhere. But I
Well, they
think
learned
six.
that lesson from the National League of the 1890s when they had 12
Right,
teams. Yeah,
right.
you're not going to make any money. I just wanted to just touch on a few comments here that we got. So D. Scott Howard said, "So sad to see the corporate moguls trying to change or having to change the rules to bring down the best teams. Trophies for everyone must be next." Yeah. Mike says, "I know that Manfred is unpopular, but Major League Baseball doesn't have the bullpens anymore for 15 inning games. Then again, when they do get to the World Series, they win 18 innings. Um, I mean, it's that's the other thing. You're not going to ever see the you're paid for nine, you're going to pitch nine. I mean, we're in the era of specialists now.
Well,
Uh,
I have an unpopular opinion about that. I think that MLB should do what Japan does, and after 12 innings, if you tie, you tie.
yeah,
I I just feel like if you've gone 12 innings and you haven't won the game yet, I don't think you deserve to win it. I think it just should be a tie.
right. Except in the World Series,
No,
because
obviously
damn it, that
in the
18 inning
postseason.
game was a thing
In
of
the
beauty.
postseason, yeah, I'm talking about the regular season, not the postseason.
Right. Mike says 32 teams. So Salt Lake City deserves a team. The way they back the bees out there, they're I guess that's a triple A team. I hope,
Yeah.
but you know what? I don't know that baseball needs to expand. It will, but I would rather maybe there's some franchises have to move, And I might even
or
dare say,
contract
what's that?
or contract. Yeah, I think they probably should be fewer teams,
That
but
well,
that's just
1970s, bring it on, baby. Let's do it. But it's not going to happen.
no.
But baseball's not broken, and so what happens? Again, I'm sorry to be like a broken record, but Ted Williams had no problem with the shift that the Cardinals put on him in the 1946 series. If Ted Williams is cool, he said, "Look, they had to do what they had to do," and he said, "I know I could have blooped one into left, but I didn't. I'm going to try to beat their shift. Their job is to try to beat me." And they did. And he had no trouble with that. Or the right now you're limiting the pickoffs because we want more stolen bases. Holy shit. Again, we didn't even have to go back to the dead ball era. Look at the 1970s.
That's right.
Pitchers could throw over there all day, and Lou Brock was stealing bases like a madman.
Well, I
Come
mean,
on.
I think there's just cycles in baseball. I mean, in the 50s, hardly anybody stole bases. Maury Wills was kind of credited with bringing the stolen base back.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
MLB,
50s, 60s baseball, people were anchored, you know.
even guys like Willie Mays were only stealing like 15, 20 bases in a season, and he
Right.
could have stolen more than that,
Oh, hell
but
yeah. Hell
it
yeah.
just wasn't part of the it wasn't part of the game in those days. I think when you try to force stolen bases, or you try to force anything in baseball, I just think it's going to backfire on you. As
And
far
it
as
has.
as far as the shift goes, I'm kind of half and half.
Oh,
I
really?
don't I don't have a problem with guys moving over in the infield, guys moving over in the outfield.
Hmm.
I just want infielders to stay in the infield and outfielders to stay in the outfield.
Oh, well,
I
that's,
don't
yeah.
I don't want the second baseman playing in short right field.
Right.
I just think I think that's kind of that's the bridge too far for me. I realize, hey, they're fielders on the field. You can play them anywhere you want.
Right.
I understand those people. I'm not going to argue with you. It's just that's what I would like to see is infielders in the infield, outfielders in the outfield.
Oh, well, no, I mean, same here. And I mean, again, I'll just, using 1946 as an example, and you can see those diagrams, right? The
Yeah.
only guy you had the left side of the infield was the third baseman. So,
Hmm.
so that lateral shift, but you can't shift at all.
Yeah.
And
I wish you could move over. I don't have a problem with moving over.
right, yeah. So I mean, it's like okay, so then it's like that leads us into the other thing, the lost art of the anybody but your weakest hitter sacrifice bunting. And you saw again, I'm gonna pretend dead ball doesn't exist. In the 1970s, you had guys in the middle of the order trying to drag bunt, trying to go for infield hits,
Yes.
even sacrificing. Number five hitters were even sacrificing.
It was a different game. It
A
was
very different game. As Dwayne
Gene Mock
Marsh has said,
Gene Mock managed team would bunt anywhere. Anybody would bunt
yes,
in that lineup.
yeah,
And G Mock was a great manager. He didn't have the horses to win the World Series,
no,
but he was a great manager.
I no argument there. I just say right, the idea you got to get runners on and you got to move them over, and they
Yep.
were doing that in
Yep.
70s baseball, even in the 80s baseball, they were
Mhm.
doing that,
Put
and
the ball
and
in play. Put the
put it
ball in
in
play.
play, put it in
Mhm.
play, move the line
Yep.
exactly,
Yep.
and I just and making the stolen bases like the size of pizza boxes. Now, come
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
this is
Just
ridiculous.
John DFW arguing that baseball was broken when no one was fixing his batting glove. Yeah, you should have seen Mike Harper with the human rain delay. I'm sure you maybe did.
Yeah.
I mean he adjusted everything. He literally put rested his bat on his crotch and
Yep.
just adjusted everything. Sleeves, helmet, batting glove,
Yeah,
everything.
Hargrove.
I mean, he combed his hair. He'd look in the mirror. He's like, okay, am I ready for this pitch? And then after every pitch, he'd do it again.
Yeah, yeah,
And you
it's
just sit there
amazing.
like, come on, let's go, buddy.
Yeah.
You know,
Of course, it would have been fun to have Hargrove hit against Nelson Briles, who could actually cause rainouts,
mhm,
even at the Astrodome. Another
yeah.
story altogether, right?
Another guy who took a long time to pitch was Steve Traxel,
Hmm.
who played with the Mets and the Cubs. He took a while, and he would throw to first a lot. Even Vin Scully got annoyed with him. He never gets annoyed. He's like, "Come on, Steve," you know. And I couldn't believe that Vin said that. I was like, "Wow!" Even Vin Scully's getting annoyed.
Right,
So it was again. I mean, but all I'll say is that that's the exception, not the rule.
right,
So I
right.
don't think you needed a clock for everybody. I think what the umpires needed to do with the guys who are the exception to the rule is enforce it with them.
Hmm.
It's like, look, man, you got to get in the box within blah 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 seconds, and I'm going to count off.
Right.
And to get in there.
Yeah.
And but the umpires just didn't want to do it like that. So now we're punishing everybody. Ichiro took a long time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just, but it was again, it was a vast majority. Most guys, they would get up and go and do it not briskly, but at least at a certain pace.
right.
You know,
I'm just afraid of them. Like,
Mark
maybe they
Fidrich, he
already
used to
have.
pitch like he was on the meter, like he was double parked.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, Fidrich was like, "Give me the ball, throw the ball, give me the ball, throw the ball."
Hmm.
It was like express mode. But oh, there's something I wanted to ask you about
Yeah,
the
sure.
Pirates.
Yeah.
Just a little trivia. Now, I think we all know that Honus Wagner was the best Pirate in history. I think we can agree on that.
Yes.
The second best is probably Roberto Clemente.
Hmm.
Who now? This is by wins above replacement, regardless of what you think of the stat. That's just a way to order guys.
Sure.
Who do you think is the third best Pirate in history?
Well, I'm not going to cheat and look it up.
No, please
So
don't.
if, no, I won't.
Yeah.
So I know that whatever I answer is not going to be the correct answer, but um, you know what? I've got to give, boy, I have to go. I'm staying infield here, and I got to go for a player that nobody seems to remember, and he was a great player. Is Archie
Oh,
Vaughn, and I
oh,
know I'm
you're
wrong.
no. I knew you were going to say that, and I would have
Archie
said it
Vaughn,
too.
right?
I
Yeah,
would have guessed it too. He's fourth. It's Paul Wainer who's third. Again, another
makes
great
sense.
candidate.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
were right there, and I was going to guess Archie Vaughn too, because nobody ever gives Archie Vaughn any love, and he was a great player.
Yes, he
His
was.
batting average would knock your socks off, and
Yep.
he was a great shortstop. He was just
Yeah, well,
great.
look who taught him. Look who taught him shortstop,
Yeah,
Honus Wagner.
yeah,
So yeah.
the
So
great
Paul
Honus
Wainer
Wagner.
is the third greatest pirate, huh? How
Yeah.
about that?
By now again, by wins above replacement. What you
Right.
think of the stat, that's up to you. Willie Stargell's fifth. He rounds out the top five. That's pretty fair. And it was just something that was neat because I knew you were going to guess Archie Vaughn, and
You're good.
'cause-
I'm
well,
going to
I mean,
quit magic and manage you and make you a mentalist. That's it.
no,
So, all right, let's switch it back. Who are the top five for the Dodgers? This includes Brooklyn now. We got to include Brooklyn.
oh
And is
gosh,
my man
including
Zach
Brooklyn.
Wheat in there? Is my man Zach Wheat in there? Because
Uh,
do you Dodgers fans know he still is like
well,
either holds records
Kershaw's
or
number
he's up
one
there?
because they go by
Okay.
regular season. So Kershaw's number one, which not
Okay.
playoff Clayton Kershaw,
No,
but
no.
regular season. Number two actually is a surprise.
Okay.
I think a lot of people would say Duke Snyder, but it was Pee Wee Reese.
That makes sense to me,
And Don
actually.
Drysdale was number three. Duke
Okay.
Snyder was number four.
Okay.
And of course, the great Jackie
Yeah.
was five.
So Zach didn't
So
make the top five. Damn.
Zach was six.
Okay. All right.
You know
I
who
can
was
live with
seventh?
that.
You know who
Who?
was seventh? A guy that a pitcher that might a lot of people might not guess.
Who's that?
I thought you would know him.
You know what I mean?
Think of a Brooklyn Dodger pitcher that doesn't get the love that he deserves. Doesn't get the
Well, I mean,
credit.
well, Nuke would certainly come to mind immediately.
Nuke got awards. This guy didn't get any awards because he pitched in an era before the
Dazzy
awards were given out.
Vance.
Dazzy
Dazzy
Vance.
Vance. Yeah.
Dazzy Vance. Yep.
Yep. He was a good pitcher, man. Great pitcher. He really was. Uh,
And eighth was eighth was Willie Davis. I don't think a lot of people would guess Willie Davis, but he was. He was eighth.
I considering with the Dodgers' long storied history, no, I wouldn't have put
Yeah.
Willie Davis up there.
He
But
played a
not
long
that's
time
not a
with the
knock,
Dodgers.
but
No, right. No, I understand completely.
yeah.
And Koufax is nine, and Don Sutton rounds out the top 10.
Koufax
There
at
you
not
go.
well. So
His career
Koufax,
was long. His career was short. I mean, that's the
yeah.
only reason. But he has
So
to get an exception to the Hall of Fame because he was so spectacular in the postseason. Probably the best
well,
postseason pitcher ever.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
say, so we're thinking about Koufax, and of course, I'm still waiting for Robert and I to have our debate: Lefty Grove versus Sandy Koufax.
oh,
Uh,
left. It's not. It's
it's Lefty
that's
Grove, man.
almost apples and oranges. You know what? Because
Yeah.
Grove had a long career, and imagine how long it would have been if he hadn't stayed so long in Baltimore. I
Oh
mean, if he
God.
had played his whole career in the major leagues,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be talking about it. There wouldn't be a discussion.
Yeah.
Lefty
But I
Grove
will
would be
say
number one.
the greatest athletics player to me is Lefty Grove. That just
Oh, he's
hands down. I don't have to look at any war or anything. It's Lefty Grove. I mean, the dominance and pitching in a pitcher's era. I mean, the 1930s, people were bombing them all over the place,
yeah.
and Grove was putting up ridiculous numbers. Just the
1930 only
dominance.
allowed 9 home runs and
Right.
270 innings, which is unthinkable when you think about that era. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's the year Hack Wilson had 191 RBI, I
That's
think it
right.
was. Yeah.
The whole league hit 300, or
Hmm.
the national. I mean, he was in the American League, and the National League hit 300, but I'm sure the American League was right up there.
Oh yeah, it was. It was such
So
an amazing offensive year. But it's kind of fun to think about that. But Archie Vaughn. But I'm so glad with the Dodgers that Zach made it number 6. I don't know how many Dodgers fans you do, but to the
I
kind of
would say
average
one
Dodger fan, if you
1%.
say Zach Wheat, they're not going to know who the hell you're talking
They're gonna
about.
look at you like you're from Mars.
Right.
What are you talking about? Zach Wheat?
And what a
Yeah, they
brilliant
wouldn't. They
player.
would have no idea. But again,
Yeah.
I think Brooklyn and LA history should be separate anyway. I'm kind of
Well, they are on this thing that I have set up on the screen,
I
by the
kind
way.
of feel like Brooklyn has that one title that the LA Dodgers shouldn't be including it. And I know it's the same franchise, but I just feel like that title belongs to Brooklyn.
It belongs to Brooklyn, yeah.
I
I mean,
just
it's
feel like it
sad
does.
though, man. All those years, and they finally win a world championship.
Yeah, I
Two
know.
years later, they moved
I
to
know.
LA, and then 2 years after that, they beat the White Sox for the
You
first
can
of
thank
many, right?
you can thank the fact that Brooklyn wasn't its own city; it was a borough in New York City.
Right?
So that the big wigs over in Manhattan made the decisions for Brooklyn. If
Yeah,
Brooklyn
Robert
was its
Grove,
own
what a
city,
bastard.
yeah, if Brooklyn was its
Robert
own
Moses,
city, I
I'm
think
sorry.
they still would have the
Right.
Dodgers.
Yeah.
But O'Malley had to go, and I understand it. I know a lot of people don't. I might as well say I have sympathy for the devil when I talk well about Walter O'Malley, but I'm biased because I'm an LA boy and he
Hmm.
brought the Dodgers here. How am I going to be like, oh, that's a bad guy? It,
Yeah.
I'm biased, obviously.
But you know what? So I'm not a Dodger guy, but so for years I kind of had like, wow, O'Malley must have been a real shithead, and he wasn't nice to Branch Rickey. But let
Nobody's
that
ever one
aside.
thing. Yeah,
Right. Nobody's ever one thing. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with
him
that.
and Branch Rickey obviously had a rival. Rickey hated O'Malley just as much as O'Malley hated him.
Absolutely. But
You know,
the thing about O'Malley is then when I really, got into it and realized it was Robert Moses, right? Because right, O'Malley's like, look, I've got the parcel over here.
yeah,
I can build a ballpark. It was going to have a
yeah,
geodesic dome, but for decades, a
yeah.
lot of baseball fans really maligned Walter O'Malley.
Right.
But
The city
you know,
plan was to build him Shea Stadium, and
right?
he's like, "How
He
can I?"
said Brooklyn ain't Queens.
Right. They're not the Queens Dodgers.
Right.
D. Scott Howard. I agree. It wasn't all Walter's fault at all. Some of it was, but most of it had to do with Robert Moses and the big wigs in Manhattan making
Yeah.
decisions for Brooklyn.
I mean,
And
because there was nothing more they could do with Ebbets Field. It took up a city
yep,
block. They built
and
it up
Park.
a few, right? There
Yep.
was nothing else they
It
could
was
do there.
falling apart.
Yep.
The guy who was Buzzy Bavasi said they always had to kind of finagle their way with the fire marshal and those guys because they were ready to have it condemned for
Yeah.
so many years. It didn't age well, that
No,
part,
it
you
didn't.
know?
I mean, I've read stories about how beautiful it was when it opened, when it
Right.
opened and things like that, but it didn't I mean, Forbes was still a pretty good ballpark when it went down. And Forbes
Yeah.
was just victimized of, oh, Pittsburgh, like we're a small market team. We can put our Steelers in here and our Pirates
Mhm.
and goodbye Forbes. And
Yeah.
that one didn't deteriorate. That was just, I don't know if it was a necessity or whatever it was, but
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. Uh, but I mean, the thing about Ebbets Field, though, and God, how many great stories were played out season after season there
Well,
in
the
that
baseball
ballpark?
yeah, Ken
Oh
Burns
my
Baseball talks
God,
about all the history that
yeah,
happened. Obviously, it became the national pastime in Ebbets Field. It with Jackie entering the league, we all know that.
yeah,
And yeah, because of the Dodgers and the Yankees, and the way that New York was the capital of baseball
it
in the
was.
50s, they had three good teams there. Tremendous rivalry between the Dodgers and the Giants. The Giants are playing in the Polo Grounds, which we'll never see the likes of that kind of park again.
Nope, nope,
And it's just that's why Willie Mays' catch is impossible today because ballparks aren't built like that today.
no.
He ran farther than anybody would ever run today to go get a ball, and
Yeah.
it's
Well, I
and
mean,
I
that
think
rivalry broke up families, man. You
yeah,
know, it
yeah,
really did. I mean, we talk about Red Sox
yeah.
Yankees, but that Giants Dodgers rivalry was real and
Mhm.
is real. But I mean, in New York, that was. but you talk about that, and you mentioned that the other night in the chat. We've talked about it quite a few times. When you had three great center fielders in one city,
Hmm.
I mean, oh my God, Mantle, Mays, and Snyder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Snyder could only finish third in that group
Oh, of
because,
course.
but it's just like I mean, Mantle and Mays. That's an incredible comparison. I mean, you could go on. We could talk about that for a whole day.
Oh,
To
absolutely.
weigh the positives and negatives, the merits of each guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I think Mays was better, but am I going to
Mm-hmm.
argue with someone that says Mantle was better? Hell no, I'm not going to argue with them.
Right.
Mantle was incredible. They were both just incredible. I don't. I think Snyder falls pretty well short of those two, but he was a great player in his own right.
Shit, I
So
would take Duke Snyder on a team any day. Right. You're right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But when you
I mean,
compare, yeah, he's only third when you compare him to Mantle and Mays.
yeah.
It's like, well, what are you going to do? I mean, those are the two of the greatest players ever.
Oh yeah.
So,
I mean, Dwayne Martz and I, we have our thing. To me, Mays is the greatest center fielder. Mick is probably second.
mhm,
Because I think the best the argument for Mantle, he certainly had the tools, he had the speed,
yeah,
right? He of course the power. Still, what a devastating, the most devastating switch hitter in the history of the game too. I mean,
yes,
right? But Mickey loved to drink and got hurt a lot. And yeah, they had more rings, but Mickey had some pretty damn fine Yankees playing around him too.
no
Um,
less of an authority than Buck O'Neill said that Mickey Mantle had the speed if he was healthy to steal 100 bases a year.
oh
Buck O'Neill said this,
yeah, and Buck
and I
O'Neill saw the fastest.
and I mean, so yeah, obviously I believe him. I believe anything he would say. So
So would I. Yeah,
without that, I mean, it all started, I think, when he stepped on that sprinkler head, avoiding Joe DiMaggio.
yeah,
And that's when it all started for him. So I don't blame him for drinking. His father died young. I think other people in his family died young.
yeah.
He's like, if I'm on this rock for only 40 years, I'm going to live it up.
And he
I'm going to
did.
enjoy my
Mickey
life.
did.
So
You know,
he didn't know he
but
was going to live to be 70 or 80, however long he lived.
and that interview he did was brilliant, right?
Mhm.
That was the
Yeah.
Costas interview, I believe, and that was
Yes.
just incredible. And
Yeah.
worlds of respect for Mickey, but I still love to mess with Dwayne Martz. It's just because it's
Yeah.
fun. And he
Well,
messes with me just as equally. Are the Giants still in the league? Maybe retraction is a good idea,
you know
says
what?
D. Scott
You know what?
Howard.
D. Scott was it Charlie Dressen that said that? I can't remember who said that. I remember Bill Terry said, "Is Brooklyn still in the league?"
It's Brooklyn City League.
And then Brooklyn won some crucial games down the stretch one year to deprive the Giants of winning a pennant.
Bill Terry,
Um,
another forgotten Hall of Famer, by the way. Just wanted to interject
a
that.
beast, a great hitter.
Yep.
Um, I actually a deserving Hall of Famer from those Giants. There's quite a few guys that Frankie Frisch put in from those Giants that don't deserve
Like High
to be in the
Pockets
Hall of Fame.
Kelly. Sorry,
And
George, but yeah,
Jesse Haynes. I don't know
Jesse
if
Haynes.
Haynes pitched for the Giants. I mean, but High Pockets Kelly is definitely one of them.
So Haynes was mostly Cardinals, but I think
Yeah,
Haynes
St.
had
Louis.
some time with New. I think,
He might have. I'm not sure.
yeah, but Frisch. I mean, Frisch, a great player, but then using
Yeah.
his cachet as a great player to
Mhm.
eke some guys in.
Yes.
I mean, High Pockets Kelly. I'm not going to downplay his talent. The man played in the majors, and he
Yeah.
was a good player.
But
But
he was about like Wally Joyner,
right,
kind of.
right,
And you wouldn't put Wally Joyner in the Hall of Fame. So
no,
he was a good player. Don't get me wrong. He's very
right,
solid.
right.
But yeah, it's Hall of very good, if that.
Yeah, but Andrew Jones gets in the Hall of Fame and Al Oliver doesn't. I do have a problem with that.
You do?
I
I
do.
I argue. I think that
Andrew
Andrew
Jones
Jones
wasn't
is
the hitter, man. He had lower average. Come on.
well. I think he was arguably the greatest center fielder of all time defensively.
Andrew
But
Jones?
I could be wrong. Yeah, I
I
think
don't know, man. I
I
still
think
got to
if
give that to Willie Mays. I'm
he,
sorry, man.
yeah, see, I didn't. Yeah, Willie Mays. again, I'm not going to disagree with you or argue with you about Willie Mays on anything. I think that Andrew Jones is up there when it comes to the best center fielders of all time defensively.
Defensively.
And if we look at Andrew Jones's career, I think I can do that.
I mean, I'm
When he,
cool. I'm not saying he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, but I'm
I
just pissed that Al Oliver's not
yeah, you're
being considered,
yeah,
you know?
yeah,
And that's not as a Pirate fan, that's as a baseball fan, because I'm also pissed that there's guys that aren't in the Hall of Fame from other franchises. And it's like they're not, but this guy is. What's the deal with that? Um,
Oliver was a better hitter than Jones. I can look it up
yes.
here.
Oh yeah.
Jones actually Oliver played in more games, which surprises me than
Hmm.
Jones did.
Hmm.
Um, Jones had 430 home runs. I know that home runs isn't everything, but they had a higher slugging percentage too.
Yeah.
Oliver had a better batting average and he got on base more,
Hmm.
but not by much. Oliver was a better hitter when compared to his era. I think the big thing is Oliver wasn't much of a defensive player,
Right.
and Andrew was
Well,
not.
that's why we would bring. That's why Murtaugh would bring in Gene Clines in the later innings.
Yeah,
Gene
I don't-
Clines was better
so
defensively.
so I feel like Jones wasn't quite the hitter Oliver was, but he was light years ahead of him defensively, and so
Hmm.
I think that's what gives Jones the edge. I think Oliver is a really good player, Hall of very good. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay,
I
fair enough.
I I agree. I agree that he was a heck of a hitter. Hard line drives 3 times a game, seemingly.
Yeah,
Very aggressive hitter. 2,700 hits. That's a lot.
yeah,
300 batting average. Not too many people can brag about that, but he can.
yeah.
Um,
As I say, I'm fine with Andrew Jones being in the Hall, but
yeah,
it's like okay, but guy, I can't help but think of guys like Bill Madlock, and guys like Al Oliver. I mean, I think Madlock deserves some consideration. Okay, the gold standard is Mike Schmidt. I think second to Mike Schmidt is Brooks Robinson at,
I
at,
think
at the
Brooks
hot
Robinson
corner
was the best defensive third baseman of
ever.
all time.
Oh, oh my God! I still will watch just plays that Brooks Robinson made, and it looks like magic. It looks like
Yes,
trick photography. It's like, what was that one play he makes in the 1971 World Series?
Lee May,
Oh my God!
ball
How do you
down the
even make
line,
that? Yes.
ball
How do
down
you
the
even
line,
make
and he
that
reached
throw?
out and he made the throw. Yes,
How do you even
that was
do
Lee.
that?
Well, you get him out because Lee May was running, number one, but it was
But
still an incredible play,
dude,
regardless
I
of.
know. I mean, he fired us. That was just. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
But
that whole series, he was amazing defensively, and he was
yeah,
great offensively too. So he did the
yeah.
whole
Let's not
he was the
forget
whole
that
package.
he had pop in the bat. People forget that. I think not serious baseball fans, but somebody think they'll say, "Oh yeah, Brooks Robinson, great defensive third baseman." It's like, well, yeah, you want to try to pitch to him? He's going to knock it a mile too. He could hit.
He was an
He could
overall
hit.
great hitter, but he had a great hitting World Series that year. I
He'd
would
get around 20
probably
home runs a season or so.
I
That's not
I probably
bad
put Adrian Beltre and George Brett ahead of uh, Brooks Robinson
as
overall.
hitters.
I
Do
think
you
that
think
Adrian
hitter? You're
Beltre
talking,
was a great
yeah.
defensive third baseman and
Hmm.
had great hitting stats
Oh yeah.
overall. Um, I think and George Brett wasn't half bad defensively. He wasn't great, but he was
Right.
such a good hitter. George Brett
Oh
was
yeah.
amazing hitter. So I don't know. But Brooks is up there. I mean, I think
Oh my God.
I
Yes.
think one of the reasons I don't have a problem with Bill Mazeroski in the Hall is because I think he was the greatest fielder at his position of all time.
So,
Um,
so as a Pirate fan, I'm actually I'm taking the opposite. While he was a
really?
great defensive player, I think I'm so happy that Maz is in the Pirates Hall of Fame. But
Hmm.
I look at Mazeroski in a lot of the ways I look at Phil Rizzuto. I don't think I think Phil Rizzuto benefited from surrounded by some truly great ball players, and
I
I think
think you're
that's the same.
absolutely right. I totally
And,
agree.
I think
Rizzuto
it's the same
shouldn't
with
be in.
Maz, man. Rizzuto isn't even really a patch on the very good. I don't think he was really a very good shortstop. Even now, for
I don't
me,
know about. Yeah, I don't know because I never saw him play.
well,
But
no shortstop is Hannes Wagner for the total package, and certainly no
yes,
shortstop is Ozzie Smith
yes,
defensively.
absolutely right.
I
That's why
mean,
I think I don't have a problem with Ozzie being in. Again, I don't have a problem with the greatest fielder at a position of all time.
mhm.
One of the reasons I want Keith Hernandez in the Hall is because he was the greatest first baseman of all time.
Yeah, and why the hell isn't he in?
I think he should. He's better than Don Mattingly. I know that's going to make cause some arguments, but
Yeah.
if somebody asks you what Keith Hernandez did better than Don Mattingly, you can honestly say everything.
Hmm.
He he he's a better hitter. Given if you look at the parks he played in and the eras he played in, he's a better hitter, and he's the best fielding first baseman, and it's not even close. He
Yeah,
was the
and
greatest first baseman defensively I've ever seen.
it's got to
So
be one of the worst snubs in Hall of Fame history. And
it
up
drives me
until
nuts.
And up until Dick Allen and Dave Parker finally made it in, and neither lived to see their induction, that
I
was
don't think
that was
either of them should
criminal.
have got in. It's just my opinion.
Are you
I don't think.
serious? Come
Yeah, I
on,
agree. No,
JT.
I absolutely don't.
What's in the air out there in LA, dude? It's still winter. What's going on with you, man?
I think most of the smog has gone away, but
It's a
I
smog. Okay, no smog. Okay.
I think Dave Parker was just a very overrated player.
Wow.
I think the only reason he got in is because I think a lot of people compare him to another guy who shouldn't have got in the Hall of Fame, and that's the White Sox. Harold Baines.
Oh my
I think
God. Okay, so we've gone weeks without talking about Harold Baines.
yeah, but I mean, I think the best players at positions in the infield should go. I think the best catcher of all time defensively was Johnny Bench. Obviously, he was going to go in regardless because his hitting was so good. But when you talk about the infield, I think that's the reason why I think Mazeroski should be in because he's the greatest second baseman of all time
Okay.
defensively,
The
and I
beautiful
think
thing
that
about
has
it,
to count for a
brothers.
Hall of Famer.
Well, beautiful thing about it is we can disagree.
Yeah,
So, and I feel pretty good as a Pirate fan saying Maz shouldn't really be it. But I get he was a great. I mean, he's a great second baseman. But you know, there are some other second basemen I think that were kind of ignored. That I would say, well, what about George Grantham? And I'm just staying with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So
right.
to me, like as far as offensively, second base, that's Rogers Hornsby. You're
Yes, but he was.
nobody.
But the consensus was he was a poor fielder.
He's a poor fielder, but he made up
Still going
for
to
it
go in
with
the
the
Hall of Fame, right? Because he was so good offensively, you can't ignore it.
yeah, not bad with your second highest batting average in history. I think Oscar Charleston would be is would he be third? Because Jackson is third, but if you figure Negro League players, I think Jackson falls to fourth. I don't know. Um,
I don't know. That's a tough one. Negro League's always tough because of I don't know
well, all that right,
how finished the record book is with the Negro Leagues, but
right.
obviously the guys that we know of should go in. Buck
Um,
O'Neill should have went in, and that's
oh
just
my God,
you
so
know,
that makes me cry, dude. Because the year he
yeah,
thought he never asked anything of baseball, you know
nope.
that, right? And he
He
said
never
he
asked
loved
one
it.
thing, and he gave so much. He gave all this without taking anything,
He
and
helped bring baseball back after night, right?
yeah,
Because look, I didn't know about Buck O'Neill before the Ken Burns documentary, and I was absolutely enchanted by him and
I
listening to
knew
him.
very little, but
Yeah,
as far as a storyteller, he's up there with Vince Scully in my mind.
easily. And so
I was enthralled by hearing him. It was
he
great.
was waiting for the call, and he
Yep.
was snubbed. And yet earlier, I think it was
Yeah.
earlier that year, a year before, Cooperstown had him come up there and make a speech. So
Yeah.
they induct him posthumously, and that I can never forgive Cooperstown for.
I agree.
Oh
Yep.
my God.
But going back
Um,
to Dick Allen, Rich Allen,
yeah.
obviously as a hitter, he's a tremendous hitter.
Yes.
But he was a awful in the field. I don't I don't never
So
seen a
would you
whole.
say he's a Harmon Killebrew type player, one dimensional?
Mm.
Because Killebrew wasn't exactly a great defensive, right? But he had
No,
that
he wasn't either.
ridiculous bat.
But I think Killebrew's overall numbers are much more impressive than Allen's. And the one thing that really turned me off about Allen is he left his team in October of 1970 or September of 1974. He took off. He just left the White Sox
Yeah.
in the middle of. Now they weren't really in the pennant race. They were around a 500 team that year.
Hmm.
But I've never seen a Hall of Famer just leave a team like that. And people want to say, well, he wasn't the cancer that people say. This is all I know is what he did. And he
Right.
left this team high and dry. He took off. And he said he wasn't feeling it. He wasn't mentally okay. Well, that's fine. That's your choice. But I don't think we should be putting a guy like that in the Hall of Fame, especially when he doesn't. And not only that, he doesn't really have anything else. What part of pennant races was he a part? He wasn't really part of anything.
No,
Um,
no, he
I just
wasn't.
don't. I think there's just beyond. There's got to be something beyond. Yes, pure hitter. He was a great pure hitter,
Hmm.
but his career was short, and there really isn't anything that speaks for him. And again, I realize that people want to say he needs to go in the Hall of Fame just as hitting alone qualifies him. And again, I'm not going to say that that's a bad opinion. I just
Right.
don't agree with it. I think there are better candidates to put in the Hall of Fame than Dick Allen.
Well,
I
I'll
think
tell you
he's
what.
great line behind Lou Whitaker, behind Bobby Grich.
Hmm.
There's a lot of guys that I would put in the Hall of Fame before Dick Allen.
Well, look,
Just
here's the thing, man. Even if one of the reasons I love, all when I have the rare opportunity to have you on here is
yeah,
even when you and I disagree, the position that you present is all the time very sound, very well articulated, very, so
Same with
thank you
you.
for that. D. Scott here in defense of Maz says, I think it's interesting that Maz set all those records with Dr. Strangeglove at first for years. He
Boy,
says,
that's a great point. That's a
like, how
great
many
point.
outs did Mazeroski lose?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and the way he could turn double plays. Now, again, I mean, his shortstop. I think Gene Alley was his shortstop.
Yes.
He was really good too defensively. So
Yes, he
he did
was.
have some help. Like they were a great double play combination, but I think that Mazeroski was a superior fielder, and I don't think there's anybody that's been in his class defensively. I just
It's
maybe Willie
yeah.
Randolph was close. There are a few other guys that I can say, but Roberto
Hmm.
Alomar was close. Ryan Sandberg had some good years fielding.
He did.
I just don't think anybody put together a career that's even really close to Bill Mazeroski or Ozzie Smith for that matter.
Well, I
People
mean,
want to
Maz
try to
is
compare Omar Vizquel to Ozzie Smith. I don't think there's
no,
a comparison. I think
no.
Ozzie
There's
Smith was far superior.
oh my God, yes, and yeah. I mean, I don't even know how you even can articulate an argument that Vizquel in any way. You can compare them in that they were both shortstops. How is that? That's fair. There we go.
Vizquel was a good shortstop, pretty good. It was a good
Yeah, but Ozzie
shortstop,
Smith was
but
like,
Ozzie was the best, no
you know,
question.
I mean, to me, Ozzy was the Beatles, and Vizquel was kind of like a band that's been a perennial opening act. If I have to use a music analogy, and
Okay,
that's not to knock Vizquel. Vizquel can do things I
no,
would never have been able to do. But
I
Ozzy
think
Smith
defensively
was,
he's very good, but Ozzie was on a level that was better than
oh
anybody
my
else.
God, I know. I don't. I mean,
It's like comparing, I don't know, Rabbit Moranville to Honus Wagner.
you
Yes,
can't,
Moranville was good defensively, but
right?
I mean, are
But
we really going to put him ahead of Honus Wagner
well, and
defensively?
Wagner could play all these positions
Almost every position, yeah.
well. Yeah, that's why he was a utility player when he
Hmm.
came to the Pirates, not because he couldn't play any one positions, because he could
Right,
play just about. I think the only thing
right.
he didn't do was a pitch or catch. Was the
Yeah,
only position I
that's what
forget
it,
which one it was
when the
now.
scout asked him, I remember there was a scout that asked him like what position he played, and he seemed amused. He said all positions. I even pitched once in a while.
Okay, so it
But
was catcher
he might have done some catching when he was younger.
probably.
But
That's a player. He is my favorite player, as you know.
yeah,
And I would love to go back in time to see Hannes Wagner play, because I guess
hmm,
he was I mean, he was a slugger. We people think in
yeah,
the dead ball eras there were no sluggers. There were sluggers in the dead ball era. Sam Crawford, Hannes Wagner, Gabby
hmm,
Kravitz.
yeah,
And I guess he just had immense power. But you look at his physique and the fact that when he was second to Ty Cobb in stolen bases,
yeah.
right? And it's like I look at you look at Cobb and you're like, yeah, I can see how this guy would steal a lot of bases. But you look at Wagner and you're like, how? I mean, here's this hulking bit of granite, as Cobb called him.
Very
This
awkward guy too, bow-legged, long arms.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to steal anything.
They said he kind of looked like a helicopter running,
Yeah, yeah,
and that's
eh,
pretty. That can create an image in my mind pretty well. But
yeah,
he was able to, and they said he didn't look like he should be able to run, but he runs like the wind. And
yeah.
it's like, wow, okay, well, that's a
So
guy who saw him play, so I'm going to take his word for it.
so H.G. Wells' time machine is a thing. It's real, JT. Where's the first place you're going to go in baseball history?
Uh, as an LA boy, I would go watch Game 4 of the '63 World Series. The
Okay,
only World Series the Dodgers won on Dodger Stadium soil. They swept the Yankees that in Game 4 that day.
okay.
Koufax pitched. It's he gave up a home run to Mickey Mantle as the only run that he gave up in that game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good combination of stuff
Nice.
that
I
I would
like
want to
that.
see. Yeah.
That's
So that would
excellent.
be it. The Dodgers still haven't won another World Series on Dodger Stadium soil.
Now, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah.
that 63
I
was
hope
the
I
only
live
year
long
they
enough
won.
to see it happen again.
I
But
didn't know that until you told me that tonight.
mhm.
So I still have so much to learn about baseball. I had
Don't
no
we all?
idea that that's the only World Series they won at home.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
didn't
when they
know
beat
that.
the Yankees, they did it at Yankee Stadium, and when they beat
Right,
the Twins, they did it in Minnesota. When they beat
right.
Toronto, they did it in Toronto. It's
Wow.
just that
Well,
'63 World Series was pretty magical. I will be right back. Okay.
Yeah, sure,
Okay.
JT.
All right.
So D. Scott's saying that he was a kid in the '60s. It was absolutely no contest. The Pie Trainer was the best third baseman I've ever pretty much forgotten now. Not forgotten by serious Pirate fans, but yeah, Trainer certainly has been eclipsed. But I'll tell you what, I'll take Pie Trainer on a team too. You look at those numbers; they're pretty damn good. The '63 World Series. D. Scott said made him a Dodgers fan. So like, what about you other guys? Just even if you just want to answer with a year, a time machine's a real thing. Where would you go in baseball history? Your first stop in history. Where would you go? You don't even have to type why. I know it's a lot asking people to text, but just curious. Just give me the if you just want to do the year in the team. Just kind of fun to hear where you guys would go with something like that because you can already do it in a baseball game. But I mean, a baseball sim, but actually be there. Where would it be? And if you don't have an answer right now, maybe leave something in the comments or leave something in the Discord, if you will. And please do join our Discord if you're catching this after a fact and you're not available. Just ask in the comments, please. Don't ask where do I download the free baseball games, but rather just hey, how do I join the Discord? And I will gladly provide you a link. Because the free baseball games there are just hey, uh, you can get some baseball games, but the real idea of the Discord is this great community. D. Scott Howard says he's go to 1941. What a great season that one was. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with 1941 at all. I mean, hell, the season had a damn book written about it. The 1941 baseball season. Great pick, D. Scott. So now we know how a Pacific Northwesterner is a Dodgers fan. That's pretty cool. The '63 World Series. So D. Scott, did I ever ask you, have you been Pacific Northwest all your life or whatever? Welcome back, JT.
Thank you.
D. Scott Howard says he go back to 1941. Damn fine season.
Great year.
Yep.
Two things that we have never seen since. So that's
Yeah.
hitting streak in the 400 hitter.
Oh my God. Right.
So
And then DiMaggio goes on and hits 22 or 23 games after the
yep.
56
I
game
think
is
it was
broken.
72 out of 73 he hit.
Yep.
That's
He was
incredible.
upset, apparently, I guess, because Hines was
Yes,
going to
right.
do this real big thing for him if he hit in
Yes.
57 games, and got
Yes.
shut down by Smith and Bagby in Cleveland. Damn,
Yes. And Kenny Keltner made a couple of great plays on him. And he said that the Heinz guys were on me. I would have
oh,
gotten
there you go.
57. It would have been a big deal, a lot of money. And I get it. That's great. That's just a great story.
That is. Oh, we got Brad Church, Esquire, Dr. Beatles, you motor bloating son of a gun, king of the late night baseball. No, it's just that everybody else is asleep. Brad, how you doing, buddy? It's so good to see you.
The Johnny Carson of baseball chat. The late night
God help
the
us.
late night star.
Well, then what does that say about the state of the baseball community here? Good Lord.
Nothing good.
Just having nothing good. Thank you, JT. I'm glad you said it because I am totally on board.
Uh,
So D. Scott said he never lived outside Washington. Okay, so it was the '63 World Series then. So because when I first met D. Scott, you make these things. It's like, okay, he's up there in Seattle. And I think I remember one of the first things I said to him back in 2017 or 2018. I'm like, so man, like, wow, were you bummed that the 2000 Mariners folded? And he's like, well, I don't give a shit. I'm not a Mariners fan. I'm like, what?
yeah.
I mean, 'cause
2001 Mariners. Yeah,
I was pulling hard for them, man.
yeah.
Big time. Big
I want
time.
to see the Mariners number one get to a World Series,
Wouldn't that be
and number
nice?
two to win one. Yeah, it would be nice.
Well, I mean, that's gotta suck. You're the only franchise in modern baseball history to not make the World Series.
Yeah,
So come on, even the St. Louis Browns made it in 1944.
that's right.
Granted, dark year for baseball, but
Yeah,
they
the
did
real
make it.
baseball players were off to war,
The
but you
World
know what?
Baseball, but they did. And so the
Yeah,
Seattle Mariners, you're gonna say, what are we doing this year? They postseason run, and I'm like, all right,
yeah.
Seattle, and nope.
It was the battle of the '77 expansion teams in the American League, and
Yep, yep.
yeah, it's yeah that
I mean,
sucks.
I mean, I don't
I
like
feel bad for
football,
them.
but at least Seattle has a championship this year. So
Right.
Seattle, the Seahawks at
Well,
least got that
they've
home.
won one before. They have their second now.
Okay, so that's their
And,
second. Did they do
yep.
anything in basketball?
The Sonics did win a title, I think '78. 79, somewhere in
So
there.
baseball's letting the side down for the city that gave birth to grunge, man. What the hell? Come on, Mariners. Let's get it going. I want a Mariners Pirates World Series just so we can make all kind of memes about seamen.
Oh boy.
Come on, JT. I had to. I had to.
Oh boy. I think the Mariners were kind of like a Bob Nutting team from their creation through the 80s. They were very cheap, very
Yeah.
frugal,
Hmm.
but it was a different league in those days. I mean,
Oh
but they
yeah.
lived a very hand-to-mouth existence. I don't think they had much money in the early going. They were created as a result of a lawsuit. I don't know if you realize that.
I did. I know. What's the story behind that?
Well, Major League Baseball was sued by Seattle because of the pilots, because
Right.
the pilots were told that they would start playing 71, which would give them time to renovate Six Stadium
Right.
and transform it into something resembling a major league park for the time being. But they had to start in 69 because Kansas City, the Kansas City A's moved to Oakland in 68, and Stuart
Right.
Symington, who was a senator from Missouri, said, I want a team in Kansas City in 1969, or we're going to start looking into your antitrust exemption, MLB. And so MLB was like, well, we would better do it right now. So they told the pilots, hey, we're going to start in 69, whether you're ready or not.
Hmm.
And the Six Stadium wasn't ready in Seattle, and they failed because of it, because they didn't have a proper ballpark to play in.
I had
They
no
hemorrhaged
idea.
money that first year, and then that clown who was a used car dealer, Bud
Hmm.
Selig, moved it,
Yeah.
took them
Ugh.
out from under their nose and took them to Milwaukee.
That should be a curse word in this channel. Football used to be, but I think that name that you just mentioned,
Ah,
I think I want to ban that from this
that guy,
channel.
and the fact that he's in the Hall of Fame, just, I mean, you're going to put
Oh,
that Joker in the Hall of Fame and not Buck O'Neill. You got to be kidding me,
I
man.
know.
It's the worst. But again, I don't want to get all heated, so I'm going to just leave it at that. Because that
I
would get me
know.
heated if I talked about it long enough. Not a
Well,
big fan of Bud Selig at all.
the things you and I have talked about that last time offline, our blood's already up about a bunch of other stuff.
Oh
So,
boy, there's enough things to get mad about in this day and age, that's for sure.
yeah,
But we won't
exactly.
we don't need to get into that.
Uh,
Baseball's playing these baseball games. I don't mean to interrupt you there.
no, you're
Playing
fine.
these baseball games is my release from all playing games anyway. It's just my release. I can just put it all aside for a while
Yes. Oh,
and
yeah. Same.
just play a
Same.
war game, a strategy game,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a I've got a power washing game. It's just, I mean, yeah, I play some
Nice.
baseball too, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that kind of keeps my mind off it for a little bit, because if you get too deep into it, you start to you start to think really weird things, and
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
it's not it gets really heavy, and that's when I want to get away from it for a little while.
No, and I'm totally with that too. And I'm a gamer too. Like other things, baseball's not my only thing. I just have said I'll never, I put a poll out here. It's like, guys, would you bear it if I did some non-baseball gaming? And it was pretty much a resounding no. Oh my God. So John DFW says, who do you guys dislike more, Selig or Manfred? God, that's like asking, who do I dislike more? Stalin or Hitler. Jeez.
John, I would say, and D. Scott, I was hoping to see the Mariners go to the World Series too, just for what it's worth. Um, yeah, I mean the pilots, they didn't deserve that fate. It was it they got That's why the lawsuit came into happen. That's why it happened. And MLB said, "All right, we'll give you a team," and that's how the Mariners came to be. But John, I think it's Selig. Selig started the trend of an owner being a commissioner, and being basically the commissioner being the owner's lackey. And that wasn't the case with commissioner. They had proper commissioners before. We had Fay Vincent, who Selig replaced. Before that, we had uh, who was the guy that said baseball is designed to break your heart? Bart Giamatti.
Bart
They had
Giamatti.
them.
He was so poetic, Bart
You
Giamatti,
know,
yeah. And
yeah,
we had
he
Bowie
was great.
Kuhn back in the
Yes,
day, and
and
yeah.
Kuhn wasn't a smart guy, and he let his animosity toward Charlie Finley make allow him to make some really bad decisions, I thought.
Hmm. Yeah.
But Selig was the guy that it was kind of like crossing the Rubicon. If you know your Roman
Right.
Empire history, I
Right.
mean, Selig, that was the day that there was no going back. That was a point of no return. it was just my Manfred's just an extension of what Selig began. Now, don't get me wrong, I hate Manfred too, but Selig I would say is the guy I hate more. I don't know.
Whew.
But yeah, you're right.
I'm going to
You're
go
right.
with
People say
Manfred
Beanie.
only because, while I agree with you that he is that extension, just the bullshit that
Yeah,
has just absolutely avalanched from the office of the commissioner of
yeah,
baseball. We asked the fans, and then we listened. You didn't send me any damn thing. You didn't
yeah.
send any baseball fan I've ever known any survey about anything. You didn't ask me about limiting pickoffs, making this.
Right.
No, no. So
You
for
guys came
me,
up with that on your own. You just needed validation
right.
to.
So for me, it's Manfred because while Selig
Okay.
did those sinful, evil things, Selig didn't mess with the game in the way that Manfred has. So,
Manfred Manfred said out loud with his whole chest, he said the world championship trophy is a piece of metal. From that point on, I said, well, you're a piece of excrement for
you know
saying
what?
that.
At least
How
Roger
dare you?
Goodell is a football fan, the commissioner of football. He likes foot, but I don't
He
think
actually likes the
Manfred,
sport.
yeah, I don't think Manfred's a baseball fan at
I
all.
will I will say that about Selig. At least he liked baseball.
Yeah, he liked baseball too.
So again, I mean, there is no right answer here for sure.
Actually, all the damn commissioners before Manfred, Happy Chandler, and you know what? There's a baseball commissioner we got to give some love to, because here's a senator from Kentucky who was asked right before Jackie came. They said, "Well, Commissioner, what do you think about a black man being in the majors?" He said,
That's right.
"If a man can stop a bullet, he can play baseball."
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Way to go! That's
Yep.
awesome stuff." And Landis, well, we could talk about Landis another time. You
You
know,
know,
Whew.
Landis just
He's a
I'll just
tough one.
I'll
He's
just
tough.
say he was his biggest fan. Uh,
Oh,
Landis
oh my
really
God, yeah.
Landis really loved Landis, and
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah,
but I tell you what, man, what balls? Say no, complete
yeah,
power, and
yes,
whatever. A showboat
absolute
federal
power.
judge,
Hmm.
but you know what? He did help bring baseball back. I mean, whether or not his banning of the Black Sox was proper, it did help to restore faith. And then, of course, Babe Ruth really brings it back roaring. But the thing about Landis, in addition to being the ultimate narcissist, is he was an implacable foe of integration, and
Hmm.
that to
Yep,
me
of
is
course he was. Yeah,
that
that's
damages his
what.
legacy
Right, of course.
irreparably.
As we said, nobody's all one person.
No,
Landis, what Landis did to the Black Sox sent a message,
yes,
and like,
and it
look, man,
needed to be sent.
regardless
That's
of the verdict of juries, I'm going to
right.
do this, and this is
Yeah,
how it's going to go.
yeah.
And if you don't like it, tough. And you know what? I admire a guy that's like that. He
Well, and
doesn't.
Speaker and Cobb got the message because they
Yep.
just like, okay, we're done playing now.
Hmm.
Because there were things coming out about Speaker and Ty Cobb, and
Yep.
Landis didn't knew, okay, publicly, or banning these guys could be really bad, right? Because it was enough that Joe Jackson was gone, and even you can make the argument Eddie Seacott, but when you're talking about Speaker and Cobb, then as well. So,
Hmm.
however that worked out, because who was the pitcher that really started and had the dirt on these guys that really helped break the scandal open? But yeah, Landis just his just
I
no
remember Mathewson.
integration. You know,
Yeah, go ahead. I
no, no,
remember Christy Mathewson being in the in the booth, pointing out when guys were
right,
taking
with Huey
plays.
Fullerton and Ring Lardner. In
Yes.
fact, it
Hmm.
affected Ring Lardner so profoundly. The man who wrote the "You Know Me" Al series, which are brilliant. You guys should
Hmm.
read them. They're fun. Even if you know nothing about dead ball baseball, you don't have to. Great reading. You will laugh. But Ring Lardner became so disenchanted with baseball after the Black Sox scandal, he never covered it again. He was done. I think he went on to cover boxing and other stuff, but he wouldn't touch baseball anymore. And that was a huge thing. Baseball was
Yeah,
the national pastime.
it was.
And I think we look back on 1919 and say, yeah, all right. But that was huge. And
That
it
was
took
all
a
there was.
lot.
Baseball was all there was,
Oh,
almost.
yeah. Yeah.
And it takes a principled guy to take a stand and really stand by it.
and
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 I
so I
was,
give Landis that, but
yeah,
but had Landis not been the racist that he was, we
yeah,
would have maybe seen. Okay, I get Josh Gibson. It's kind of late in his career, but we might have seen Josh in the majors. We might have seen Satch, a few years
right.
earlier.
Hmm.
Would have been nice.
No question about it. No question.
Yeah. I mean,
We could give them more credit for what they did. They would have gotten into the Hall of Fame sooner. It wouldn't have taken Ted Williams saying, "Hey, I hope these guys get in the Hall of Fame because they need to be recognized."
they do.
We wouldn't have needed that because they would have already been there. And
And baseball knew it. Again,
yeah, they
that
knew it.
famous thing that I recount all the time, right?
Knew it.
The Seals are playing against. I guess I don't know if it was just a Black Barnstorming team or something. DiMaggio goes right. The scout wires New York. DiMaggio went 1 for 4, got a single off Satch, and that was the bellwether. It was like, okay, if you went 1 for 4 against Satchel Paige, you can hit major league pitching. And we're
Mhm.
talking about Joe DiMaggio, right? So
Yeah.
1936. So Satch is still mowing him down, and right? We do have the major league equivalencies now, but the thing is you know, we have to measure. We measure that greatness, and we do have to. We understand that it was prejudice, and
Yeah.
Cap Anson gets a lot of shit, but it wasn't just Cap Anson. It was
No.
Cap Anson who might have been the most vocal, but Tony Mullane. I'm not going to take any damn orders off a n, right?
Right.
That was more of the prevalent attitude, and the
Even when
danger of
Jackie
history.
came in, you had Ben Chapman and the guys you've talked about
Oh
it,
my God,
but
Ben Chapman.
didn't accept him as a player or a man.
What a dick, Ben Chapman. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I mean,
just
yeah,
awful.
that's the way it was.
And Larry Doby faced the same, a lot of the same shit in the American League
Larry
too.
Doby gets none of the credit. So much little of like for being the first guy to integrate the American League, which again we've established they were two different entities.
Right.
He was the first guy to integrate that league, which was a big deal.
Yes.
And Bill Veeck deserves a lot of credit for that.
Yes, he
And
does.
it's yeah, it's we wouldn't we can go with we can have major league equivalencies and all that, but we can't know. We won't. It would be so nice to know just how
And we
good they
never
would have
will.
been
And we
as
never
major
will.
leaguers. Like,
Um,
and that's a shame. I mean, but that's just unfortunately that's one of the unfortunate parts. We have an incomplete history, and it's too bad. But
the thing is, though, is that being said, the sentimentalist in me and the person who yearns for equality, I
mhm,
still believe that Josh Gibson and Turkey Stearns and Oscar Charleston and all of them would have been great, great players in the majors and would have
yeah,
been, yeah, but just because
it would be great to know how great they would have been,
how great, yes, exactly.
where they
Would
stack
Josh
up.
right?
You know,
So would Josh Gibson have actually broken Babe Ruth's record?
yeah,
Perhaps. I mean, Jimmy Fox came closest his retirement at
hmm
536 round trippers to Ruth's 714.
or maybe
You'll
one
never know.
season. I mean, Fox took multiple runs at 60 home runs,
Yes, he did.
and I would have no doubt in my mind that Josh Gibson probably would have done that too. And
Yeah,
we won't know. And a right-handed hitter, like just like Fox, you got to wonder. And
yeah,
I think forever we'll wonder. Major league equivalencies are nice, but
right.
we're not going to ever truly know, and that's a shame. That's the big shame about it. But
Well, the other thing too, we talk about the All Star game. Let's not forget where that came from. That was the big thing in Negro League baseball, not the World Series. It was
mm,
the East West All Star game.
yeah,
And Arch Ward, pretty smart. Everybody says, "Oh, Arch Ward, had the idea." No, he didn't. The
yeah,
Negro Leagues were doing All Star games forever,
yep.
and Arch
And
Ward was just
they did
shrewd
night
enough.
baseball too first.
Yep, they did first nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Negro Leagues remain. I'm going to start doing some Negro Leagues in the channel. Just trying to figure. I just got to see how well Dave Cook did those seasons, and and
Yeah,
and
it's
and,
hard
and
to
maybe
do.
make them abbreviated seasons
Yeah.
or something. I'm not sure yet. Or use Steve Tate. He created about 400 or 500 players using the equivalencies,
hmm
and I've the only reason I haven't done a lot of Negro League baseball on here, really, or any Negro League, is because it was so ephemeral. You would have teams that would maybe last a month,
Yeah.
and so
It's
how do you? I don't know how to
it's like
how to make that
baseball
happen.
before it's like baseball before the National Association.
Yeah.
Like they didn't last very long, and you don't really
Nope.
know like not enough not enough sample size.
Right.
And when you include it, you look on Baseball Reference too. It's hard to kind of you've got a guy in there. Oh, this guy hit 360. Oh, he only played in 20 games. That's all we've got of that guy.
That's it.
And so you're kind of like, oh, that's a bit of a letdown because that's such a small size. Like a lot of guys have done well in 25 games, but they didn't do well in 500 games or 1,000 games. So
Exactly. Well, I look in James Riley's Encyclopedia of Negro League Baseball, and what's really sad is for a lot of those guys in there, all we have is their last name, not even the
Yeah,
first name.
yeah.
And granted, there that research is especially difficult, and props to seam heads for the work that they've done.
Yep.
Um, because how many of archives of black newspapers can you find, right? We can read the London Times back to the damn beginning, or the New York
Mhm,
Times, or what have you, or even the New York
mhm.
Daily News, or the Post, god help us. But
Oh,
you
boy.
know but
Yeah.
these, yeah, right, but these newspapers that were targeted to the African American community, so finding these stats, so I have to, for seam heads, for retro sheet, for Saber, and the incredible work they've done to give us what we have is something I think that every baseball fan, casual or serious, should really thank those organizations for.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I
remember
do.
Greg Nettles saying he'd rather see his son with a copy of Hustler magazine than the New York Post. That was a lot right there.
I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah,
But journalism's
I do
got to
too.
even be much better from Larry Flint than those guys. But
Yes, I do too. I feel the same way. But,
funny stuff, buddy.
I mean,
Oh
that's
man,
another similarity it has with baseball before the National Association in 1871, is that there was only last names to certain guys, and some
yeah.
guys didn't know their name because the print's too faded on
Hmm.
the paper. It's tough. Hey, Aaron, how are you? Um, it's just it, the Negro Leagues is a very tough undertaking, and I really do appreciate and respect the guys that are working on it.
Oh
It's
yeah.
it's it's tough. It's not easy.
Could you
I was try
imagine?
I was
Go
trying
ahead.
to do research to set up the 1900 American League back the year before it was
Oh, so
considered a
when they were
major
the
league.
Western League, yeah, they were the
Yeah.
Western League, right?
Well, they were called the American. I'm not sure. I think they were called the American League, but they weren't a major league yet.
Right. Okay. So Western League, I think, was 1899. Was the
Yeah.
last year they were the Western League. Okay.
And I tried to research stuff on that, and it gets old fast. You're just like, oh, I don't want to do this for
Hmm.
too much longer. It's tough. You really got to be dedicated to it, and it's not easy. Because I have the old news. I have access. If you got newspapers.com and
I have
you get
access to it through
you get full
Saber.
access. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You could have full access to all this stuff, and we have
Yeah.
it. It's just a matter of going to those papers and fishing it out, and it's not. Sometimes you run into these roadblocks, and you kind of like, oh boy, here we go.
Oh, I know.
We're gonna have
But
to go through all sorts of papers. It's gonna take a while.
speaking of which, just got to put a plug in for Saber. It's the best damn bargain in baseball. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, it's like the membership is so low on that, and I'm not saying this is being one of their, because I'm part, in one of their committees and stuff like that. But Saber is a fantastic thing, and
Yeah, you
it's not
don't get
like,
money for this. Yeah, you're not getting money to
no.
talk good about them. Yeah,
No, you guys gotta just join Saber. It's incredible. You're even gonna find, you're gonna learn things on Saber about your favorite seasons, your favorite eras that you never knew. And their baseball research journal. It is, for all intents and purposes, it is an academic, peer reviewed journal. And you're not going to get fluff in there. It's serious, great baseball study. The Knapp Rucker archives are astounding. Go on and on. I did a whole broadcast tonight just on Saber, so I just had to put that in, and it is so cool to read. You can read the sporting news from issue one. It's on there through, I think that's through newspapers.com, I believe. But the research that you can do in Saber, I love it. I
the
love it.
sporting news isn't on
Or
newspapers.com,
no,
and
then what? Then sporting news,
if it's on Saber, then
it's
that's a
on
good buy.
Saber. It
Yeah,
is on
that's a good
Saber. Yeah.
buy.
I was reading the first issue as much as you could. It's, again, the print is, so it's one of those two, but you get to the sporting news through one of those two portals from Saber, and you get access for free. Gary says, "Evening, gents. So glad you guys are doing a show. We're glad we're doing it too." Uh, got JT Dutch on here, Gary,
Well,
and
this
you
isn't
know,
diamonds and dice. I'm not Bernie.
oh
Um,
yeah, oh yeah. I should say this
but
is JT Dutch. Bernie went to
yeah,
bed like 3 years ago or something. So
Bernie's above my pay grade, but yeah, I'm just trying to fill in for him at the
come on,
moment.
JT.
But
I was
it's
supposed to say that because you got me on the Johnny Carson thing, but you beat me
yeah,
to it. That's okay.
yeah. I guess I'm Ed McMahon. I'm covering for him. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Oh, that's tough. But
But
anyhow, Gary, welcome in. We've been just, where I would go back to. I mean, in that
yeah,
time
where
machine,
would you
getting
go
back,
back to?
I want to go back to that game in which where and the Burns documentary when Satch and Josh are facing off in that at bat.
Yeah,
I want to see that. That's where I want to be.
where he called his fielders off the field.
Caught his fears off, and he told Josh. He said, "You and I talked about this. Now, yeah, we're facing each
Here it
other.
is. Yeah, it's
Here it
go time.
is." And he strikes out
Wow,
Josh Gibson, man. Uh,
that's the kind of stuff. Yeah, I'd
you
love to
know,
see that too. That's crazy. That's so good.
and I guess the other thing would be I would want to go back to that infamous game in 1909 in the World Series with Wagner and Cobb.
Yeah,
Right, I'm coming down to the
yeah,
next pitch. Crowd hit.
yeah.
Come ahead, says
How much?
Wagner.
How much of that is true, and how much of that is fantasy? Who knows? But
Yep,
thank
because
you, D. Scott. Doc Severson's pretty cool in my
Doc
book.
Severs, yeah, yeah, hell of a trumpeter.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, so, but yeah, I mean, because there were there were actually a lot of injuries. There was not a lot of love between those teams. I mean, dead
yeah.
ball baseball was super aggressive anyhow.
Of course, as I
Um,
mentioned, there was only one umpire that had to look at the whole field. Not going to
one
catch
umpire,
everything,
right, and
so the
those
players
guys.
knew what they could get away with.
Yeah, I mean, Brick Owen got his nickname because he had a brick thrown at him and hit him on the head. Poor
Yeah,
umpire, bam. But I guess he brought a gun to the next game or something. Love dead ball, but but there are some people say it's kind of like the Babe Ruth called shot, right? But some people are saying no, Cobb actually did that, and Wagner did what he did, but
yeah,
Cobb said, "Look," he said, "this man is granite. I'm not going to challenge him like that." I'm not going to do that. He said, no man is going to run into Hannes Wagner. So is it one of those great, it's sort of, urban legend apocryphal things, or did it
yeah,
happen?
yeah. That's the
You,
question I
I've
wanted.
looked at newspapers and they're absolutely just diametrically opposed accounts of
Right.
what happened in that
Yep.
series.
You
We
can't
do
get a
know
straight
that
answer
Wagner outclassed Cobb in that World Series,
in
big
that World
time.
Series. But
Right.
in 1903, he didn't hit, and there was a chant that the Royal Rooters, "Oh, Honus, why do you hit so badly?"
Oh yeah,
kind of
the
thing.
Tessie song. Yes.
So
Ugh.
sometimes sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Even the great Honus Wagner had to be humbled sometime. So
Yeah.
that's just the way it goes. But I remember Charlie Root, the pitcher for the Cubs, that Cobb hit the home. I mean, that Ruth hit the home run off of the supposed called shot.
Right.
And Root said if he had done that, I would have knocked him on his ass. And
Yep. Yep.
I believe him 100% on that. Then don't
Charlie
you
Ruth
dare.
is a nice guy, apparently. Right.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you look at that picture of Ruth, it looks like he's pointing toward the Cubs dugout or down the left field line. He's not
Yes.
pointing to
It doesn't
center,
look like he's pointing out there. And
right?
Ruth left the when they did the Babe Ruth story, Ruth left the theater. He couldn't watch
Oh.
anymore. He said, "This is a joke."
Well, and,
You
you know
know?
what? What an injustice. The man is 2 months from dying.
Yeah.
So they showed the preview in June of 1948.
Mhm.
And oh my God, right? Poor Babe Ruth. Oh my God.
Yeah, well,
There's never the only good depiction of Babe Ruth in the movies was not, and Babe Ruth's not called by name, is Joe Don Baker in The Natural.
yeah.
That's pretty
The
close to
Whammer.
Babe Ruth, right? The
Yeah,
Whammer, exactly.
yeah,
Bendix
yeah,
sucked, and then who was it? I love this actor, John Goodman.
yeah,
That was a fiasco. It's like,
yep.
so you could take the arguably the greatest baseball player in history. Why can't we make a good movie out of him? Why? Baseball biopics, by and large, suck. Not
Yeah.
always.
Well, and then the Cobb book was
42 could have
written
been better. 42
the
could have been better, right?
the Cobb book was written by Al Stump was
Oh
terrible,
God! Well, Stump was
you
a
know?
hack, right? I
Right.
don't know. Ken Castro's not on here. Don't get him started on Al Stump. Oh my
You
God!
know,
Yeah,
he went
but
into business for himself and decided to write fan fiction instead of the real story of Ty Cobb.
pretty much.
And I don't know, it's but yeah, 42 was really disappointing, but I get it. It's for again, I think it was more for the casual fan. It wasn't really for me.
I know. I
Um
was looking forward to 42. I'm like, this is going to be
uh,
great. This is going to be, and I was left
uh,
like, eh. Fear Strikes Out was an excellent movie about Jimmy
that was good.
Pearsall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pride of St. Louis about Pete Alexander. But most of the biopics I've seen, Pride of the Yankees. Okay, yeah, excellent movie. It's Gary Cooper.
Right. Yeah.
Um, But
And Patrick Boseman, I don't want to say he did well with the material he was given in 42. He
mhm,
was a fine actor.
yeah.
It
Oh, yeah.
wasn't it wasn't him. It was the
No.
way they made the movie and the writing, and
Yep.
that's what it was. It wasn't the actors did fine. I
Yeah.
don't wanna That's not
No.
disparaging anybody that starred in it or anything like that. William Bendix as Babe Ruth was fine.
Oh,
It was just the movie was bad.
it
He
was
did a good
really
job with
bad.
what he was giving
Yeah.
what he was given.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean,
I
everybody
like
knew Babe Ruth had throat cancer. Don't do this to him. Oh
yeah,
my God. But
yeah.
they did it. What are you going to do?
I
I go
I
back
think
to 1948 and say, don't. He's going to be dead in 2 months. Don't
I
do
actually
this.
prefer the fantasy baseball movies like Bull Durham, The
Oh,
Natural.
yes.
You remember Ray Milland and It Happens Every Spring? That was
Yes.
a that was a fun movie,
Oh,
great
yeah.
movie. Yeah,
Major League. Oh, my
Major
God.
League, what a fantastic, funny movie that was.
And I might get some flack for this, but I love Field of Dreams. I love that
You
movie. I
Field
love
of
it.
Dreams, I mean, if you
But I
look,
love Kinsella as a writer, so
if
that
you love
also.
baseball and your dad taught you baseball, which is what happened to me, I am the prototypical baseball fan. My dad passed it down to me like an heirloom,
Mhm.
just like you see in all those weepy baseball documentaries. That's how I became a fan.
Yeah.
So if you're me and you watch Field of Dreams, you're going to get emotional. That's just the way it is.
Well, see, I
Because
didn't have that, but it still made me emotional because I didn't have that connection, but
oh
I could see that, and there's not anybody that can say that they watched that movie the first time or whatever, and you don't get that, "Oh, geez, somebody's chopping onions in the
yeah,
house," right? It just it
I mean,
does.
check your pulse. I mean, I don't know. Is that
Yeah.
are you human? I don't know. I That's why I can't watch. I don't want to get emotional about it, so I don't watch that movie anymore. But that
Mhm.
was a fantastic moment. I resonated with that. I remember it really hit hard with me. You know,
Well, and I
and
love
so
James Earl Jones' monologue in that
yeah.
too.
Oh, he's great.
I
James Earl
mean,
Jones is
you
great. He's
can't
a
beat
legend.
that. But you're right about the baseball movies that aren't anchored in
Hmm.
things that
In
actually
reality,
happened.
yeah.
Right. And I mean, so I mean, the Sandlot, the first
The
Sandlot
Sand.
movie.
Oh my
Come
gosh,
on, that was me and my friends, JT.
yeah. The girlfriend is a big baseball fan, and she loves The Sandlot.
Does she?
She watches it every time it's on. She'll turn to it.
I gotta try to get my girlfriend. Maybe I'll try it. Come on, Gina. Let's
I
watch
just got
Sandlot.
lucky. I got lucky. I overachieved. That's
Yeah,
what I
apparently you did. I had that with my ex. We used to go to Toledo Mud Hens games like all
mhm.
the time when
Our
they were
first
home.
date was a minor league game. It was a Rancho Cucamonga Quakes that played. That
Oh
was our
man,
first date. So
she's a
there you go.
keeper, brother. She's a
Yeah.
keeper.
It's 13.5 years now. I
I
can't
gotta
believe
ask you though, does she
it.
understand the hobby? Does she get what you're doing?
She thinks you guys are just a bunch of nerds. I said, "I yeah, pretty much. I can't argue with that." She's seen me play baseball sims, and she's kinda like she'd rather play like an MLB The Show kind of
Okay.
thing, be a player rather than a manager or a general manager, and I get that.
Yeah,
I play
right.
those games too.
Mhm.
So, I the thing about it
Oh,
is I'd much rather be a field manager more than anything. I think just because I grew up admiring managers.
yeah.
When I
Yeah.
was a kid, Earl Weaver was a manager, and Chuck Tanner was a manager, and Dick Williams and Tommy Lasorda,
Yeah.
Gene Mock. There
Yeah.
were just so many managers, and they all had personality. They were all different. Now, today, it seems like managers are coffee boys. They're just entry
Yeah.
level employees.
And there's no characters. Aaron Reed
No,
says, "I wear my nerdiness with pride."
I
I
do
do
too,
too.
Aaron.
My
Yeah.
band, so the bands, so I am in addition to being a magician, I'm a rock musician. So, uh, but we can, you can even be a rock musician and be a nerd. Um, Getty Lee, look at his baseball collection.
Yes.
Good God.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so in some bands that I was in, I always made it a thing that, and it was my theater training that I didn't want to break that fourth wall. After the show, yes, but you don't break the fourth wall when you're a performer. A magician, you kind of have to, but as a musician, as an actor, you don't. So what I would do during sets or an intermission, and my bandmates never got this, I would have a copy of Total Baseball with me, and I'd go off stage, making sure my keyboards were set for the next set or whatever, and I would be reading Total Baseball, and they're out mixing
Mhm.
with the audience and picking up, you know, women and all that kind of stuff, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm
Right.
reading baseball." It's
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I wear that nerdiness as well too. And just as at home road, of course, it's cool to play D&D now. You're not a nerd anymore if you do that. But
Right.
we are nerds in the gaming community
But you know
that
what?
do
It's
this.
been embraced now. It's just part of culture now. You didn't used to be. But,
I don't know that sports sim gaming is. MLB The
oh no, that's
Show.
definitely niche. But
No, that's what I'm saying.
I
We're
mean like
nerds among
nerd
gamers.
culture is a thing.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, our little niche there, that's our little corner of
Well, D&D
the
players
world.
don't understand what we and I love D&D and Pathfinder and Warhammer and
Hmm.
all that and play those things.
Hmm.
But so my friends that play those games but they're not baseball fans or even sports fans, they don't get. They're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
I'm playing, and I've even tried saying, "Look, think of this as let's think of this as a D&D sort of
Yeah.
thing. All right,
Yeah.
this guy's my tank, this guy's my spell cat, whatever. I'm doing that. I'm just role playing, but I'm not doing this in medieval high fantasy. I'm doing
Yeah.
this on a baseball diamond.
That's all it is. It's just different
But
terminology.
they don't get it, and I just wish that the cast of Big Bang Theory would have played the damn game of Appa. But here we are. When gamers don't get what you're doing, but I'm proud of it. I do. I tell people, see, I got a YouTube family, and
Hmm.
I'm like, I said, we do baseball games, we talk baseball, and they kind of get this like so when I in real life, when I meet real baseball fans, they're like, really, that's cool. What's your channel name? But most people are like, oh, that's nice.
Right.
That's pretty much it. And then they say, well, what's the name of your channel? And when I tell them, then it's really weird. It's like, look, I know I've honked off tons of Beatles fans. I know it. They're going to go, oh, there's a Beatles channel. Look, it's live. And we're talking about, like earlier, we're talking about Bill Mazeroski. And there's got to be, and I love the Beatles, but, right? But there's got to be people like, wait a minute, did Bill Mazeroski know Paul McCartney or John Lennon? Yeah, whatever.
Mhm. That's exactly right, D. Scott.
Yeah,
We have D&D to thank for that.
we do. We have D&D to thank for a lot of things.
Yeah.
But I mean, gaming is so much fun, just even in general. And scientifically, medically, they're showing that that if you're an active gamer, it can help mitigate risk for things like Alzheimer's.
Right, of course, you keep your brain limber.
Absolutely, and a
Anything
lot
you
of other
don't work
things.
out is going to atrophy, right? That's just,
Absolutely,
you know.
and
But
and, and there's
but
a lot of it
the
about.
girlfriend doesn't have the interest in baseball history that I do. That's a big difference.
But she loves but she likes
She
baseball.
but she loves to watch today's baseball.
Good.
She puts up with the stupid. She thinks today's rules are just as stupid as I do.
Then
Um,
she's a double
so
keeper.
so but I mean, she just doesn't have the interest in the history. She's like, "You recall plays." She'll tell me, "You recall plays from like 20 years ago like they happened yesterday." And I
Hmm.
don't know, I just have that. I said, "I'm just cursed," or whatever you wanna say with that,
Sure.
but that's just who I am. That's how I'm wired.
But I
So
think even among like baseball fans, like those of us that are in here, and in this YouTube sports gaming community, I think that the other baseball fans look at us as kind of like, again, like your girlfriend, like, huh?
yeah.
I mean, so there was a guy at work that was trying to trip me up, and he said, and it's like, so because I said, yeah, I said, baseball is the only sport I love. I say his sister. He said, well, let me test you, and so
Mhm.
this is where he doesn't, I knew there was no depth there, and I love the guy. He's a great guy. He said, who was the only pitcher in Major League Baseball history to pitch consecutive? And as soon as he did that, before he
Johnny
finished, I said,
Vandermeer.
Johnny Vanderveer in
Yep,
1938. He
yep.
said, holy shit. And I
Mhm.
said, Chris, that was an easy one. Ask me a tough one.
Yeah.
He said,
Get
damn,
like ask me about, like, not Bill Mazeroski, but Hal Smith. Do you remember Hal Smith? Not a lot of people know who the Hal
exactly.
Smith, who's he? I'm like,
Yeah.
"He hit the biggest home run in that game. It wasn't Mazeroski,"
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
Probably the biggest home run hit in the history of baseball for what it meant for for the moment, the series.
Hmm.
I think somebody went. I think it was there was a guy I can't remember, like Foolish Baseball. I don't know if you've heard of that account,
I've
but
not.
on YouTube. But I think he went by and, like, as far as, like, they have a measurement called championship probability added to each play, and
Okay.
that was the play that had the most out of any play in baseball was that Hal Smith home run in Game 7
Wow.
because they were trailing. The Pirates were trailing, and he put them ahead.
Hmm.
And then the Yankees had to tie the game, and then Mazeroski won the game with his home run.
Well, as a Bucko fan, and again, that was before my time, before your time,
Yeah,
but I am thankful
but what an
nonetheless
incredible
for
World Series it was.
for that hard infield at Forbes Field, and Kubek
Yeah,
took the ball to the throat.
Kubek. Yeah, yeah.
Good stuff. Not for
It,
Tony Kubek, but certainly for the
yeah,
Pittsburgh Pirates.
it probably
And
put
that was a good.
Mazeroski in the Hall of Fame that one swing, but
I mean, that 1960
it is what it
Pirates were a
is.
fine club. That was a fine baseball club that I
Yeah,
don't give enough attention to. My favorite Pittsburgh Pirate
71,
iteration
right?
is, yes, is 71.
Mhm. The Lumber
Um,
Company.
I mean, you've got Clemente, you've got
Yeah,
Stargell Robertson, Oliver. I mean, that's just Manny Sanguillen. That's an incredible
yeah.
team. Everybody talks about the '79 Pirates. Yes, they were good,
The
but
fun team, a very fun team,
they were fun. But the
but
'71
71 was probably
Pirates,
better. Yeah, they
oh
were probably
hell
a better
yeah,
team. Yeah,
hell yeah. And us and the Reds. It's like the Pirates and the Reds move in this weird orbit. When we're good, they're good, and when we're bad, they're bad most of the time. And so we were locking up all the time in the '70s. You
and
know,
you locked up with the Orioles twice in the 70s as well in the World
yeah,
Series.
we bookended it, baby, and came from
Yep,
behind both times too.
that's right. Yeah, it was very similar. You had
It
to win
really
the
was.
last 3 games in both series,
Well,
I think.
Clemente and Blas won the '71 World Series,
Right.
like kind of like Sandy Koufax won '65. Yeah, you know.
I think the 79 Pirates had more heroes in that World Series, and I think that's why
Oh
they had
yeah,
Colvey and they had Stargell and they had
you have
Parker,
Omar.
Omar.
Yeah,
Omar didn't do much because Dempsey's arm behind the plate was really, really good.
right.
So they didn't want to take a chance.
But you had
But
Omar in terms of just that he was like that, just through the season. I mean,
yeah, but Blyleven
Omar's
pitched
going to
well in
go
the
on.
World
He's going to
Series.
steal. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blyleven pitched well. Jim Rooker pitched well. Jim Bibby pitched well.
Yeah.
Grant Jackson, the lefty, pitched well. And they had, like I said, they had Kent Tekulve.
Kind of
Bones.
sad that in the postseason in divisional play, Pirates and Dodgers were never. It was like Pirates Giants, Pirates Reds, but we
Mhm.
never really had like you guys never really dealt with us. We never really dealt with you.
74, they played in the NLCS, and the Dodgers won that. But
Yeah, but that was
I
it.
think
It was
at
it was really
74, the Dodgers
Pirates
were just
Reds.
better.
You know.
If the Dodgers had won the division in 71, they probably lose to the Pirates in the NLCS. But the
Yes, I
Dodgers
hate
were
to
one
say it,
game
but
out.
yes,
No, I agree.
the Pirates were. That was a special
The
team.
Pirates were the best team in baseball that year. It was either them or the Orioles. They played a great series. They were probably
Hmm.
both a really good match for each other.
Yeah,
But the Pirates came out on top in that one. It wasn't a
yeah.
miracle like the Mets in '69. I think it was just those two teams were the best
Well,
teams.
what is except for maybe the 1914 Braves, I guess. But
Oh, my goodness.
last place to July 4th, and
What an
and you win the
incredible
World
season that
Series.
is. That's why you play 154 in that case. It was 154. It's a
Right.
marathon, and they came back, and I love that kind of stuff. I love that when it happens in baseball.
And well, another great one was 1951,
Yes.
right? So the
We
Dodgers are
now know the
dominating.
Giants cheated because they were looking
Right.
at the signs from center field, but yeah,
Oh,
at the
yeah.
time it was a great story. They shot her around the world. It's a lot of
Well, the
stuff.
Astros can look back and say there's precedent.
True.
Because all the shit the Astros took, what, in
Yeah.
2017?
Yeah.
Well, the New York Giants did in 51. What do you want from us, you know?
I still say even though the Astros cheated in 2017, the Dodgers still should have won that series. I'll never stop saying that.
Yeah.
The Dodgers just should have done better. If they had played their potential, they would have won that series. But you could say that about a lot of teams. So what are
Yeah.
you gonna do?
But
It
you know
woulda,
what?
coulda, shoulda.
You got a franchise to be very proud of. Is I am proud of my
Sure,
Pirates. I
sure.
mean, and I have to include. I know you want them you separate, but you still got to include Brooklyn. And when even without them, but you include Brooklyn Dodgers. What a great franchise!
It's a great history. Yeah. When I read about Dodger history, I started out as an Angel fan when I
Oh,
was
really?
single digit age because that was my dad's team. And he was good enough
Okay,
for him, it was good enough for me.
sure.
Also, the Angels had Bobby Grich, who played high school ball with my dad. He was my dad's DB partner.
Oh,
My dad
wow,
was the second baseman, and Grich was the shortstop. So, and
wow.
my dad was 11 when the Angels started in 1961. So he was with them from the beginning. So when I first started watching baseball with them at single digit age, I thought, well, good enough for my dad, good enough for me.
Hmm.
But I switched. The Dodgers seduced me, for lack of a better word. It was Vince Scully. They were easy on the ears with
Yeah.
Vince Scully. They were easy on the eyes with their jerseys and with Dodger Stadium. And then when I read about their history, I was that was the last part that hooked me.
Oh yeah.
And I said,
I,
"Oh,
so, I
this
mean,
is the team."
I'm a, yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm a Brooklyn Dodgers. I'm not
Mhm.
knocking you guys. I don't. Pirates fans don't hate the Dodgers. We don't. You guys are cool. You guys are L.A. man.
I
You
don't have
know,
anything against the Pirates either.
right?
I hate the Giants. That's
And D. Scott Howard gives us the answer. It was Chuck Dressen, the quote that inspired the Giants in
I
'51.
thought it was Dressen because he was a pretty arrogant
Yep.
guy.
Yeah, you said that earlier. Yeah, it
It
was
wasn't
Dressen.
Alston because Alston wasn't arrogant like that. He would never
Walt
say
Olson,
anything
nah.
like that.
But what a hell of a
DeRocher
thing, right?
maybe. DeRocher was pretty arrogant too. He might have said something
Well, he
like
got
that.
his nickname from Babe Ruth, the lips.
Mm.
So you got to love
Al
that.
Also
But
the All-American out. Didn't he call him the All-American
I
out
think
too?
he did, yes.
So,
But
yeah,
you got to
I
love that because the Giants are kind of like meh. The Dodgers are dominating. All of a sudden, they go into a slide. The Giants go nuts, and it comes down to that one play, and Russ Hodges loses his shit.
yeah,
Gotta love it.
yeah, and
Aaron,
he
what do
was
you have against the Giants?
from what I heard, Russ Hodges was pretty mild-mannered broadcaster. So hearing him go off like that, people were very surprised.
You heard Red Barber's call of that, didn't you?
No,
He said,
I've
"Yeah,
never heard of it to this day.
the Giants won." I found it one time on YouTube. It was really funny to just hear that juxtaposition between the two.
I remember
Red
when the
Barber
Dodgers
just,
won in
yeah,
'55. Vince Scully said, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers are the champions of the world." And fans asked him all winter, like, how could you be so calm?" And he said, "I couldn't have said another word without breaking down in tears."
yeah,
So I was like, "Wow, that's amazing. That's
class, man.
the things you don't know about. You
Yeah.
know, it's like that's so." But yeah, I never.
Vin was unflappable though. What I mean, he kept that. He
Yeah,
kept that ex. I mean, again, I've said this to you
very
before,
rarely would
JP.
he get annoyed with something.
Yeah,
Very rarely.
and I mean, but you know how blessed you were to
Yeah,
have listened
that
to.
was part of the reason I became a biggest part of why I became a Dodger fan was Vince Scully.
Well, that's a hell
He,
of a thing. That's a
you
hell of
know,
a good thing. Yeah,
I just got addicted. I just can't. I can't stop listening to this guy. This guy's
yeah,
incredible. The Angels had good. They had Dick Enberg, who was a great broadcaster.
he
They had
was.
Don Drysdale, who was a great color guy.
Hmm.
It didn't matter though. I said, you just guys, no, none of you guys are Vince Scully. Sorry. This is the best I've ever heard, and probably will ever hear.
You know, the thing with
And
Scully, I think too, is because you had other. I mean, you had those great radio guys, right? You know, they had
yeah,
to be so descriptive. Ernie
yeah,
Harwell was great. Bob Prince was great.
yeah.
Rosie Rosewell, but there was something about Vince
Lindsey
Scully.
Nelson. Yeah,
Yeah, Lindsey Nelson,
yeah,
but there was Joe Buck. But there was something
yes,
about the way Vince Scully, and there's some nights
yeah.
on YouTube I would just look for whether it was the classic baseball on the radio or if you go to the Internet Archive, all those ball games are there too.
I've got old games from him that are saved on my phone, on my computer.
See, yeah,
I go to sleep to him.
yeah,
It's like an old blanket that it's just so comfortable to listen to him.
yeah.
And he'll never die in my mind. He'll
No,
always be alive.
no,
So
yeah. I mean, everybody talks about the Gibson home run call, but Vince Scully made other great
wasn't his
calls.
best
That
call.
wasn't, yeah, that,
His
that
call of
was
Hank Aaron hitting 715 is one of the best
was
calls I've
beautiful.
ever heard.
It was beautiful.
It's so wonderful. And it's
Yeah.
just like that's the way he was.
Hmm.
Now I've heard Mel Allen, who's obviously another great guy.
Yeah.
I got to know Mel Allen through This Week in Baseball. I think a lot of people from my generation did.
Hmm.
But I heard him call the '55 World Series and the Dodgers win. He said, the Dodger fans have been talking about wait till next year. Well, this was the year. And I
Yeah.
said, that's pretty cool that a Yankee broadcaster would be that gracious. And I
Well,
remember
he
when the
was.
Dodgers beat the Yankees in 2024. I got to hear John Sterling say, "Ball game over, World Series over, the Los Angeles Dodgers win," and I started tearing up. I said, "I'll
Mhm.
never hear that ever again." You always used to say the Yankees win, and to hear him say the Dodgers win was pretty neat stuff.
Oh,
That
yeah, of course.
that had an impact on me because that was his last game ever. He's never going to
Wow.
broadcast another game. And for his last words in a game to say the Dodgers win, ball game over, World Series over, it's just that I'll always have that as a Dodger fan. So that's pretty cool.
I love that about baseball that we have because I don't know that necessarily and so I can't speak, but I don't hear fans of other sports talking about their broadcasters the way we
No,
do.
no. Not at all. Or their records, like 714 was Ruth's record. You don't hear like Jim Brown had the record for most rushing yards, 12,312, I think it is. You never heard people say that. But 56 games in a row, we all know 400, the last guy to hit 400. Ty Cobb was 4191. They
Yep.
miscounted,
We
but it
don't.
was,
You don't even have to define the numbers.
yeah.
We like
You
baseball.
just say a
Those things.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say a
Yeah.
number.
So if I say 56,
Yeah, everybody, any baseball fan knows what that is.
they know what 56
You
is
know.
exactly. They know 60. They know 61. They
Yep.
know 406. They know 1.12. Yeah.
It's
Um,
just
but here
I
we are
think
regaling about announcers, and I don't hear.
yeah,
And
no
the
way.
people that I live with are football fans, and they don't talk about. And I don't even know. Did the Pittsburgh Steelers have? I guess yeah, Myron Cope. Uh,
Yes, he was the famous guy.
yeah, but you
Today
don't hear
today
about those
broadcasters
guys.
aren't really special anymore. It's
They
just not the
suck.
same.
Let's
It's
be
like
real.
it's like it's like field managers. Like I was talking about the personality of field managers. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
It's just not that way anymore. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, you don't have any characters in baseball, whether it be
Right.
managers,
It's
players,
it,
broadcasters,
it's
whatever.
hard
It's
to
like
find.
meh.
Yeah.
I mean, you had like Lasorda. There's 714 was Friday's back. Well, of course, D.
Yeah.
Scott. That's what we were
Yeah.
talking about. What do you think? We're talking about baseball? What are you talking about? Get out of here. Baseball.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I just love that about our game.
Yeah.
And
It's great. The history of baseball is again, I'm I don't really like to compare it, but the history of baseball is the most proud history
well,
any
wasn't it you
sport can
that
ever
that
have.
repeated that quote
Yeah,
that baseball has history, but every sport has
it,
history. Baseball has history and legacy.
it's
And,
it's
you
it is
know,
just it is the proudest. I think you get. I remember hearing Keith Olbermann, regardless of what you feel about him politically. I don't even want to get into that. But Olbermann's a baseball savant. He's very
yes, he
knowledgeable
is.
about it,
Yeah.
and he said that baseball's history gives you the feeling more than any other sports history that you are joining the river upstream, that
Wow.
this has been around before you.
I
Other
love that.
other sports have a history and they occasionally make reference to it, but baseball's history defines so much about what makes baseball special to baseball fans. So you got to.
Yeah.
I've always been a historical, like a kind of an amateur historian, just
Hmm.
anyway. So with baseball, it's so perfect for me to just knowing about baseball history is one of the most thing I'm most proud of. If I want to brag on baseball, it's their history. That's most
Oh,
important.
absolutely. I have the Dodgers up here now just for you. So and I picked the LA because Brooklyn has their own team on here. But if would you be happy with that LA Dodgers team?
Yeager was probably the best defensive catcher the Dodgers ever had. Roseboro was great defensively. He was okay offensively. Piazza was probably the best hitting catcher of all time.
Pennsylvania boy. Thank you. Yeah.
Wes Parker, great defensive first baseman. Garvey's overrated. I don't think he belongs in the Hall of Fame, but he was a very good player. Steve Sachs, a bit overrated. I'd take Davey Lopes over Steve Sachs
Hmm.
any day. Ron Say was my first favorite Dodger.
Gotta love the
Bill
Penguin, man.
Bill Russell, yeah, the Dodgers yeah, they're shortstops. I mean, besides Pee Wee Reese, there isn't much to crow about. Russell was okay.
Hmm.
He was better defensively than people give him credit for, but he wasn't much of a hitter. Maury Wills probably a little worse defensively than people give him credit for, but he obviously had the speed.
Yeah.
Willie Davis was a fine player for a long time. I wouldn't say he's a Hall of Famer and he doesn't belong there. Dusty Baker was a fine hitter, fine fielder.
Love Dusty Baker.
Pedro Guerrero, one of the best hitters I've ever seen.
Hmm.
Rick Monday, I love Rick Monday. One of
Yep.
the most patient hitters I've ever seen. He
Yeah.
he was the one guy that made it cool for me to take pictures as a young player.
That's
Look for my
cool.
pitch. Rick Monday's example. And Tommy Davis was like the right-handed Al Oliver for a
Yeah.
time. I think he hit 350 that one year and had 150 RBIs
I
in
wonder if that's the year they
1962.
have him. Let's see if that's the year that they have him. Looking at these stats. No, 27 homers for whatever year this is. What was his
Well, he had
batting average?
150 RBIs or something, 153 RBIs.
153 season.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
And he hit what, 346? Yeah.
looking for his batting average here. 346.
Yep. So he wasn't a very patient hitter, but neither was Al Oliver. Both guys hit the ball hard.
Right.
It's like hard line drives 3 times a game, according to people who watch Tommy Davis.
So
Also,
D.
another thing
Scott,
I want to point
what
out,
was
I know it's
his
completely off
all-time favorite
topic.
Dodger? Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to tell Bernie Strom, and I don't know if he's ever told you guys like the best Red Sox player he's ever seen. Because I love guys like Bernie who's seen so much baseball. I
Right.
really have respect for that,
Oh
and
yeah.
I would love to ask him. I remember Bill James wrote about a guy that he talked to at Fenway Park, a guy who was over 80 years old, was an octogenarian. He asked him, who's the best Red Sox player you ever saw? You know what this guy said? He said, Fred Lynn. Don't think much
Really?
of him, don't think much of him now, but for a few years there, he was the best.
Wow.
Probably meaning 75, 76, like late 70s, Fred Lynn. That was the
And
best
here's a
player
guy.
he ever
That's a
saw.
guy who saw Ted Williams play. Holy shit. That's
Yeah.
pretty amazing.
But Fred Lynn was defensively incredible and great
Hmm.
hitter. I can see it. Obviously, the injuries kind of took away from a career that probably should have been better than what it was.
Yeah.
But I always love asking guys who've seen so much baseball, like, who's the best player on your team you've ever seen? He would probably say Yastrzemski, Bernie.
I'm
But
thinking so. I
yeah,
love. I've told Bernie. I said if he and I ever meet up, we're just gonna. I'd love to. If I ever had the money, I'd say, you know what? I'd
yeah,
fly you over here. Let's
he's
let's
yeah,
go.
he's
I'd
great.
love to go see a game at Fenway with Bernie.
Just a
Because
round table with you guys, you and Bernie, and it's just the guys who have seen so much. I can't tell you how much respect I have for guys who've seen so much baseball,
oh, all
more than
these
me.
guys like D. Scott,
Yeah,
D. Scott Howard, his all these guys. I mean, you know what? I feel very blessed. I mean, I'm not. That's why I don't like to call this thing a channel. You guys all make this amazing. Man, you blew me away again. That how many times have I said it? Where your dissertation on Vern Stevens was
hmm.
great. And I'm like, this guy knows his shit.
Well, I
I'm saying
mean,
to myself after, and you
I've
do.
read a lot about him. I don't remember seeing him play, but I've read a lot about him, and
Well, we're at disadvantage in terms of age,
the
so I
guy,
get that.
that really opened my eyes to him was Bill James in The Politics of Glory, the book he wrote about the Hall of Fame. I
Yeah.
didn't know that much about Vern Stevens until he talked about him, and I'm like, wow, compared to Rizzuto, Stevens just blows him out of the water, and yet
Oh yeah.
Stevens isn't in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And probably never will be, I hate to
And
say.
D. Scott, I agree. I think if Tommy Davis hadn't suffered that injury, he probably, and that's all it takes. You have to be lucky too to be a Hall of Famer, and because Davis he was a house of fire in '62. He was incredible.
Mm. This rotation here for you guys is scary. I mean, you got Koufax, Sutton, Hershiser,
Hmm. Oh
Valenzuela.
yeah. Well,
Oh
yeah.
my! And then you still got Claude Osteen, Don
Yep.
Drysdale.
Yep.
Um, yeah. So, geez, you guys. So the Pirates. We were never blessed with pitching in our entire franchise history. We really weren't. And I think a Hall of Fame snub possibly is Babe Adams. He still holds pretty much all of the records for Pittsburgh Pirates pitching. But
Yeah.
you guys, I look at teams like the Dodgers, and I'm looking at just those top four guys:
Hmm.
Koufax, Sutton, Hershiser, and Valenzuela. And I'm like, what? This Pittsburgh? But Pittsburgh, we were graced with great outfields,
Yeah.
and great infielders, but we never had the pitching. We just
I like
didn't.
how Tommy John's like the number 7 guy on that
I
list.
know,
Like,
right? It's
talk
pretty
about your
crazy.
depth over the history of the team.
Oh yeah,
You know.
yeah. So this has been a fun league. The only thing is there's no players after 1997 in this, but it's kind of
Yeah.
fun to compare this with other games where these are set up, and it's so cool. I mean, obviously, most of these are the usual suspects,
Mhm.
um, but I look at the teams like the Dodgers, like you guys had pitching, and but now this year now the Pirates we actually have a really good pitching staff. But now we're looking for bats, and always before it was like we had the bats and not the pitching. Now it's like, how do we deal with this? I don't know. I don't want to get back into the Buccos, man. I'm just saying.
You
I
know,
love that rotation is scary right there. The top four. That's
Aaron
scary.
Reed's talking about Vaughns, Van Slyke, and Bonilla, the best pirate outfield.
No.
There's certainly a case to be made for that.
Mm.
Um, I
So Van Slyke had a cannon. He. I mean, if so, Van Slyke in some ways would remind me of like if people learn quickly, you're not going to run a Roberto Clemente.
right.
You not a lot of people would run on Van Slyke. So I'll give him that
Mhm.
for center. Bonds, eh.
I don't know. Bonds won
Bonilla
several
is
Gold
not
Gloves. He got to a lot of balls in the outfield. He didn't have the greatest arm, Bonds, but
so.
he was a really good fielder, great range in those days with the
Aaron, I have
Pirates.
to disagree. But again, you're a Reds fan, so I'm going to disagree with you. Anyhow, I think that really for the Pittsburgh Pirates, I'm going to make a strong case for that 1971 outfield of Stargell, Oliver, and Clemente. I really, yeah. I mean,
I mean, their
Clemente
bats
had
were great, yeah, but
great
Stargell
bats.
and Oliver weren't great outfielders. Clemente was, of course, but he was
Clemente was,
36
yeah.
by this time.
But we had
Um,
so many great outfielders in our franchise history that we couldn't put together. But we had Ralph Kiner. What a great stick he had. We had in right field. I know, I already know about your feelings about Dave Parker, but
yeah,
for us, right? I mean, you go from Paul Wainer to Roberto Clemente to Dave
mhm,
Parker. That
mhm.
is a pretty good string of right fielders right there. You know,
Parker just I think the addiction killed him. He didn't lose his batting eye from playing too much Trivial Pursuit. He
right,
got
right,
in he got into coke and it had its hooks in him, and,
yeah.
it
Oh,
took
that
away
was your
from him.
dad that said that, Aaron. So his dad's a Bucko fan. All
Yeah.
right, tell your dad I'll give him. Yeah, all right. Uh, one of the best. I don't think they're the best Pirates outfield.
I don't
And
think
that,
Bonilla was a great fielder. He was a good hitter. Bonds and Van Slyke were good defensively, very good.
yeah,
Um,
Van
it's
Slyke
pretty good.
was,
And
and,
Slyke, you know, better
and he could
arm than
steal
Bonds. Yeah.
and could steal bases. Good
Mhm,
hitter. I'm such a big fan of Andy Van Slyke, and he brought so much personality to that team as well. I mean, Van Slyke was a character. He really was.
mhm.
He used to. I remember going to so many Pirate home games and seeing Van Slyke. He would screw with the groundskeeper. So there's one time, groundskeeper has a hose out on the, and he's doing the infield or whatever. And Van Slyke kept kinking up the hose, but he would time it right, and the groundskeeper would look around it. He would go and mess with like those little marching bands that would be on the field beforehand, and
Ah,
he was
right.
a great face. And the Pittsburgh Pirates coming out of the dark '80s, and when we get Van Slyke, and again, a lot of us were in shock, about that whole Tony Pena's gone, man. What do we got? And we get these three guys from the St. Louis Cardinals. Mike Dunn, okay, bye Mike Dunn. Whatever happened to him? But Vance Lyke and LaValliere were so important to those '90s Pirate squads. And Bobby Bo, well, besides he and Bonds choked in the 1990 NLCS. I was so pissed. The Pirates should have won that all the way. Do I ever sleep, Paul? No, I'm a vampire. I do sleep, yes, during the day. So you've seen Paul around here, JC. So
Yeah.
right, he's the play tester madman that's driving Craig Harris crazy. Pocket pennant run. His baseball HQ app is phenomenal. Um, so great film. Glad you guys. That's so nice. So back to Mrs. I'm glad you guys. I suggested that we were talking about Serena McKellen, and I said you got to check out the movie Apt Pupil. I think McKellen's possibly his greatest role ever. So, great movie. Did you ever see it? By the way, JT.
I have not, no.
Oh, well, you should watch it. I think you'll be, especially if you know McKellen mainly as Gandalf, which he was great in that. But when you see him in Apt Pupil, um, it's chilling. His performance in that he's kind of scary.
Oh, D. Scott, I missed a comment that you said Roseboro is still your favorite all-time
Oh
Dodger.
yeah, yeah,
He's a
yeah.
great storyteller, Roseboro. He was, rest in peace.
Oh yeah.
He told a story about Sandy Koufax in Game 7 of the World Series in '65 against the Twins. And he goes to the mound because Sandy's hanging his curveball. And Sam, he called him Sam. He
Mm-hmm.
said, man, what's wrong with the curveball? And Sandy said, Rosie, I just don't have it. And Roseboro's like, well, what the fuck are we going to do? And Sandy just said, blow him away. And that's just what they did. He just threw fastballs. It just, and Roseboro said, I just got back there and he just launched rockets from the mound. And that's how they got through that game. Because he
Wow.
was so tired, I guess, his elbow couldn't straighten out his elbow. And I
Mm-hmm.
guess it just affected the mechanics on his curveball. He was hanging them.
Yeah.
And so he just threw nothing but fastballs. Tony
That's
Oliva said, I've never missed fastballs like that ever in my career that I did with Sandy Koufax.
Great pitcher.
We
Oh
knew we
God.
knew he was going to throw fast. I can't believe he threw fastball to me 5 times in a row. I never touched the ball. How does that even happen?
And,
So,
and to think that Sandy Koufax's first love was basketball.
yep.
He's a
Oh,
basketball fan
oh, they
first and
played.
foremost.
Yeah, they played one of the guys. I can't remember who was talking about playing Sandy in basketball, and he kind of held with them for a while, hung with him for a while, but then he said Sandy would just pull away. He started hitting these beautiful left-handed hook shots. That was his sport.
Yeah, it was.
And, yeah, people yeah, a lot of people wouldn't know that. That's a really good point.
So imagine if Koufax, they get his arm under control earlier in his career, right? Because he's
Yeah,
dominant, what, 5, 6 years, but
yeah,
take that back a few years, right? Maybe they
yeah,
work with him a little more closely because he starts in Brooklyn.
yeah.
Um,
I
you
think you
know,
know what happened? I think he went from a park that was terrible for him, like the LA Coliseum,
hmm
and he went to a park that was great for him with
yeah,
Dodger Stadium. And they raised the mound, and there was kind of stuff that was done in '62. They fiddled with the strike zone,
yeah,
and that's what led to the era of the pitcher. And I think Sandy was just right on time with that.
right on time. And
Yeah.
brilliant. I mean, what they say, a curveball that looked like it would fall off the edge of a table. The break was so sharp
Well,
on
yeah.
it.
Willie Mays said he knew every pitch he was going to throw. Willie Mays said he didn't even let you look at it. He still couldn't hit him.
That's
Because
insane,
everybody,
isn't it?
his elbows were out. Apparently, his elbows were out when he threw the curveball, and they were in when he threw the fastball.
Oh wow!
That was the tell. But I could be wrong.
But you still couldn't hit him.
He still he said he didn't even look at it. Sandy, if you look at his hands, his fingers were so long they could go all the way around the circumference of a baseball and touch.
That's incredible.
And it he would often think about throwing a curveball with so much spin that it would go back to him like a boomerang. He had just incredible fingers that he could spin the ball off that way. And he
And
was a freak of nature, Sandy Koufax. He really
what was
was.
the it was did you ever see it on YouTube? And they only caught a few innings of it. And it was the perfect game that he threw.
Yeah,
And
because
and you
somebody
only get
recorded
those.
that behind home plate. Yeah,
I know, but you
those
don't even get the
curveballs.
whole game, and I'm hanging on it. It was like
Yeah,
knowing this is all that is extant of
yeah.
that game. Just
Black
this
and white recording. Yeah,
Yep. Yes, you saw that. Okay.
and that curveball was you see it from behind home plate, it just
Right.
gives you a different outlook on things. You sound like, wow, he throws that, and then he throws this fastball that moves too. It moves up. So you got a curveball that goes down off the table, and you got a fastball that moves up.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult to deal with.
But there's
So when
one
he was
thing.
on, it's tough
Yeah,
to hit him.
you know what? There's one knock about Sandy I got to give you. He didn't breathe through his eyelids like the Galapagos lizards,
Yeah,
like Fernando. I'm sorry, I'm just quoting our
yeah,
Durham again.
yeah.
So, but yeah,
Yeah, you got him
Sandy
breathing
Koufax,
out of his eyelids. Yeah, yeah, I
got to breathe
remember
out of
that.
his eyelids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that argument between Crash and Annie,
Annie. Yeah, I
Crash
don't have
and
to think of
Annie.
her name.
Yeah,
You know that
great.
they were going to make a sequel to that. Never happened, but it was supposed to pick
Yeah,
up with Crash managing right that next year
yeah,
in
I
the
would have loved to
minors.
see that. Yeah,
Yeah, and they were going to
yeah,
do it like the following year or something. I don't know what happened. Never happened, which is
yeah.
too bad.
It is.
I think it would have been fun. They still could kind of do it, I suppose, but it wouldn't look right because you'd have to put it like
Oh
30 years
no,
ahead now.
yeah, it's
Because
too
Susan
late
and
now.
Kevin don't look like they did
Yeah,
then.
it's too late now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
love the movie
unfortunately.
though. I love that movie to death. Some night we're gonna have a Discord movie night. We're gonna do that.
I read a biography of Koufax written by Jane. I can't remember her last name. Jane Wiley or something. I can't remember her name, but she wrote a great biography of him. Sandy didn't want to do it. He called her back and said, "Oh, this is Sandy Koufax. I'm not really interested in this." But she
Wow.
got her Jane Levy and Janet
Thanks,
Levy.
guys.
Janet Levy maybe.
Hey, you know,
Um,
fix
but he wasn't. He initially was pretty cold about doing it because he's a really private guy. Obviously, we all know that.
kind of like
And
a DiMaggio.
mm, he said
Because
Fuzzy
DiMaggio
Babasi said
didn't.
he threw the phone in the oven to not have it bother him.
Wow.
So yeah,
But just, I mean, that, that we just graced with somebody like Sandy Koufax. And I mean, I never saw him pitch except for that, what I see on YouTube and
Yeah.
stuff like that. You never saw him pitch, you
They
know?
colorized that game 7 and 65, and you could see his fastball.
Oh yeah,
And it's just yeah, because that's what they went with it. Even Vin Scully was pointing out, he said, Koufax pretty much proved he doesn't have much of a curveball. He's been doing it with fastballs. And so I
wow,
think what's gonna happen out of this discussion, they're gonna go exclusively to the fastball, and that's exactly what happened.
incredible.
And, that was a great hitting lineup the Twins had, and
Yeah, it was.
Koufax went through him with 1 pitch. And it's just that's fantastic. It's
It's
just
incredible.
that's the lore of baseball right there. That's you know, and that was it wasn't his last hurrah. I mean, of course, he had 66, but the
Yeah,
Dodgers got swept in that series. They couldn't score any runs.
yeah.
But so Sandy lost. Also, I
Sandy didn't have a lot of firepower behind him, which I think even speaks
no,
more to the
no.
greatness of the left arm of God.
Don Drysdale got a call one time, said Sandy hit through a no hitter, and Don said, "Did he win?" And that kind of tells you all you need to know about the Dodger offense. But again, Dodger Stadium was a really extreme pitcher's park. It was hard to. It was the plate was closer to the fences. It's closer to the fences now than it was. The Dodgers did. Most teams moved their fences in or back. The
Right.
Dodgers moved home plate closer to the fence. That's how they did it. But it used to be where you see 395. It's 400 feet to center now, but it says 395. Somebody got it wrong. It used
Right.
to be 395 on either side of dead center field,
Okay.
and dead center was 400. It still is today. They haven't changed it. But back when the stadium was built, it was 410 on either side of center field.
Oh
So,
wow.
and the ball really never carried there well at night. Most
No.
years it didn't carry well. The Dodgers built their mound way up in the air in those days, giving pitchers a huge advantage,
Yeah.
especially like guys like Drysdale threw hard
And
and
would throw in his own
Koufax
grandma,
throwing hard.
probably, right?
Mhm.
Wasn't
Oh
that
yeah,
said?
yeah,
Yeah. So D. Scott pointing out, and Unifix, by the way, listening in from Thailand. Cool, man. Welcome in. Koufax and Gibson suffered the same lack of support. Yep, absolutely.
mm,
Got to be, well, and so did some other guy named Walter Johnson, but we've already gone over him ad nauseum, ad infinitum. But I still think that's the greatest pitcher in baseball, and I'm ready for the blowback. But Johnson's numbers were sick. But
yeah,
yeah, I mean, so you
yeah.
get guys like Koufax and Gibson, and they're just mowing them down. And like, guys, we still got to put run. I could throw strikes all day, but you guys need to, yeah, we got to move the
You talk
line.
about Drysdale and his hitting batters. You remember the brawl where Marichal, not Marichal, was it Marichal that hit John Roseborough with the bat? I think it was, and that whole thing never would have happened if Drysdale was on the mound because if Ro- if Marichal would have hit Maury Wills, Drysdale would have hit Mays and McCovey.
Oh,
And
yeah.
this is what John Roseborough was saying. He said, "No need for me to get involved," because Don would always say, "If you hit one of my guys, I'll hit two of your guys. That way, we're always going to be ahead of you. You're going to have to play catch up on that." And but Sandy didn't want to hit any guy. He didn't want to hit him.
Right.
And Roseborough was like, "Sandy, damn it, they're doing it. You got to do something."
Yeah.
And Sandy said, "I don't want to hit him." And so Roseborough said, "Well, here's what we'll do. I'll brush him back from behind the plate. I'll brush Marichal back and throw it close to his face on the throwback and throw it hard." That's what
The
started
love.
that whole thing.
Yeah, you guys, that love transferring from New York to California. Good
Yeah.
God.
Oh, and
Oh,
who was
man.
it? I can't remember. One of the Giants said that Drysdale was the best spitball pitcher in the league. And yeah, the rivalry it was very strong in those in especially in the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Not some in the 70s, early 80s. I think it's not really a thing much now. I think only old heads like me kind of still have that hatred going.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But whatever, I'll hold on to it like a badge of honor.
Well, you should. Just like I'll
I
always
love
take the
hate.
Braves for 92. So, yeah, I feel you.
Oh my God, who
I
was that
feel
guy
you.
that got the hit to left field?
Francisco Cabrera,
Francisco Cabrera.
the
My
bum.
good, my
Well,
goodness.
who the hell's this
And he,
guy?
and he had like 10 at bats through the season or so. Oh my God, what a nightmare.
Paul, you're such a tosser, man. You're such a tosser. I'm not even gonna grace that with repeating it. But you're right though. as JT pretty much set the record earlier straight on that, man. So you're all good, actually. Um,
It's
oh my God, the stories, geez, with baseball that this just allows you to just God
yeah.
pick any time in baseball history, and you're going to
Yep.
find 10 great stories just without
Mm,
even right having to consult. Just great stuff, you know. I mean, look what we've covered tonight, man. We talked about
yeah.
Charlie Root tonight, you know, and
Mm,
putting Babe Ruth on his ass if he would have made the. And I love you too, brother. You know that wanker though you are. So Paul, he's from Liverpool originally. He calls himself a Cypriot, but he's a Liverpool. He's from the same town as those clowns called the Beatles. I think they're called. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the Quarrymen. Yeah. Always
Yeah, the
like that.
Quarrymen. Yeah,
Mm,
yep. Johnny and the Moondogs.
mm,
Um, but it's just wonderful, man. This is why it's such a treat to have you on here when I can. I know it's not. It's so. I think the last time you were on here was like two. Well, we tried a couple months
yeah.
ago, and
Yeah.
but it was really it's been like a year and a half or 2 years,
I
man.
love it. I absolutely love every bit of it. It's just great to. It's always a pleasure to hang out.
Thanks,
I
man.
love the community. It's just,
That's a great
you
community.
know,
This is a family here, man.
I mean,
This yeah. All you guys are family. Even Paul Fay. Even Paul Fay. Jeez. I
uh,
mean, I had to lower my standards. You know, before Paul joined, it was like, man, these are quality folks I have in here.
oh
Then
man,
this Scouser starts hanging around here, and I'm like,
here we go.
oh,
Here we go.
what am I gonna do? There goes the neighborhood.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it's kind of like you know how you deal with. Well, no, I don't want to get too nasty here. Let's just say you get that cold. You get a cold, and you got it. It's like okay, I got a cold. We have Paul, so I got
Wow.
to tell a quick story though about how amazing, and I've talked about this before, but D. Scott Howard um, shared something with me, and I'm not about material things, but this is why I love this community, and so many of these guys I can tell, great bollocks, yeah, is this, you know, and D. Scott, you know, I got to repeat the story, man. So we were talking baseball books and things like that, and so D. Scott just messages me right now. He's one of the guys that has been hanging out originally along with Ken Castro and Clinton Parks. And there are many times that I wanted to just not do this anymore. Like, you know, about 2019, I'm like, you know what? I'm tired. I think I'm done. And they're like, no, you got to stay with us. You got to do it. Even if you only have two people here, you got to do it. And Ken saying, you know, look, they're for some people they look for this what you're doing, this community, and this is like big for them, and you don't realize that you may be helping people, and that's what's kept me
Yeah.
going, these guys. But so
You did take a break there for a while, and I remember.
2 different years I took off
Yeah.
actually on this
And
channel.
you
Yep.
and you and I would go back looking, oh, still nothing, and
Yeah, yeah,
like I hope he's doing okay. Hope everything's fine. But
yeah.
because he has every right to take a hiatus. That it's your life. You don't get paid to do this. But
No, and I
but I
don't
tell you,
ever.
I'm
Yeah.
hard pressed to name any other channel I have a better time
Oh,
just
thank
hanging
you,
out
man.
on and just uh, because people share the passion that I have for loving baseball, and I really admire that you're just baseball. I think
Thank you.
that's because I'm not, and
Hmm.
I think that's great. I wish more people especially in this country thought like you did. Not just in baseball, but
Oh,
a great many things.
well, back at you, brother. And I
Yeah,
mean, we know because we've talked about some stuff offline,
we
which
did.
will,
We did.
yeah, or off the broadcast.
We don't
So, D.
again, we
Scott,
and
go
for
ahead.
those of you listening, it's like we don't agree 100% at all.
No,
But
no,
the way that we can talk and disagree and be able to come to certain agreements on certain things, I think that's one of the greatest pleasures of just having a chat with you like this, and I really do cherish it. It's great.
thank you,
It's
man.
been a
Well,
great night.
back at you.
Yep.
D. Scott Howard, very slyly one night. What's your address? I'm like, your physical address. I gave it to him. I didn't think anything of it, but we are talking about this book, you know, Fireside Book of Baseball, right?
Hmm.
And it's about a month later, and I come home from work. This is like I wasn't long back in America, and I was doing an animal rehab job. Got home from work, I'm exhausted. People I'm staying with are like, "Hey, you got a package?" I'm like, "I didn't order anything. What the hell's going on?" I opened it, And not only where it was a book, but it was this amazing. And I read it one night on a broadcast here. And I couldn't get through it without tearing up. But it was a book that this book, and he said he wanted it to have a good home, and it was a book that his grandfather, his father, and he that they had shared and read, and it was read to him and stuff. And I cherish it, and that is just emblematic of how amazing. And that's why I say this is a family here. Even Paul, truly, you, Aaron, everybody has given me so much, and that's why this isn't my channel. This is our home. This is our family. This is I've gone off a few times here. I have. I own that, and I work hard not to, and to keep this to have this to be a place where people can come in and just talk and have fun. And it's the game is secondary to me as far as what's on the screen. That's why it takes me 5 hours to do a nine inning game. I want to know what you guys have to say. It's valuable. It's good. And I'm not saying valuable for me. It's value inherently. It's good stuff. This is like I imagine. So just quick background, and you some of you guys already know this. So I when I you talk. So Paul, right now, I think he had a few pints before I share this. He says, "Great to listen to you, Bernie." Except this isn't Bernie.
I'm
Um,
not Bernie. I
this
haven't seen
isn't
as
Bernie.
much baseball.
This is JT Dutch. I'm going to
I
change the on the tin afterwards so we can say and JT Dutch. So
Don't
this
get me
is
wrong,
JT.
Bernie's great. But I'm not Bernie.
Bernie's awesome.
I
Yeah.
appreciate the compliment,
Oh
but
yeah.
yeah, I'm not Bernie.
Hard to be Bernie. So you were talking
Yeah.
before about Field of Dreams. So I grew up around a lot of violence, a lot. My so-called father is in prison for 2 murders. He was a mafia enforcer. I'm not making this up, any of this up. And charged with a lot of other crimes. And I'm actually a survivor of one of those crimes. And I'll just leave it at that. Not the murders, obviously, but and that's a hard thing to live with. And one thing I always wanted was to hang out with guys that love baseball because baseball for me, along with magic and art and theater and music, even were they were havens. They were things that saved my life, along with my mom and my Irish great grandma. And that was a hard thing to live with. And so meeting all these wonderful people from the baby of the family, Aaron Reed, and of course Robbie, may his memory be eternal, and you, D. Scott, Ken, Paul, everybody, man, you guys have made a wish come true. You never even knew it that I always had in my life. So I wanted to hang out with these amazing people that have this passion for what to me is the greatest game on earth. And when my computer, my other computer went down 2 weeks ago, I was like, oh my God. Like I miss talking. I want to be hanging with my family because you guys are like the closest thing I've ever known to a family. I don't, the concept of family to me is kind of foreign. So, where Ken said that what we were doing here fulfills a need for other people, I came to that realization that it does for me too, and that you guys have done that for me. And I thank you. And that's why this channel, this thing, this Borgata that we have here would never be monetized, never anything. I want it to be a place, and I'm never going to be like Ron Juckett, the big guys in the community, and Dave Gardner. But they do great jobs too. They do fantastic jobs and create these amazing communities and RGO network. But if we got this little corner here, and I
Yeah.
want people to know that when Goofy Beatles comes on here at ungodly hours of the night and stuff like that, that you got a place to hang out and just
Yeah.
talk about what you're doing, and if it doesn't have to, whatever, baseball or anything, and
Like
that's what I want. It's because we need the haven. We need a haven, man.
you're like
you
a
know
brother to me, Joe. You really are. You're like a brother.
Thank you,
And
JT. Means a
it's
lot, brother.
it's great to talk. I know you got cousin Ken, and it's the family terms. It's appropriate because it's a family. Yeah,
It
I
is.
I love Ron. I love,
Oh
I love
yeah,
this extended community.
it's an
Now
amazing
Red Sox
community.
fan.
Yes.
It's great. RJL. A
Hmm.
lot of people don't get inside pitch. He breaks it over his knee.
Oh, I
He
know, right? His
he's great.
tutorial games are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I love it all.
I just admire the community. It's a great, and you know what? I like that it's kind of niche. Honestly, I like it's kind of niche. It's kind of small.
Yeah.
You know, I I can say I liked this before it was cool, So
Oh
it's
yeah.
I'm good with that. So it's like don't get too big on me. Don't remember me when you get famous.
It's and
You know?
that's the thing. So this community, and you've been around it for a while, for a few years. So it was a very, very strong, united community. D. Scott Howard, remember, I've regaled with tales of our, everybody getting together on Sunday nights to play APA horse racing, and it was hosted by the two Earls, those guys. So being an
Yeah,
old head here, but for a couple of years, the community became very splintered, and
it
it's
did.
own. It was
It did.
kind of sad.
Yep.
Yeah, and so now it's coming back together. We don't have a lot of those. I mean, some of those people that were kind of in the forefront are now more in the background, but they're there, and it's nice. And that's why I'm not trying to like kiss up to anybody when I say subscribe, or when I say, hey, you got to go check out this guy's channel or this guy's what
Mhm.
he's doing. It's because it's a great experience. And if you're in a family and you're saying, you go home, your brother or your sister, or whatever, and you say, "Wow, I saw this great movie. Come on, let's go
Right.
see it."
You're
That's
just
that's
inviting them to
you know,
the experience, whether they like it or not.
yeah,
It's up to you.
yeah.
But
Well,
I liked it.
you gotta love a guy that says stadium barfs. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but you got to, right?
I like how he has it. I like these guys have their own style, and
All of them,
they
and some of
report
those
it.
guys.
Yeah.
Chris Slovic, sounds like
Mhm.
the real deal, like a real baseball game, right?
Mhm.
He's incredible. Legends, what he does, and everybody. There's there's nobody that all these guys I look up to and what they do.
It,
They
yeah.
there's there's no cookie cutter thing going on here,
Right.
and I love
And
that.
I wouldn't want there to be one anyway.
Oh my God, no.
I love the contrasting styles. It's nice.
And
And
we all come together here because, again, I'll just touch on this. Political ideologies are there. They do exist, and
I think some people let it leak into their baseball talk, and I don't. And it's kind of unsolicited. Like
mhm,
if you want to go to politics, I think there has to be an understanding with everybody to say, okay, it's all right to talk that way,
right.
but you know,
Yeah,
but
but
we're
it's
here for
better to bash
baseball.
Bud's ceiling.
I mean, we're here for baseball
We're here for
primarily. I don't
baseball.
mind talking about other things if other people want to hear it. It's fine,
Sure. Yeah.
but I'm here to get away from all that stuff, frankly. I just want to get away from it
Yeah.
and be with people that I enjoy talking with and I want to hear about what they know. I want to hear their stories and
Oh my
I always want,
God.
I'm like
Yeah.
Johnny Five in the movie Short Circuit, like input. I want input.
Input. Yes, I love
You
that
know,
movie.
I want to hear what Bernie has to say about his memories and I just love that stuff.
So
You
you
know?
should have been here the night we had D. Scott Howard, the Cubs and Bears, Ken Castro, and oh God, who's the fourth guy? I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, it's late. But these guys, I just said, okay, guys, look, I got to know because you've been in this hobby and you guys, longtime baseball fans, tell me about the first time you rolled up some cards and dice. And
Mhm.
it was amazing. And none of them were on mic, JT. And but just watching what they had to type, and it was like
That's awesome.
this is a dream come true. This is what I waited for. And
Everybody has a great story about it, like I do. Everybody has a story about when because they can't, they'll never forget it.
right,
Like when we first picked it up, I'm thinking I can play with today's baseball players and start a game anytime I want.
yep,
I don't have to wait until 7:30 tonight. I can just do it right now. And
yep,
that changed everything for me,
yeah.
you know.
It's astounding, and I mean this is a great game that brings us all together, and and that's just I love it. So
Yep.
thank you, Paul, for coming in, man. Much love, brother. And he says his car's ready. So a car's being washed in Cyprus as we speak. Be safe out there, man. Talk
Yep.
soon.
Take care.
Wanker.
Um
He's a wanker.
ha,
Can I say? Such a wanker.
but
But man, I'll tell you what. I've been like just that night that we could, and it was just because I was trying to share desktop audio. I'm like, damn it. So I'm glad we figured that out. And you're here, man. I've been waiting so long to just have
Yeah,
Paul
yeah.
Gurr.
Fortunately, I'm taking some paid time off,
Oh, good for
and
you. Good.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's a little self care here. I'm
nothing wrong with
it's a
that.
little bit of burnout kind of thing, but
Hmm.
yeah, and I love staying up nights. I always have been nocturnal, just like you,
Hmm.
and I love just kind of sit. I mean, I know it's a lot earlier here than it is where you are. It's 2:13 where you are.
Shit, I don't work
And,
tomorrow. I'm fine.
oh, that's good, good.
I don't work
Neither
Mondays.
do I, man. So it's just great. This is a perfect night to do it, and
Yeah, I'm so
yeah,
glad, man. So glad. D. Scott says finding this community was almost as satisfying as discovering the games way back when.
yeah.
This community is astounding. It really is.
Because
And
what do you want when you find some? I'm sorry.
no,
What do you get?
please.
What do you feel like when you find something that you really love to do? You want to know other people that love doing it too. Like you want to
Yep.
talk about it. Like,
Yes.
man, I did this and this. You know, like RGL came here. I had a no hitter. Larry
Hmm.
Gura threw a no hitter. Larry Gura. That's
Right.
incredible. I love that stuff. Like it's great. You
It,
know,
it
we've
is,
all been
man.
there. We all can relate to that. It's all so relatable,
It is, and
and it
that's the
just makes
fun
us.
thing.
I don't know. It makes us feel included. It makes us feel what we do is a good thing.
Of
You
course,
know.
the other side of it, though, too, is trying to stay caught up with what everybody's doing, and
It's
it's like,
not easy.
no,
Not
it's not.
easy. But
It's not.
people have to realize you're only human. You can only see what you see. That's just
Hmm.
There's 24 hours in a day, and we got stuff to do. It's just
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. I try to catch what I can. I try to
absolutely.
catch you a lot of times after the fact, but
Yeah, time.
I'll
What
still
time
catch you.
zone? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Well,
just
that's like
I didn't
my
I didn't catch you this morning. I had to
no.
watch that one later.
Well, it's
So
like my buddy Alex Raffine. He's a huge Bucko fan, and he has a great YouTube channel that's not baseball related at all. It's centered on Space Engine, which is an amazing application, by the way. If you don't have it, you should check it out. If you
yeah, I've
like
seen it.
space,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Hmm.
Uh, but so I try to get on Sundays too, so that Alex can, pop in and whatever. And I just find I found myself 2 weeks ago. It I mean, I knew how special this was to me, but it hit me 2 weeks ago because I'm like, what I was thinking is as I'm starting to migrate things onto this. So I had to go out and buy the second monitor so I can monitor chat because occasionally we get a doodle in here and got to deal with it. But
Yeah.
I watch the chat so I can interact, and I'm losing my shit. I'm like, oh my god, I can't. It's been like 2 days since the people have come to see the train wreck called Beatles Eternally, and I got to get back online. And so I was able to find this little monitor that I can just look at on Amazon, and they're like, we can deliver it in an hour, and I'm like, bam, pull the trigger, just so I could be on here, and I felt like something was missing, and it was so good to be back and to be here, and yeah, I'm trying to find ways to get more inclusive, and it's so hard because I don't roll cards and dice. I have nothing wrong with it, nothing against it, but
Right.
I'm trying to find creative ways to get the cards and dice guys to get. I want them to feel that this is not just a digital baseball home.
Right.
It's. Do you love baseball?
Yeah.
That's. Or are you a cool person? Are you, whatever? Just come on in,
With
be part of the
with
madness.
with some guys, I get the feeling that if you don't play cards and dice, you're not really a sim gamer,
Yeah,
and that bothers me a little bit. I get it, but I don't have anything against people that play cards and dice. I respect it.
so do
If you
I.
want to do the stats on your own, more power to you. I couldn't do it anymore. But that's how I got my start playing cards and dice. I think that's how everybody got their start.
Except
Because
me.
when we started, you couldn't play it for the PC. I never touched a PC when I first touched Stratomatic. That was a game I got for Christmas when I was 10 years old,
Hmm.
and that's the first game I played and fell in love with. That's just the way it was.
See, I came to cards and dice after the fact. I started with digital
Oh,
baseball.
did you?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's reverse for me. But I think cards and dice baseball is really, really cool. My only thing against it is I can't with cards and dice baseball. I can't do the things I want to do with it
Right.
because
Yeah.
I'm not a seasoned replayer by usually. Although now I've got 1971 going, which is actually I'm having a blast with that. Um, but
Mhm.
I just can't. I mean, it would take a lot of money to create the kind of things that I can do
Yeah.
digitally. And again, having it track the stats, and I can go back and look over the stats, whether it's a replay or what if, and
Yeah.
it's there for me in one ecosystem. Does that make it better? No, it makes it better
No.
for me, but
Yeah.
it doesn't
Right.
say that interface of experiencing baseball vicariously is the cards and dice is any less. It's just for
Right.
my needs, digital baseball works a lot better,
Yeah.
a lot
To
better.
to me with cards and dice, eventually just keeping track of everything, and because I wanted all the stats. I wanted to make so many reports just to satisfy myself, and so
Right,
it got to be the point where it was almost like a job. And then I said, "Oh, I can't do. I'm not having as much fun."
right.
So when I discovered PC baseball, and they'll keep track of all that that's what rekindled my love of it all.
Oh
And
yeah, and the game
it's
can be what you
it's
want
what
it
it
to
is.
be.
Yep. Well, I mean, Dave Baseball Demo says, play any game you want the way you want to play it.
I love
And
David. I love
yeah,
David, man. I love him. He's
it,
he's the first channel I discovered on YouTube. And how weird is this? Because I'm sitting over in the Netherlands and I'm like, oh man, I'm dying. I need some baseball.
yeah.
And I went on YouTube and I literally typed just I was looking for demos of baseball games.
Oh
So I
wow.
typed baseball demos. And there's this dude doing diamond mine baseball, showing it on whatever, and he's trying to hold the camera and stuff. And I'm like, this is so cool. And
Yeah.
then through him, it was our Red Sox fan and the two
Al
Earl,
was the first one I discovered.
Jester. So Al was your okay,
Yeah, Al was the first one. And then it was that's what led me to others, like, because YouTube will give you like similar videos,
right.
and that's how I discovered Ron Juckett
Oh
with
yeah.
Retro Sports Network. That's how it began. And I'm like, well, next thing you know, I'm discovering baseball demos, discovered your channel. That's how it all began. It just no
Ron
more
Juckett, Ron
complicated than that.
Juckett's voice. These guys like Ron Juckett and Christopher Slovic and legends. It's like they're like those guys are like baseball broadcasters, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
So I realized early on, JT, I don't have that kind of voice, so I've got to just be.
Oh, it's not about the voice. It was never about Vince Scully's voice that I liked him. It was about what he said. Um,
But he did have that
Ron does
modulation,
Ron Juckett just does a great job of relaying the knowledge he has of baseball
Yeah,
into his broadcast, and listening to the people who chat. The
yeah.
the game again is secondary. It's yeah, he's keeping track of it, but he's engaging in a conversation with everybody in chat. And with experience, he's gotten really smooth at it, really good at it.
Oh,
And
he's superb.
so it's a lot of fun. And even with every sport, he always uses terminology in every sport that are just kind of like, wow, this is just a very well-rounded, knowledgeable guy, and it's a pleasure to listen to him.
You know
And
what the challenge is for this though, and especially for me because I am a baseball only fan, is like I try to find different ways to because there's only so many ways you're going to call plays and stuff like that,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And thank God everybody knows it's like okay, this guy he's this sleight of hand music guy that just happens to love baseball. Thank God. So everybody knows here I'm not a sports fan, so I think they cut me a little slack, which is nice. But I sometimes it's like I'll sometimes find myself thinking how many ways can I say, ground ball to third, sharp ground ball to third,
yeah,
tapper up third base line? And it makes me realize it's like, so these announcers that do this for 162 games and pitch by pitch,
yeah.
how do you, right? It's like, because I sometimes think, man, I'm calling a game and if I'm paying attention and I hate when I pay attention to the game because then I miss people's comments and I feel
Yep.
really badly. But I'm thinking these guys have heard me say open the window at Minnie 300,000 times. They're probably throwing stuff at the screen like Beatles, find another home run call. But and that's the hard thing. It's like shit, I'm doing a double header and I just I sound like in every other game. But Matt, I finally realized, dude, you're not a baseball broadcaster. You just love baseball. And you
Right.
know what? I'm comfortable with that. I'm
We're
totally
not doing
comfortable with
this
that.
professionally, you know what I
Oh
mean? Like,
no.
it's it's just you want to pay me X amount of dollars, and I'll do more preparation for each game and all that. But we're just going off the cuff, just doing whatever we want to play, playing what we want to play,
And I
and
love it because especially baseball's so damned unpredictable. Did a
right,
1904 game last night, game three of the World Series that never was. Home runs all over the place. I
yeah,
didn't expect that to happen, but
yeah.
it was fun. I wanted to ask you, I don't know if I've ever asked you this before. Have you ever thought about like actually doing like what we're doing here?
I
'Cause I
thought
think
about it.
you'd be really good
I
at it.
think about it all the time,
You'd be really
but
good at it, man. What's
I
holding you back?
I appreciate my I think infrequently posting would probably be the thing.
Okay.
I get into some other things, and it'll next thing you know, it's been 2 weeks since I did something. I just feel like I would be irregularly broadcasting. I couldn't do it every day.
Okay.
It's really just tough. I can sit in, but I'm and don't mean to offend, but when I listen to
No.
a lot of guys, I'm multitasking. I'm doing other things.
Well,
Not
yeah.
now, but
Hmm.
it's just one of those things. I don't know if I could do it. And then again, I mean, my favorite team's the Dodgers, and I feel like people just, oh man, not the fucking Dodgers again. Like here's a Dodger fan. And
Well, Bernie
it,
does it with the Red Sox. You
I
don't
know he
see other
does.
baseball teams
I
except the
know it
Red
does.
Sox and whoever they're playing, and it's
And
cool.
I like what he does. I like
Uh-huh.
his, but it's tough. It's just
Yeah.
working full time. If I didn't have to work full time, it'd be one thing, but I
Um,
got I got to do that, and I don't want to
sure.
start something and be 30 games into 162 games, and then just kind of fall off the map for a couple weeks.
Sure.
And so I'm always kind of but I think about it all. I've thought about it for years,
I
and
think
it's
you'd be
just one of those
superb at it.
things.
I hope you'll at
I
least
I
keep the
really
thought as a
appreciate you saying that.
possibility, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always a possibility. With the computer I got now, it's the best one I've ever had.
Good.
I don't think I should have much problem streaming, but we'll see how it goes. But I do think about it a lot,
Yeah.
and it would be a lot of fun to try it.
You would get a ton of family members, man. I'm telling you,
Wow,
people. I watch. Just I'm watching the chat and the questions. You're very very respected in this community, and
well,
these guys,
yeah,
and that
appreciate
includes
it.
you. Are they're gonna see through any bullshit right away, and they're
Right.
gonna know if you know your baseball or not. And I watched how the questions were phrased to you,
And it's not
and
just that,
you
it's
know,
just like the passion for it.
yes,
I
oh
mean,
yeah.
I love like I think Al was kind of told to tone it down a little bit maybe a couple years ago because he used to get pretty loud. And I loved it. I said, "Wow, this guy is so passionate about not just baseball, but all these sports."
Oh yeah,
And it's amazing. And I love when people get excited about it. I mean, the last thing I want to listen to is a guy kind of going through the motions. And
yeah.
the guys here, they're labors of love, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy it, how much it adds to my life to
Well,
listen to you, to listen to Ron, to listen to Al, to listen to Dave at baseball demos, listen to RJL. They all have their own styles. They all feel passionately about it, and
on
that's
behalf of
beautiful.
all of them, thank you.
That's a beautiful thing.
But
Like,
here's the thing, though, to switch it back around as we do this love fest, but it's genuine. What
yeah, it's
we
real.
what we do, we can't do without you guys. I mean, so there are people that, and I started just doing recordings. I'm like, I don't like this, man. I want to do live, and and it's really what everybody brings to it, and it's and as a performer I understand that synergy, but I don't think of myself as the performer and you guys are the audience, but rather it's just we are this
Yeah,
amazing group of human beings just synergizing, and
yeah.
it's a fantastic feeling, like you
We're
said.
we're in a
I mean,
group together. Yeah, we're
we're here
just talking.
together
Yep,
sharing some brews or
yep,
whatever it is we're
yep.
doing, and if you're Paul, you're off in a corner wanking. He's already left, but he'll
That
catch this
that's
later.
what I want. That's what I would wanna have. I just want a group of people together. Nobody There is
Yeah.
no hierarchy, there is no
No. Oh my
pecking
God, no.
order. Nobody's in charge.
Nope.
It belongs to all of us. We're all a part of this.
It
And
is.
that's
It
I wanna
yeah.
always make everybody a part of it. So,
That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
but it's a pleasure to be able to do this because I wanna talk about the game. I always wanna talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm a
Again,
sucker for that.
I mean, when I read the name Vern Stevens anywhere when I'm doing research or whatever, JT Dutch,
Uh,
and that's not the only thing, but that was just
yeah.
because I'm like, okay, this dude knows his baseball. And then you started, I don't even know how we even got on because it was just a broadcast
I don't
and we
know.
got on to
It
something
just happened.
and you were holding forth about Vern Stevens. And I'm like,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah.
wow, all right.
A guy that doesn't get a fair. I'm always kind of one those guys that get underrated. I'm all over them. That's what I'm all
That's
about.
as it
You
should
know.
be. That's why that's the other thing is that, pardon me. But I want these, you've heard me say this many times. I want these players from 100 years ago,
Yeah.
and more now, right? I want them to be remembered too, that there was a YouTuber who shall remain nameless who said these guys were nothing but plumbers and carpenters and blah 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 blah,
Oh
and I'm
boy.
like,
Yeah.
and that was it. I'm like, okay,
That
so
doesn't move the discussion anywhere but down. It's just down punching.
yeah,
And yeah, I don't like
yeah.
it.
And I know it's been a hard, I hate to use the term sell because I'm not trying to sell anything,
Right.
but but I'll use that term. It's been a hard sell because a lot of people, aren't going to know about,
Yeah.
a lot of the players that I
We're
talk
talking
about.
about over 100 years ago. That's tough. That's a long
Ex-
way away. And
yes.
but you and Ken and you guys are so excited about it. And
Oh yeah.
that's again, that's what draws me is I see so few people that really feel passionate about anything anymore. And
Yeah.
I love that you guys feel so passionate about it. And
Well, but let me let you
it's
in on something. Ken is
yeah.
a traitor now.
Oh, is he?
Dude, he's playing 2020 baseball with ghost runners.
Oh,
This is
wow.
Ken Castro, who just even
Wow.
a year ago wouldn't even hear of anything baseball after like 1920 if we were lucky.
You talked about that umpire that had a brick thrown at him. Did somebody throw a
Brett
brick at
Goen,
Ken?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I I really
Has he
think
been hurt
so.
lately? What happened?
I'm
Wow.
really worried about cousin Ken,
Yeah.
man. It's just, I mean, where'd he
Wow. You talk
go?
about a whole 180-degree. Wow,
I
wow,
couldn't.
I
He's
guess it's just like it's doing what I do, like looking at games that are played over 100 years ago. I never used to go that far back, honestly.
oh really?
I was expansion era forward, like 61.
Okay,
Before that, I
yeah.
was kinda like, "Here be dragons." I didn't really I mean, I knew about baseball before then, but
That's
I
funny.
was always a modern era guy. Like,
Wow. Yeah.
I consider the modern era to be around 54 because
Okay.
the game was integrated enough and
Yeah.
the stats that we know about today were all there. Like the sacrifice fly became a thing like for forever in 54. We
Yeah.
weren't even counting that for years.
No.
And the parks were semi-modern. It wasn't like the old wood parks that burned down. I feel like that's the era where modern baseball started. So
Sure.
before that, I wasn't that well versed. I knew some things. I mean,
Hmm.
I watched Ken Bird's baseball too, so
Yeah.
I knew about some things, but I've learned so much more because of you and Ken talking about it.
Oh, well, thank you, man.
No, it's
Ken's taught
great.
me.
Thank you for being excited about it.
Oh,
And
I always will be. I
Mhm.
I think my love for that era, especially those eras of baseball, that my being a magician and having worked in carnivals and stuff kind of informs that because dead ball baseball, 19th century baseball was wild. It was
Yeah,
risk taking. It was dishonest at times, man. I
mhm.
love the fact that Michael King Kelly stole third by missing second. I love that shit. And
And he
so
he stepped out of the dugout to catch a ball. He said
yeah,
he
yeah.
announced it. He said, "As long as I announce I'm in the game, I can catch this,
Yep,
right?"
Kelly now catching for Chicago.
Yeah,
Boom.
right,
I
right.
love that stuff, man.
That's yeah.
Um,
A lot of innovation in those days.
a lot, and I think I love that's that too, though, to see that evolution. But what drove me to, as far as I have a master's in education and turned down a doctorate in it and all
Wow.
this, but there's that teacher in me
Mhm.
that, or let's say mentor. I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but when I'd heard that YouTuber say that about the players from these eras, from the 19th century and from the dead, and of course, dead ball beginning in 1893. So right, but I'm like, how can you discount them? They right, they were not only the
Yeah.
talent it still took to be a major league baseball player doesn't change. It wasn't like you're a plumber and then I'm going to play baseball for 3 months. and whatever, and go back. No, they had to go back to be plumbers. It wasn't until guys like
Right.
Bob Feller said, this isn't right. But
Yeah.
it's the fact that without them, we don't have the game that we have
Right.
today. We
Right.
need, the John Clarksons. We need even the Cap Ansons and the Tony
Mhm.
Mullanes and
The Candy Cummings. Yeah,
Candy
we need
Cummings,
those
all
guys.
those guys,
Yep.
right? And the
Mhm.
Hannes Wagners and Eddie Collins.
I
And
think I have an idea
you
who
know,
said that. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I think I know
right.
who said that. He says
Well,
a
and
lot of
I
things,
well, I
and it's
found
like,
yeah.
no, it is
And
what it is.
and I found I could be a jadrul about it and attack,
Yeah.
or I can just say, "No, let
Educate.
me
Yeah.
educate." You
Yep.
got it. And people can choose. And
Yep.
Legends and I had a good talk about this one night, and he said, "Well, it's not like people have to like it." I said, "No." I said,
No.
"But," he dismissed me. He said, "But that's their right." And he said, "You're
You know.
right. You are right about that." And
But you
so,
close yourself off to learning more stuff. You're closing it off because you deride it as not being legitimate is what you're
right,
trying to say. It's not legitimate baseball. Well, it is legitimate baseball.
it is, and
And
it was,
and
and
it was hard baseball played by hard men who had to work other jobs in the off season.
oh yeah,
And it was either that or back to the coal mines for you, buddy. I mean, was it Stan
exactly.
Kowaleski who talked about how baseball was such a hard racket in those days?
Oh,
It was,
absolutely. Walter
you know.
Johnson even said it was dog eat dog,
And
and
they didn't play on manicured fields like they do now. They played
nope.
on in lots, and it was tough.
Mhm.
That's why the airs were there. They weren't playing with gloves on. You have to understand, and I think it's, I don't know, for me, it's fun to kind of think about that. That changed my perspective about what a player would look like in that day, and go with
Yeah.
that. And
Well, in the
there's a
Burns
reason why they did
documentary,
this.
right, they show that picture of
Mhm.
Hannes Wagner in 1912, but he looked, you know,
Yep,
however old he was in 1912, this was, my math sucks at this time of night. So, Wagner was born in 1874, so in 1912, he's what, late 30s, but he looked like older.
like 38. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so 38 years
Oh
old, but
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
He looked older. Yeah.
and they were tough, man. I mean, not saying that modern baseball players are wusses. I'm not saying that at all, but it was a
No,
different world. It was a
it
different time.
again, they dealt with what they had to deal with. It's a different world today. It's different. It's just different today.
Yeah.
That's all it is. There's no I yes, there are very extremely talented players today. The athleticism overall is better, but that's only
Yes.
because we had these examples and this evolution that's come from 100 years or more of
Hmm.
playing the game, and that's what makes it possible. To
Well, and this
say
is the
to demean
105th.
them is just it's ignorant. I don't mean to say that in a it's just you're closing your mind
Yeah.
off to something.
Well, this is the 150th year of the National League.
Yeah,
Pretty wild.
150 years,
And 120, what, 125 for the American League.
something like
So,
that. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
yeah,
125.
1901 and
Yep,
1876.
you're
Yep.
right.
And
Yep.
so it's still the junior circuit and always will be, but
Right. Right.
I don't know, man. It's just that I find I don't know. I
It
don't
makes me
know
sad more
whether
than anything when
I
people
don't
say
want these
that.
players to be forgotten.
Right.
And I know that I'm not going to change that. I know
Right.
that in the greater scheme of things, because there are real baseball historians out there that are really trying to do like John Thorne and David Nemec and so on and so
Yeah, they're
forth.
going back farther than '71. They're going way back, and
They're going way
it's
back.
incredible work. It's great work,
Yeah.
and I admire it. I wish that I could be paid to do that work. I would do a lot of work if I were paid to do it. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
we have our jobs and our responsibilities, and we only have a certain amount of time to do, and that was really all the time I had to kind of focus on was the modern era. But now learning about these eras like the dead ball era and that kind of way baseball was played was different. And like I said about the '70s, I love it when teams find different ways to win based on how the what their conditions are, what their ballpark is, what kind of talent they have.
Hmm.
That's never changed in all the years of
Oh no,
baseball.
it hasn't.
They're all trying to win, right?
Yep.
The main point, as one of our favorite managers, John McGraw, said, the main
Yes.
idea is to win.
Yep.
They're trying to win. So this is what
Yeah.
and how, I mean, I remember reading a huge series of 5 volumes on Connie Mack, who's probably my favorite manager of all time.
Hmm.
And like the tricks that he thought of that nobody else thought of. Like he was able to snap his fingers in a way that sounded like it would be a foul tip to
Like a
the
foul tip.
umpire,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
would catch a ball when a hitter would swing, and he would make it sound like he caught a foul tip. And that's fantastic if he thought
It
of that.
is.
And like so, you've got guys today. Yes, they're the culmination of all this evolution. Guys who thought of something that nobody thought of. Somebody had
Absolutely.
to be first, and
Hmm.
that's fascinating to me. It was never a case that 19th century baseball wouldn't be fascinating. It was like I just preferred to learn about the modern era first. But
Yeah,
now the more that I've learned about the dead ball era is it's of course it's fascinating. It's still baseball. It's just played in a different way by
yep,
different people. The way that people thought to win games based on the talent was just a certain way. Babe Ruth started hitting home runs. It just came out of nowhere.
yep.
Almost nowhere. I mean, other guys had hit it before, but you got to understand the ballparks weren't conducive to hitting home runs in that day. They were huge. They were huge parks. Like the
Hmm.
Elysian Fields was this huge expanse
It
of
was, and
grass.
even Huntington Avenue grounds built for baseball was like over
Right,
500 feet to dead
right,
center.
right,
Um, and the triple was the hit of the, and of course
right. That
fans were out on the outfield at the
right,
ropes and the whole thing, and
right.
how
That's why
ground
you
rule
put so
doubles.
much emphasis on triples and why that's a big deal to you. I get it.
I love
You know,
triples. When I
it's
go to a ball game and I see a triple, I'm
yeah.
like, that's I'm in my glory, man. I love triples because the whole ballpark is on its feet for a
Mhm.
triple.
Yep,
That's just, I mean, inside the park home runs are extremely rare, so
yep.
that's why. I mean, I love triples because
They've almost been
I don't
phased
care.
out of existence, yeah, though
Yeah,
inside the park. Basically, players have to collide and knock themselves out if you're gonna have an inside the park home run,
yeah,
but
but you
triples
see,
are still possible.
there's still that possibility because
Yep,
everybody's in the feet because right, that guy's hitting second and he's cutting second at and he's going for three and everybody
right.
is up.
Special.
Is that throw gonna is there gonna be an assist? Is
Right,
gonna hit the cutoff man in time?
right.
It's a crazy, crazy thing.
The
And
decision in the runner's mind, is this gonna be a double, or can I stretch this to a triple? Wha
right.
How do the outfielders look? How good is this guy's arm? Where's the cutoff guy? That baseball is just when people say it's boring, like, how can you think that's boring? There's all these things that you gotta think about,
Yeah.
and it's just it's fascinating, man. It's great. I
And the
love it.
suspense it builds too,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
So you're behind, right? Or you're
Yeah.
whatever, or you're holding on to a one-run lead and it's the
How
late
many outs
innings.
are in the inning, like, how
Right. Guy
you
gets
know?
a base hit. Oh shit. Now the
Yeah.
next guy walks. Oh my god. Do I pull my
Yep.
pit? Do you pull the
Yeah.
do they are they gonna pull the pitcher or is he
Yep.
and then it's just building. It's like, oh my god, I got a
It's a
one
6th
run
inning.
lead.
How many times has he gone through the order,
Right.
Out, in, who do I warm up? Who's fresh in the bullpen?
The
Do I
inside game.
Right. It's all, and I feel like today's baseball, we're taking away the strategy
Oh yeah.
more and more, and it just bothers the crowd. I love the
Yeah.
strategy of
Oh yeah.
baseball.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So going further back, yeah, I realize that pitchers were expected to go 9 and that kind of thing, but there's still these decisions that have to be made, and
Hmm.
it's yeah, it's always been a part of baseball going way back. When you talk about triples, I remember there was a short, this just a second in A League of Their Own, where somebody hits a triple, and Tom Hanks, who plays Jimmy Dugan's, like, triple, and it was just the way he said it, kind of spit out some tobacco, was like, triple, and kind of
Hmm.
nodded approvingly, like, that's it, that's baseball. I
Yep.
love those little things,
Oh yeah.
and that's what gets me excited about baseball all the time. I just
Yeah.
the
See here.
possibilities.
And at least I have an advantage over you guys that are also follow other sports. I can devote more time to at least learning about this one because the way I am, if I was as passionate about any one of those other sports,
Mhm.
I would be, I would be so frustrated. I would be even more psychotic than I am now. So I'm kind of, I'm in this one field of human endeavor. I just limit myself to this thing,
Yeah.
magic. Yeah. Magic. I'm like, okay,
Well,
I
yeah,
also mess in
you have these other
mentalism.
areas that you specialize in.
Right,
So,
right, right. So
that
that's
in
cool, and so
itself.
I can get kind of a little bit more general. It's like, hey, I
Yeah.
wanna dabble in mentalism, even though I'm primarily a sleight of hand person, but I used to do illusions. but that's too expensive to do those kinds of shows and whatever. But with baseball, and but besides that, it's not even just. It's just that I've watched the other games, and I respect the athleticism of the other three team sports.
Right.
I do, but baseball just there's even some reasons I don't even know why I love it so much. I just do. So, and I
Yeah,
have
I
to
don't
just
know why I'm wired the way I am. My
yeah.
the girlfriend says I'm Rain Man sometimes with the way I recall innings. Like, oh yeah, the first guy up, he struck out on the 3-2 pitch. The next guy got a base hit, and he's like, "How do you remember that?" I said, "Well, you remember what leads up to what happened."
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just part of it, like telling the story of a game, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's why I learned to like baseball from the 19th century and dead ball era, because that's led to the modern game that we see now.
Oh yeah.
And it's just different. That's all it is.
So lastly, before we shut it down, fearless predictions. All right, go. Well, let's go each way. All right. So I know we're only in spring training. Who takes each of the divisions? We'll start with American League East.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well let's look at
I
the
love putting you on the spot, JT.
um
That's what
well
brothers
no,
do, man. Come on.
yeah, no, I get it. I just let me let's see. I think the Mets will probably finish over the Phillies in the
Okay,
East,
National League. Okay.
National League
Yep.
East.
Okay.
I think the Brewers. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the Cubs win the Central
If
this
they
time
don't
around.
wilt. Okay.
The Cubs or the Brewers. I don't. I think the Reds are gonna. I think St. Louis is gonna move up. The Reds will move down. The
NL
Pirates.
West we already
I
know.
can't even. Yeah, I don't even
NL
want to
West
get
we
into
know.
that. Yeah, I
Yep.
don't want
All
to
right.
talk about
AL
them.
East. Who
I
do you
talk
got?
about them enough. Uh, AL East, Blue Jays and Yankees. I mean, I think the Red Sox will be better too. So that's going to be a
Yeah.
heck of a race.
Yeah. It's gonna be a
And this
dogfight.
in the AL Central, I think the Tigers
Hmm.
probably come out over Cleveland. They've improved their pitching staff a little bit, I think, and they also got Verlander back. Who knows how much he has left?
That I saw
Um,
that. I'm like, what?
mhm, yeah,
Wow. Yeah.
and I think in the AL West, sad to say it, I think the Astros win that division.
So you
Um,
don't think Seattle's gonna try
mm,
to
I don't know. I mean, they're not going to be bad. They might be a wild card,
right?
but I don't.
Astros are tough though.
I don't
Astros are
see that.
tough.
I don't see them winning the division.
Yeah.
The Rangers are a mess. They're just a
Hmm.
certified mess. The A's, who knows where they're even going to play?
Right. I
And
guess they're still Sacramento again this year.
yeah, they're not called to anything. It's so stupid. I don't want to get into that though. And the
Yeah.
Angels are a mess. The
Hmm.
Rangers and the Angels should merge into one team that might be a decent team. Um, that's pretty much. I mean, and as far as like who wins in the playoffs, God only knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could see the Yankees going to the series. I think they
Hmm.
were a better team than their record would indicate.
Yeah.
Um, I just I love I don't really like when people say like it's judge's turn. You don't take turns in sports. Uh,
Mm-mm.
I mean maybe been having great seasons. He's arguably the best baseball player in the world.
Yeah.
I
Oh
guess
yeah.
if you don't count Shohei Ohtani because he pitches too. But
Yeah.
I-
Oh
so
God,
I couldn't tell
Otani.
you. I just know the Dodgers obviously are going to be really tough to beat because of
Yeah.
they
Oh
can
yeah.
because of their depth, because of how many players that are quality that they can count on
Yeah.
to be there. The Dodgers are going to need like a lot of injuries to not win the World Series again. They're going to
Yeah.
have to be
Like pretty much
banged
the
up.
entire roster. So yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
I mean, because Betts is going to have a better season probably than he had last season, which wasn't good for him. Maybe Freeman will have a worse season. Maybe he'll age finally. I don't know what fountain of youth he's been drinking
I
from.
think I think Frankie's got a couple more seasons where he's just
He's
going to be
he's
yeah.
he's just it's amazing that he's this good this late in life.
Yeah.
So he's
Some people
obviously
just have it.
he just kept himself in great shape too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I would go with. I would personally, as a Dodger fan, obviously I'd love to see the Dodgers in the series. It would be nice to play the Yankees again, maybe. I
Hmm.
know that's not what everybody wants, except for people in New York and LA.
Right.
But there's just something about a Dodger Yankee World Series.
Well, you guys have such a
Uh,
history.
it's just yeah, it's
1950s, 40s and 50s, Dodgers Yankees in almost every World Series, and you
but you
guys
know what?
again, you carried that from New York.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
there is
just
still yeah.
I don't know. I'd love to see the Mariners go back, try to get back to the point where they're going to go to the World Series. Maybe it would be nice.
Yeah.
But you're asking me what I think will happen, not what I want to see
Right.
happen.
Exactly.
So I mean, yeah, there's. I would like to see another team win the World Series. I'm not. Again, I realize what the Dodgers are and what they represent. They're kind of the evil empire now. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with them. I mean, I've been a Dodgers fan, but I'm not blind. I don't love them blindly,
Right.
and I understand it. But yeah, it's going to be really tough to deny them. It's going to be tough for somebody to beat them. I,
Yeah.
I would I would love to see somebody. The Blue Jays really gave them a challenge, and that's what
They
made that
did.
World Series so great.
Yeah.
But it's
It
going
was
to
a
take
thing of
like that.
beauty. And I'll tell you what, in all the years of baseball that we've been fans in its entire history, you know what, that postseason performance of Shohei Otani, we're never going to see the likes again.
Well,
You
Yamamoto is a
three
pitcher,
straight home runs and you strike out 10 batters. Give me,
right?
come on.
But I mean, I thought Yamamoto's World Series was probably one of the best pitching performances in a World Series I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
Oh yeah.
And I remember watching him in Japan. He
Oh yeah.
played for my favorite team in Japan, the Buffaloes. And
Okay.
so I knew him very well when the Dodgers signed him, and people were like, "How can they give all this millions of dollars to a guy who's never played Major League Baseball?" So you're gonna see a real pitcher when he gets. He's a real pitcher,
Yeah, he is.
and boy, he showed it in that World Series. He was all they had left. I said, That's the best you got. So
Yeah.
you better put him in there. And he had started the day before, so it's almost like a Kofaxian feat, not quite, but
Hmm.
it's up there. And well, I tell you
Hmm.
what, he deserves every plaudit that he got on that. What do you think going to happen?
So, um, I pretty much on board with you. I think I'm really so mine is not only what I think is going to happen, what I want to happen, just really quickly. So, with the American League East, I think it's the Yankees. I do.
I agree.
I think it's going to be again the AL Central because of its relative weakness. No offense, AL Central fans, but I
Right.
think the Tigers are hungry, really hungry now, and I think the claws are coming out. Tigers in the AL Central, the American League West. So it is partially sentimentality and that desire. I think the
I hear you.
Mariners. I think
Yeah.
the Mariners because the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. I think the Mariners would like to do what the Pirates and Steelers did in
Oh
71.
yeah,
80.
yeah. The
Yeah.
City of Champions thing. Yeah,
Yep.
maybe.
National
I
League East.
I
New
want
York.
it to happen too, though. I wanted sentimentality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see the Mariners win that
Well,
division.
they're the fans out there. I want that stigma to go away from Seattle. Okay,
Yeah.
National League East, New York Mets.
Okay.
Philly's
Agreed.
getting too old. Although good move getting rid of Castellanos. Way to go,
Yeah.
Phillies. Do that. National League Central. That's going to be again. I'm with you. That's a dogfight between the Cubs and the Brewers. I think if the Cubs stay healthy, they can take the National League Central.
I do too.
National League West, it's you guys,
Yeah.
but the Padres are going to give you guys a tough time again this year.
Oh yeah, little brother might make some noise. You never know.
Yeah,
Um, just
they
as long
just
as the
might
Giants
sneak.
stay around 500 or lower, I'm fine.
You're fine with that.
I don't
Yeah,
mind losing to any of the other teams, honestly. I just
yeah.
I just hope the Rockies can not lose 119 games or more. That would be
Oh,
nice.
oh.
Uh,
And everybody thought nobody could be worse than the 2024 White Sox. And I guess the
yeah,
Rockies said, hold our beer.
exactly right. That's an astonishing number of games. Like how in the world
Yeah,
to play that many games that you deserve a raise just for that to show up to that you're not going anywhere. You got to play it out though.
yeah.
It's
Aaron, the Reds, you guys kind of back ended into the postseason. You guys are going to do. It's going to be the Pirates and the Reds kind of fighting in the bottom part of that division. And I think we're going to be a thorn in your side, the Pirates this year and the Red side. The Cardinals. I always find it bizarre when I see the Cardinals in last place. That's weird to me. I'm not used to seeing it. Was
I
2024,
I
whatever they
wouldn't
were
mind it.
last.
I wouldn't mind.
No, I
Not a
know
big
you. Of course not,
not
right?
a big Cardinals fan over here. I'm not but
Right.
don't like the Cardinals that much. That's
but
fine.
it's but it's just weird because I mean,
Yeah.
for all that, they're the most successful franchise championship wise in the National League. right? They're second only to the Yankees in World Championships, unless I've missed something, and I don't think I have.
Yeah.
But it's just very weird as a
Yes.
Pirate fan to
Of
see the
course it is.
Cardinals in the cellar. It's like
Yes. Yes,
this
it
is
is.
strange,
It
you
is.
know.
Their
Um,
record of success. And Aaron, I respect the Reds a lot. Like, I wish I could have been around the '70s for that rivalry with the Reds and the Dodgers. It's just huge. It was
gee,
so much
and the
fun.
Red Pirates too.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
once the NLCS started, then it was like the Reds and the Pirates.
yep.
But having the Reds and Dodgers in the same division and the Red Machine, whew, that was fun times. That must have been a blast as a fan of both
It
teams.
had to have been. Yeah,
Uh,
I wouldn't. I didn't get to
so
experience that. That had to be something.
I respect the Reds always, no matter what they do. I love Joey Votto as a player. It's sad that not there anymore, but that's the passage of time.
It is.
I've always liked the Reds. I've always respected them. So if they finish well, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. I've always respected the Pirates. Even before meeting you, Joe, I was yeah. I the Pirates have never been like I just like the team. I love their history,
Hmm.
love their jerseys, love their ballpark. They're easy on the eyes for sure. And I just wish their owner cared about them more and had more revenue to work with.
Yeah.
But Skeens is a hell of a pitcher, and maybe if they can score runs for the guy, you never know. You
Yeah,
never
we
know
got
what
to
happens.
attract. We just got to get some free agency. Okay, the Bucks are serious. So 2026 is going to be a really a pivotal year for Pittsburgh. This isn't just a normal another season of rebuilding. I'm seeing some guarded optimism among Pirate fans this year, and that
It
is
has to
nice
be
to see.
guarded, right? It just
It
has
would
to be
has to
guarded.
be guarded, but at least
Yeah,
it's the optimism because
yeah.
other seasons, and I remember it was I think 2 seasons ago we had that hot first half, and I'm like, this ain't gonna hold. It's not gonna hold. It's not gonna
I don't
hold.
think they lose 90 games this year. I'll
No,
just
oh
say
no,
it
no,
that
no, no,
far.
no,
I'll go that far.
no.
I hope they make the playoffs. I mean, the Reds won 83 games and made the playoffs. I think the Pirates can win 83 games if some things break right.
Things
You
got
know.
well, but it's there's going to be a lot. We're still missing one more big bat. We need another big bat, and
Oh
we're
yeah,
just not. We're not quite there yet. They're
at
trying to
least
do
at
some.
least one, honestly. But the offense is yeah, that offense is pretty offensive, if I don't mind me saying. But I mean,
No,
they
it is. I agree with you.
they have
And
to yeah they
I
have to work on that.
well, the one thing is they got to work on O'Neill Cruz because
Hmm.
this kid has got he's got tools, man. He can throw the ball like a rocket. And when he connects with the ball, he can hit it a ton. But he's so inconsistent, and the injuries, and they got to tell Neil Cruz not every hit has to be a home run. They got to teach him to
Yeah.
be a contact hitter. They do.
Well, they certainly
You
could
know.
go for more contact. He has everything. He has speed. He has
Yep.
defensive ability. He has
Yep.
patience at the plate.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, you got to hit higher than 200, brother. You just got to do it. You can't live on that. 20 home runs is a nice total. It's not bad, but when you hit 200, that lowers everything. I mean, a 378 slugging percentage is that's not going to cut it. You
No,
you got to be higher than 400 at
that
least.
doesn't help win pennants. It doesn't.
No,
But
but and he's 26. He's getting into his prime now. It's time to
yeah,
it's time to grow up as a player. It's time to be a better hitter, make better decisions at the plate,
yeah, and
and
that's what we're hoping for.
pick
So
your spots. Yeah,
it's just nice that I'm we are guarded, but we are more optimistic. So we're not ready yet to crucify Ben Charrington, but this year is going to be again Nutting and Charrington and the whole front in the front office. They cannot if we perform poorly this year. They really need to
is Don
reevaluate.
Kelly still their manager? The Pirates?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
and I think that's a good thing, actually.
Yeah, I don't
You,
think
you
he's a
know,
bad manager.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
fine.
he came in. We need him to be, and I'm not. There was nothing against Derek Shelton. I mean, but
Yeah,
I mean, the tough thing about you can't fire a baseball team. So,
right.
baseball manager, that's got to be like, my God,
Yeah,
am I going to
you're
have a
hired to get
job
fired.
next
Yeah,
Thursday?
you're
Yeah,
hired to get
exactly.
fired.
Yeah,
And they got off to a really bad start, and they had to do something. Yeah, you can't get rid of all the players. You have to get
yeah.
rid of the manager.
Yeah.
And I thought,
I feel bad for Kutch because
yeah,
again, he wanted to play his entire career in Pittsburgh. We lost him in his prime. And now Kutch, this is going to be it for him. And
Yeah.
I that's the thing again that's always enraged me about the Pirates probably in the last 20 years is they don't reward player loyalty. And when you get players to say, I want to play here, I love this city, I
Yeah.
love these people, and we trade them for some prospects. If you want to enrage a Pirates fan, you
Yeah.
know, all you have to do is start talking to us about guys that we gave up on, like Tim Wakefield, who makes a great career with Boston,
Yeah.
or again, losing, Josh Bell and Jay Hay and all these guys. And we could have built around McCutcheon, built around these guys, Starling Marte. We didn't. And it's
And
been
Pirates
that
fans have
same
shown that they've
story.
been passionate fans when they do win.
Oh, we
Who
are.
can forget them getting to Johnny Cueto and unnerving him?
Oh, that was
And
beautiful.
yeah,
Cueto drops
yep,
the ball, next pitch, Russell
yeah,
Martin goes yard. Oh,
yeah.
that was so beautiful.
It's just I like it. I liked it better when the Pirates won games, and I
Oh,
hope that
yeah.
they win them again. I hope that they can do something. I know it's hoping against hope, but
Well,
what else can you do? You
Ernest
gotta
Thayer
hope.
wrote Casey at the Bat, but then he wrote Casey's Revenge. So, I don't know if you read Casey's Revenge, the sequel to Casey at the Bat. So,
Ah,
um, you can find it. It was written about 10 years later or something. But so Pirate fans are hoping now we're Casey's Revenge. We'll see.
well, I hope so. I
I
hope
have
so.
no illusions about this year, but if we could get to 500 this year, Pirate fans will be happy. We got to
I
get to
think that's a big
500.
improvement from 90 losses for sure.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. But if we go White Sox Rockies way, oh, ouch. Yep, still
well,
on, Paul. Moise Lou says Tim's back here with us too. Guys hanging in. Yeah, we're about to wrap things up here,
yeah,
Paul. But
yeah.
this has been an amazing. It's always awesome to have you on here.
It's
And
great to be here. It's
just
just a lot of fun, and
yeah,
talking baseball is one of my favorite things to do. So this is
better Casey's Revenge than Montezuma's Revenge. Yeah, I'll I'll
oh
I'll, I'll go with that one, Tribe. I really will. So Tim's doing a great project. He's of course a Guardians fan, but doing a project on Roberto Clemente. Really
yep,
cool for the road to three
yep.
thousand. That's
I'm
awesome.
subscribed to his channel. I
Yeah,
always watch his videos, and
Tim's great. Tim's great.
yeah,
Tim's got his own approach, man. But I'll tell you what has me keeping Strat Max is it has Tim's seal of approval. Because I asked him, I said, "So Tim, is this like the real deal?" He said, "Bring up Clemente's card for 72." I brought it up. He pulled out Clemente's card. He's looking. He said, "Yep, yep, yep, yep. That's right." And I said, "Okay, that's good." Because last year, RGL said, "Now this isn't quite Strat." What is his channel? It's Tim. Can you put in the you have a wrench, man. You can copy the name of your channel in here. Um, I think Paul, it's something like I think Tim calls it. I don't like Scousers or something like that, but I don't know. I think Tim will clarify.
ah,
Anyhow, JT, thank yous
yeah.
are
It's been a
are
pleasure.
they're just not enough. But thank
Yeah,
you, man, so much.
yeah. It's been great. We'll do this again. Hopefully, not 2 years from now.
Yeah, yeah,
Hopefully, it's
it's
a lot earlier than that. And I thank all you guys for coming in. I love doing it, guys. I love to talk baseball with any one of you, and I just love that this is a family, and
it is.
we respect one another, and that's what it's all about.
That's
That's
it.
that's what I love about it. All right, take care, Joe.
Thank you,
All the best.
JT.
All right,
Talk soon, brother.
all right. Bye,
All right,
everyone.
everybody. Yeah. So that's it. We've been on for 5 hours and going on 5 hours and 2 minutes. So you're welcome, Paul. You're every bit a part of this, man. I want to get you on here some night, someday, whatever works for you. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's been too long since we've had you on here, and Tim, I got to tell you, I always appreciate when you're on too. When you come on the mic, I love when we show your games. I know we kind of got derailed last Sunday, but last Sunday was a bit of a train wreck anyhow. But just absolutely, and to all of you, it would take me another hour to say all my thanks to everybody, but you all know what you mean to me. Mi familia, molto grazie, huh? And we're gonna call it there. It's 3:03 here where I am, and I got to be up and at a car lot tomorrow, and buy a vehicle. So yeah, you can't. Yes, you can. That's the thing. Anybody that comes on here, man, you guys are. I learn so much, so very much. So but it's not just about the learning; it's about the whole sense of again, I keep saying it, it's about family here. And that's what it's ultimately about. It's about community and a place for everybody to come and hang out. That's what I want. So I raise a virtual whatever you like beverage to you. For me, a nice shot of Talamondu and Slancha, and we will see you guys around the batting cage. Good night.